Morning. Bon matin. Please be seated. Call on the member for Funding the Isles, St. John West, for prayers.
Let us pray. Prions le Seigneur. O Lord, our heavenly Father, high and mighty, King of kings, Lord of lords, the only ruler of princes, who dost from thy throne behold all dwellers upon earth. Most heartily we beseech thee, with thy favor, to behold our most gracious sovereign Lord, King Charles, and so replenish him with the grace of thy Holy Spirit, that he may always incline to thy will and walk in thy way. Endue him plenteously with heavenly gifts, grant him in health and wealth long to live, strengthen him that he may vanquish and overcome all his enemies, and finally after this life he may attain everlasting joy and felicity through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Dieu plein de grâce, nous vous implorons humblement en faveur de la province en général et plus particulièrement du lieutenant-gouverneur et de l'Assemblée législative assemblée en ce moment sous l'égide de notre très pieux et gracieux souverain. Qu'il vous plaît de diriger et de faire fructifier leurs délibérations pour votre plus grande gloire, la sécurité, l'honneur et le bien-être de notre souverain et de notre province. Que toutes choses soient par leurs travaux si bien ordonnées et établies sur les fondements les plus solides. Que la paix et le bonheur, la vérité et la justice, la religion et la piété puissent régner parmi nous pendant toutes les générations. Pour eux et pour nous, nous vous demandons ces faveurs et toutes les autres qui sont nécessaires. Au nom et par l'intercession de Jesus Christ, notre divin Seigneur et Sauveur. Amen. Together let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Ensemble, prions notre Père. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Car c'est à toi qu'appartient le règne, la puissance et la gloire, pour les siècles des siècles. Amen.
Introduction of guests. The Deputy de Victoria Lavallee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce and welcome to the Chamber after a short absence Andrew Harvey. Andrew Harvey, as many know, was actually sitting on the floor of this legislature from 2014 to 2018. And it was, for me, Mr. Speaker, a pleasure and a real learning experience to work with Andy, because Andy, as many of the government members and some of the opposition here will remember, was a person who had a vast knowledge of a whole bunch of different things. And he could get up and speak on a lot of different things, and Mr. Speaker, and when he didn't really know, he was able to fake it with the best of them. So, but seriously, Mr. Speaker, I learned a lot from Andy, because politics runs through his veins, and it's something that he's very passionate about. Serving the people is very passionate about that. And Mr. Speaker, that passion has actually brought him to a place where he is now the mayor of the District of Carleton, the newly formed District of Carleton. So I'd like to congratulate him on that, and I would like to welcome him to the Chamber today. Welcome, Andy.
Welcome, Mr. Harvey. Condolences. The Minister of Service, New Brunswick and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I rise to pay tribute to the late Lillian Southworth. Lillian was a resident of Shanx Neil Hall, which is situated in my riding of Fredericton North. She passed away on December 5, 2022, at the age of 88 years old. Lillian was survived by her daughters, Deb and Wendy, her grandchildren, Scott, Kirsten, and Jess, and her 10 great-grandchildren, her brothers, her sisters, a special sister-in-law, Edith, and many, many nieces and nephews and extended family. Lillian loved spending one-on-one time with her family, loved more than anything visits from her children, and very much enjoyed listening to music performed by visitors to Neil Hall. Mr. Speaker, while I did not know Lillian very well myself, I did have the pleasure of working with her daughter, Wendy, who was my constituency assistant for 2 years. She is a great friend and is one of the sweetest souls you will ever meet. After hearing stories about Lillian, it's very easy to see why Wendy is the wonderful person she is. I ask this House to join me in sending our deepest condolences to the Southworth family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Ken Sud.
Mr. Speaker, on December 9, 2022, after a difficult illness, passed away Ted Doiron of Leominster, Mass. at the too young age of 52 years old. He is survived by his children, Colby, Felicia, and Kaylee, all of Leominster, his parents, Ted and Marguerite Doiron of Bouctouche, his loving partner, Nicole Cormier of Sainte-Anne-de-Kent, a sister, Tina Cormier, and her husband, Denis of Bouctouche, his niece, Erika, and his nephew and godchild, Nicolas. I knew Ted very well growing up. To know Ted was to like Ted. He was a fun-loving guy, adored by his family and appreciated by his friends. I heard he had been seriously talking about wanting to settle back to our part of the world. I guessed he was called to settle permanently elsewhere in a much, much better place. Rest in peace, dear Ted. You will be missed. Repose en paix, cher ami. Merci.
Message de félicitations et hommage, le ministre responsable de la Société de développement régional.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say congratulations and thank you to everyone who took part in the very first Miramichi Sock Talker drive. They brought in more than 7,200 pairs of socks to people and organizations in need in the city and surrounding areas. All through October, the socks were received at Miramichi's 11 car dealerships, the Miramichi Timberwolf hockey team's home game, the 23 local churches, and I want to thank my former colleagues in the car business in Miramichi and to all the dealerships for helping. The Socks Drive was organized by the St. Michael Basilica Catholic Women's League in partnership with many other churches. Mr. Speaker, thank you to everyone who would make Miramichi's Socktober the big success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy to Edmundston, Madawaska-Son.
Monsieur le Président, ce temps de l'année, je veux prendre l'occasion de souhaiter une excellente période des fêtes à tous. C'est un moment important où nous pouvons passer du temps avec nos familles et nos amis. En cette période, rappelons-nous l'importance du partage, de la générosité, du respect et ayons une pensée toute spéciale pour ceux et celles vivant une période plus difficile. Nous devons avoir une pensée pour ceux qui nous ont quittés au cours de la dernière année et nous rappeler les merveilleux moments passés avec eux. Puisse ce temps de l'année vous apporter des moments heureux, la santé et une très belle année 2023. May this time of year bring you joy and happiness, and may 2023 be a year of good health, contentment and success. Joyeuses fêtes à tous.
The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate the Fredericton High School Black Cats for winning the Leo Hayes High School Invitational Hockey Tournament for the second year in a row. The final game on Sunday of this 12-team tournament ended with the Black Cats defeating the Halifax West Warriors 7-0. Tourney Most Valuable Player and All-Star Samson Mayo led the Black Cats with 2 goals and 2 assists. Logan Reynolds also scored twice. Cam Arneson had a goal and 2 assists, while Brady Wood and Kyle DeMerchant each had a goal and an assist. Forward Brady Wood, defenseman Justin Rusk, and goaltender Nikhil Hawley were also named All-Stars for the Black Cats. I invite all members to join me in congratulating the Fredericton High School Black Cats on their success last weekend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Oromocto, Lincoln, Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share good news with my colleagues about the Seamless Canada initiative and the 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown. Seamless Canada was launched in 2018 as a pilot project to ensure that our military families have seamless access to the services they need when they are posted across the country. Healthcare, education, and support for military spouses are some of the initiatives. Earlier this month, we learned the Seamless Canada Steering Committee will be coming to Base Gagetown next June as we hold our biannual meeting. It will be my pleasure as co-chair of the Steering Committee to welcome my colleagues to our beautiful province, my wonderful riding, and the 5th Canadian Division Support Base Gagetown Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Madawaska-Lac Edmundston.
Monsieur le Président, la région de Saint-Joseph de Madawaska est heureuse de compter sur un service incendie professionnel et compétent dirigé par le chef Yvan Lévesque. Le 12 décembre dernier, j'étais fière de participer à une cérémonie visant à souligner le travail exceptionnel de ces pompiers volontaires. Plusieurs membres de la brigade d'incendie de Saint-Joseph ont reçu épinglettes, médailles et barrettes pour leurs années de service au sein de la brigade. La cérémonie réunissait plus de 25 pompiers et leurs conjointes dans la salle communautaire adjacente à la nouvelle caserne inaugurée quelques années passées. Les pompiers sont très fiers de ces nouvelles infrastructures situées au cœur de la communauté de Saint-Joseph de Madawaska. Notre région peut être fière du haut niveau d'expertise et d'excellence des pompiers volontaires de cette brigade. Je tiens à saluer l'engagement, l'implication communautaire, le dévouement et le grand professionnalisme de la brigade incendie de Saint-Joseph. Sincères félicitations.
The member from Mimicok-Tantramar.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the group of volunteers led by Mount Professor Dave Thomas and Shoshana Wingate for their leadership in making shared spaces safer in our communities. These volunteers held an instructional session to teach people how to make Corsi Rosenthal boxes. These do-it-yourself air purifiers are created with a box fan, some furnace filters, and duct tape, and were invented by Richard Corsi, who came up with the idea, and Jim Rosenthal, who first built it, as an inexpensive method to clean the air, with the potential for removing COVID, RSV, and the flu from the air. In the absence of proper leadership on air filtration and ventilation, I applaud these community members for teaching each other how to use a relatively inexpensive method to keep our communities safer. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the Legislative Assembly to join me in congratulating these community members for their leadership and initiative to keep our communities safer and to share their knowledge.
Statement by members. The Deputy de Bay de Chaudiac-Dieppe.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ce matin, ma déclaration porte sur la perspective et l'importance des mots. Les gens décédés dans les salles d'attente, ça, c'est des victimes. Ceux et celles qui souffrent de violence, ça, c'est des victimes. Les gens qui ne peuvent plus se permettre un appartement, ça, c'est des victimes. Les sans-abri qui n'ont pas de toit sur la tête, ça, c'est des victimes. Les 700 aînés entassés dans les corridors d'hôpitaux, ça, c'est des victimes. Ceux qui ont un salaire en dessous du seuil de la pauvreté, ça, c'est des victimes. Les gens qui attendent 20 heures dans les ambulances, ça, c'est des victimes. Les enfants qui n'ont rien à manger, ça, c'est des victimes. Les élèves en arrière dans leurs études dues au COVID, ça, c'est des victimes. Tous les gens dus au coût de la vie qui n'auront pas un joyeux Noël, ça, c'est des victimes. Monsieur le Premier ministre, t'es pas une victime. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Member for Fredericton South, the Leader of the Party.
Mr. Speaker, it's been more than 25 days since heat pump contractors were told that NB Power's enhanced energy efficiency program would change from a sole source provider for heat pump installation to one where all certified contractors could participate in the program. Yet I'm told that they have yet to be permitted to install a single heat pump under this program. Mr. Speaker, members will remember that this is a program that provides free heat pumps, including installation, to households with an income under $70,000. The Minister told the House yesterday that 500 heat pumps have been installed to date under that program, but it looks like all the installations were done by the original sole source contractor. Mr. Speaker, this is a $30 million program. These contractors who install heat pumps participate in NB Power's other energy efficiency programs. I cannot understand what is going on here. Why are they not installing heat pumps under this new expanded program? Something is clearly not right in this. Mr. Speaker, the Minister needs to fix it.
Member for Carlton York.
Mr. Speaker, targeted investments to get results is how our government rolls. This week we learned how a new investment in health care will see an additional 360 knee replacement surgeries performed at the Upper River Valley Hospital in Waterville this year. Our government has stayed true to our commitment to tackle hip and knee surgery wait times. Once the River Valley program is fully operational, its expected surgeons could perform up to 8 knee surgeries a week. This project got off the ground in August, and it was made possible by the surgeons and staff in the Upper River Valley and Fredericton hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the investment for this new initiative totaled $350,000 in equipment and $1.5 million in human resources. Money well spent to get results, like we always do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Madawaska-Lac-Edmundston.
Hier, Monsieur le Président, nous avons été témoins d'un événement disgracieux en cette Chambre. Une élève de 7e année a exprimé son opinion sur son apprentissage et elle se fait rabasser par le ministre de l'Éducation et du Développement de la petite enfance. Quel manque de respect! Dénigrer une jeune étudiante et sa famille parce qu'elle ose exprimer ses inquiétudes concernant sa propre éducation est une honte. Franchement, c'est indigne d'un ministre de l'Éducation et du Développement de la petite enfance. Nous devrions applaudir lorsque nos jeunes et nos élèves s'impliquent dans le processus démocratique en donnant leur opinion. Dénigrer et rabasser des enfants, ce gouvernement est complètement déconnecté des réalités des Néo-Brunswickois et Néo-Brunswickoises de tout âge. C'est un gouvernement sans cœur.
Monsieur le Président, saviez-vous qu'il y a encore des travailleurs de cette province qui doivent choisir entre rester à la maison parce qu'ils sont malades ou payer une facture? Non seulement qu'il s'agit d'une mesure importante de santé publique et de sécurité au travail, des congés de maladie permettent aux travailleuses de s'occuper de soi sans se préoccuper du stress lié au paiement des factures, profitant également à la société. Des citoyens plus en santé, plus heureux, une meilleure santé mentale et j'en passe. Nous proposerons cet après-midi un projet de loi qui donnerait 10 jours de congé de maladie payés à chaque Néo-Brunswickois. Pour ce faire, nous proposons aussi de créer un fonds pour que les petites et moyennes entreprises puissent s'adapter à ces nouvelles mesures. Pendant des années, le gouvernement a subventionné les grandes entreprises. Il est temps d'aider les petites et moyennes entreprises à attirer et conserver des travailleurs et des meilleures conditions de travail pour ces travailleurs et ces travailleuses. Merci beaucoup.
The member for Moncton Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, we got a reminder yesterday. A change in seasons means it is time for New Brunswickers to change to winter tires and prepare for winter driving. While winter brings us the holidays, family and home-baked goods, it also brings us dangerous driving conditions. This government urges New Brunswickers to take all the necessary safety precautions this season. Before setting out for winter driving, have winter tires, an emergency kit, and a full washer fluid tank. Call 511 before long road trips to check on road conditions. Mr. Speaker, winter is here, and we want all New Brunswickers to travel this beautiful province safely this season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy Director, West.
Monsieur le Président, comme vous le savez, les acériculteurs du Nouveau-Brunswick demandent depuis plus de 3 ans une allocation additionnelle de 12 600 hectares sur 10 ans. Où est le plan d'aménagement forestier du ministre des Ressources naturelles qu'on attend depuis 3 ans? A university student who won a Science Atlantic Best Paper Award at the 72nd Atlantic University's Geological Conference was denied research funding by the Environmental Trust Fund. Money was still available last year, and yet her award-winning proposal was refused. Why? Le Restigouche attend toujours la réponse du ministre des Transports quant aux procédures pour améliorer les conditions routières, particulièrement sur les routes 11 et 17, qui ont fait 6 victimes. Nos ambulanciers attendent encore trop longtemps aux urgences. Où sont les nouveaux médecins et les services d'obstétrique au Restigouche? Le gouvernement Higgs est déconnecté des besoins réels des Néo-Brunswickois et des Néo-Brunswickoises et manque à ses responsabilités. Ce gouvernement préfère faire des surplus. Malgré les inactions du Grinch bleu, moi je vous souhaite de très joyeuses fêtes.
The member from Memon-Cook-Tantramar.
Mr. Speaker, these are the words of Vivian Myers-Jones, whose pronouns are she, her. With the urgent need to restore our health care and provide support desperately needed for both patients and workers, we need more robust support for the 2S LGBTQIA+ community with transgender health in particular. The Higgs government's refusal to change regulations in support of Clinic 554 not only contravened the Health Act, it's also a betrayal of transgender New Brunswickers. Hormone replacement therapy, confirmation surgery. This is not something elective for transgender people. We need this to live, and a lack of resources or excessive gatekeeping for those who need hormone access will lead to further loss of life. Hormone access is crucial. To start, we call upon Horizon and Vitalité to ensure province-wide access to dedicated and skilled endocrinologists to support transgender New Brunswickers starting or resuming hormone therapy. This is one step the government can take to atone for the wrongdoing against the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, across Canada, health systems are seeing increased demand for services with decreased human resources available. Coping with our current respiratory viruses is demanding extra effort from our frontline medical staff. I want to thank them for navigating us through this particularly difficult period. Mr. Speaker, I want New Brunswickers to know that health professionals are making progress on the long-term work required to strengthen the system from the ground up. We are committed to regular updates on our health plan implementation, and the New Brunswick Health Council reports that 8 of 35 action items have been completed and 23 more are in progress. There have been bumps in the road, Mr. Speaker, but the regional health networks and the professionals in our system have made substantial progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. The Chef de l'Opposition official.
Mr. Speaker, we have never seen such a centralization of power as we have seen under this government, and it does not seem to be serving us very well. The Premier wants to unilaterally control all aspects of government. If you don't agree with him, you're removed, and it's a my way or the highway attitude. Never before have we seen such a high turnover of high-ranking public servants than we have seen under this government since they took office in 2018. In healthcare, the Premier removed the CEO of Horizon, fired the boards in July after there was a death in the ER, and it's almost 6 months later now, Mr. Speaker, and we're not seeing improvements. We're seeing the same tragedies repeat themselves over and over again. Now we're seeing that the health reform plan targets are being delayed by months and years, Mr. Speaker. So I want to know if the Premier can advise as to how his action of centralizing power has improved the delivery of health care.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Yesterday, the member opposite stood in this House and made put rumours on the floor of the Legislature.
Rumours are no
Mr.
good.
Speaker, and members opposite and leader treated it and tweeted it as if it was fact. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to clear and tell you the facts here today. Through the Department of Health, it was verified by Horizon and Vitality, 0 pediatric code blues since December 1 for children under the age of 3. There were 0 pediatric deaths in hospitals since December 1 for children under the age of 3. So this means there were 0 pediatric deaths for children under 3 due to RSV or influenza-like illnesses. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition wants to help, they should stop spreading rumours and innuendo here on the floor of the Legislature and then going out in the public or retweeting it. These are the facts, Mr. Speaker. This is what's getting done.
Deal with facts.
Prime Minister. Chef de l'Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, while I thank the Minister for bringing forward the information that we asked for, we're not trying to spread rumours. We see information circulating on the streets, circulating on social media. So, as the official opposition, we get to ask questions of the government, and I brought forward those questions, and he did his job answering them. So thank you for putting that issue to bed. If there have been no deaths, that is good news. But there are still issues that are not being resolved, and this Premier has centralized power in his office. He's fired the boards. He's fired the Horizon CEO in July. We're still seeing the same issues repeat themselves over and over again. They're normalizing those statistics. They don't want to release statistics of ER deaths and saying that it's normal to see deaths in emergency rooms, but I think it's important that we have that data available. And I want to know if the Premier can stand up today and tell us how centralizing power in his office has improved health care in the province.
Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you again. And the member opposite acknowledged that it was a rumor. But, Mr. Speaker, when the leader from above talks about the tweet, treats it like fact. This is deeply disturbing and wholly heartbreaking. Mr. Speaker, that's as if it was fact. And Mr. Speaker, it was a rumor, and it's unfortunate that members opposite continue to perpetuate these rumors when, in fact, there are good things going on. Mr. Speaker, we know that there's lots more work to do, and we're prepared to do that work. But let me tell you some of the changes that have occurred in the emergency rooms here in the last little bit since the unfortunate events occurred. There are now 2 triage nurses in the emergency room. There are patient monitoring individuals in the emergency room. The RN rotation is now trying to accommodate for peak hours in the emergency room. There's social workers avoiding some social admissions in the emergency room. There's a diversion clinic here in Fredericton to take the levels 4 and 5s to the clinic and not the emergency room. And there's weekend discharge happening right now.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is quick. The minister is quick to take his talking points and give us the different initiatives that they've put in place, but obviously it's not working. Can he tell us when did he implement these changes? Because last week there was a death in Edmundston, the week before there was a death in Moncton, and this caused uproar in July, causing the Premier to do a power grab of all of the healthcare decision in his office by removing the CEO and removing the boards. So can the minister tell us when these initiatives were put in place and the data that they want to present to show that it's working? Can he do that instead of just standing up as a PR stuntman for the Department of Health and the Premier? Can he tell us when those initiatives were put in place and how are they working to help New Brunswickers gain access to health care through emergency departments?
Minister of Health. Order, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the leader here on the floor hasn't taken the direction from the leader above to not have personal attacks. I understand that the leader above wants to improve the decorum here on the floor, and the member opposite just went with a personal attack. Mr. Speaker, there's significant initiatives that have happened since the summer started, and I had one just the first of this week where and it was the member statement where 360 additional knee replacements will be done in the Upper River Valley Hospital. Mr. Speaker, that's part of our plan, access to surgery. We're reducing the wait line and the wait time of people waiting for knee surgeries. And, Mr. Speaker, they stood against motion 3, which is actually, again, reducing the wait time and the wait line for cataracts, which will free up room in the emergency room, or sorry, the operating room, which will, again, be now available for knee, hip, and cancer surgeries. Mr. Speaker, that's action. That's getting the results. That's not just...
Mr. Speaker, it's not just in healthcare where we've seen the Premier do the power grab, where he puts his my way or the highway attitude, or where he rejects data and science and only puts people in place around him that won't push back to his misguided ideas. He's created a toxic work environment in education department where high-ranking officials there are leaving because they cannot put up with this hyper-inflated ego of the Premier and his irrational determination to impose his will, where he thinks that he knows more about education than experts, Mr. Speaker. We have a lot at stake in our education right now, and this Premier has a pet project since he entered politics to get rid of French immersion. He's not listening to the experts. We'll hear today what they're doing with respect to the French immersion program, but we know it is removing what has worked for so many years. Why not make that program better? Why is he putting educational outcomes at risk to impose his misguided will, Mr. Speaker?
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we don't have any misguided will in the Department of Education. We're working hard every day to make education for our students better. We have a number of pilot programs currently occurring in the province. We've got a number of LLO sites, language learning opportunity sites, one of which we talk about frequently is Maplehurst, and I'm so proud of what they do in that school. Proud of You know, we've got high school reform underway. Those are being piloted in the province. We have incubation sites for PBIS. That's being piloted in the province. We have building blocks. That's being piloted in the province. We're not sitting back. we're looking at education, we're looking at the data, we're looking at reforms that will help education. We also want to move education forward. We want to move the French second language ability of our students forward so we can have a truly bilingual province where we can all communicate with one another and receive services in our language of choice. Thank you.
Minister. Chef de l'Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, un autre exemple de la stratégie évidente du Premier ministre pour exercer un contrôle total et imposer sa volonté tout en essayant de la déguiser consiste à mettre sur pied des secrétariats qu'il aura sous sa coupe. Que ce soit en matière d'énergie ou de langues officielles, il met en place ses amis et proches qu'il pourra contrôler. C'est un Premier ministre qui veut tout contrôler à tout prix, mais tentera d'éviter d'assumer la responsabilité des décisions prises. Comme utiliser les fiduciaires en santé et les secrétariats en langues officielles comme bouclier, qu'il s'agisse de décisions impopulaires ou la détérioration des soins de santé, il tente de s'éloigner des décisions tout en ayant un contrôle total. Si le Premier ministre va dans la direction des secrétariats dans divers dossiers, est-il prêt à laisser un comité de l'Assemblée législative étudier et élaborer les mandats des secrétariats?
The Honourable Premier.
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's been any doubt about my inability or lack of initiative in order to make decisions, Mr. Speaker. I think we've done a lot of that in the last few years. And, Mr. Speaker, the province is doing well because of our collective efforts in making decisions that matter, making decisions that drive the province forward, making decisions that the rest of the country is looking at New Brunswick for the first time and moving here, investing here, living here, bringing their families here, Mr. Speaker. Why have we seen that last? So I appreciate the member opposite wants to criticize, Mr. Speaker, but the reality is the province has never been in a better state, and we have challenges because of it, Mr. Speaker, and we have challenges that we need to work together with. And one is, Mr. Speaker, in relation to us being a bilingual province. Let's all be bilingual, Mr. Speaker, in a bilingual province. Not just a select few, but all, Mr. Speaker. What would be wrong with that, Mr. Speaker? Why would the opposition want to maintain the status quo? Why would the opposition want to ignore 70% of the Anglophone kids in our province, Mr. Speaker? It baffles me. It really does.
The Deputy of
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a conversation with the family members about this morning. So it's going to be a straight out question to the minister. Were you aware that the drug Xanax is considered very addictive? And are you aware that this medication is sometimes given free of charge without a prescription in some nursing homes in the province?
Minister of Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess I can say that no, I'm not specifically to what the member is the information he's giving me, but I will certainly take the information he's put to me today with regards to a drug being given without a prescription and look into it.
Deputy Legislature.
Merci, et ça me fera plaisir. On sait qu'on ne peut pas parler de cas particuliers ici. Ça me fera plaisir d'avoir une discussion là-dessus avec la ministre. Je pourrais même la mettre en contact s'il y avait avec les gens concernés. D'autres informations là-dessus. On nous a aussi rapporté que ce médicament ne devrait pas être utilisé à long terme, mais seulement sur une base temporaire. Est-ce que la ministre est consciente que ce médicament est présentement utilisé pour des périodes de très longues, créant ainsi un effet de dépendance énorme? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, we know that our nursing homes are private entities. However, the care and concern for all of the residents there fall under the Department of Social Development, and I take the concerns of the member opposite very seriously. Happy to sit down with him on a one-on-one to understand the information that he has and to check into it. Of course, we can't talk to specific details, but I hear the concerns of what the member's saying, and I take it very seriously. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Enfin, et encore une fois, ça fera plaisir d'avoir la conversation. C'est juste que lorsqu'on s'aperçoit que ce médicament-là est donné et ne figure pas sur la liste de médicaments qui est donnée aux résidents, ça soulève de grandes inquiétudes. Et dernière question, c'est est-ce que la ministre peut dire à cette Chambre si le ministère a présentement un système en place pour évaluer les effets adverses que ce médicament pourrait avoir avec les autres médicaments prescrits pour les résidents et résidentes? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Social Development.
So, Mr. Speaker, residents in nursing homes are under the care of an attending physician. And so
I hear what the member's saying. Do I know about specific cases? No. If a family is certainly experiencing something like this, I would hope that they would reach out to us. But aside from that, if the member can bring me information, I'm happy to address it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, la crise actuelle de la main-d'œuvre se situe partout, que ce soit au niveau de la santé, que ce soit au niveau de l'éducation, que ce soit au niveau des entreprises privées, des foyers de soins. Ça se retrouve dans l'entièreté de la province. Actuellement, il est difficile d'avoir un médecin de famille ou un professionnel de santé primaire. Il est difficile pour les gens de trouver un logement, qu'il soit abordable ou non. Il est difficile de trouver une place où rester. Il y a des problèmes au niveau du système d'éducation. Le gouvernement veut retirer des services à la population. Il manque de professionnels. Il est clair actuellement qu'avec toute cette réalité-là, on se pose la question comment les gens peuvent-ils quitter une autre région, une autre province ou un autre pays pour venir travailler ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. Monsieur le Président, est-ce que le premier ministre et son gouvernement ont un plan afin de s'assurer que les gens qui veulent venir au Nouveau-Brunswick pourront avoir un système de santé efficace, un logement et des services d'éducation qu'ils méritent pour venir travailler ici même au Nouveau-Brunswick?
Mr. Speaker, it's certainly no secret that there are a lot of challenges faced by a population that's grown faster than it's grown in its history since Confederation. There's no question, Mr. Speaker, that labour is an issue right across this country. And I see it in our meetings with my colleagues all over Canada. There is certainly a challenge, Mr. Speaker. And what does that mean for all of us? It means we have to do things differently, smarter. We have to do things innovatively. We can't keep complaining and doing the same old thing and hope it'll get better, Mr. Speaker. And it applies right across the board. I mean, it's not in any one sector, to the member opposite's point. It is universal in every sector. And so the challenge for us is accepting change. The challenge for us is to say, you know what? What's the big important? Is health care number one in this province? Well, then let's figure out how we work together to give the best health care. If education is number two in this province, well, then let's figure out how we work together to give better education. Because, Mr. Speaker, people are not available to fill the needs that we have across the country, let alone New Brunswick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton-Madawaska.
Monsieur le Président, ça fait 4 ans que ce premier ministre et son gouvernement sont en place. Ils sont en train encore de se questionner qu'est-ce qu'ils devraient faire afin de solutionner les problèmes qu'on vit au Nouveau-Brunswick au niveau de la crise de main-d'œuvre. Je pense qu'après 4 ans, s'ils ne savent pas, ça commence à être grand temps qu'ils s'en aillent pour que d'autres puissent prendre la place. D'un autre côté, Monsieur le Président, les aînés nous parlent depuis plusieurs années des défis qui sont prêts, eux, à venir aider aux défis au niveau de la main-d'œuvre. Certains aînés retraités sont prêts à venir faire 5 heures, 10 heures, 15 heures, 20 heures de travail afin d'aider. Un ou des obstacles à ce niveau-là, c'est qu'ils ne veulent pas perdre leurs acquis. Ils ne veulent pas perdre les services qu'ils ont actuellement à cause qu'ils auront travaillé 1 heure de trop ou 2 heures de trop. Donc, Monsieur le Président, nous savons que nos retraités peuvent faire partie de la solution. Est-ce que le premier ministre a un plan en place qui va s'assurer que nos retraités et nos aînés qui veulent contribuer auront la chance de le faire et n'auront pas d'impact négatif sur leur programme qu'ils ont actuellement?
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for the question. And he brings up a very valid point with respect to trying to engage seniors across this province and be part of the workforce solutions. In fact, I was in his hometown not very long ago in the Madawaska region, where the Chamber of Commerce in that region came up with a program with support from our department and to get seniors back to work. Maybe they want to work 1 day a week, 2 days a week. Maybe they want to work a few hours here and there. There's great success at the golf course in Madawaska right in his region in that regard. That program was so successful and blew away all the targets right in that region. We took that program province-wide, and we're getting results across the province, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, le ministre parle des services qui sont offerts. Moi, je parle quels sont les programmes qui ne seront pas coupés si nos gens âgés, nos retraités veulent aller travailler. Quels seront les programmes qui ne seront pas coupés s'ils gagnent $1 de trop? C'est ça la question. Mais vous savez, Monsieur le Président, lorsqu'on parle dans son entièreté, les plans avec les conservateurs sont inexistants. On sait que la rétention et le recrutement sont essentiels si on veut s'assurer d'avoir des services dans la province. Les autres provinces, comme ça a été dit au cours des derniers mois et des dernières années au niveau de la santé, ont démontré clairement qu'on doit être actif. Les autres provinces le sont. Ils sont actifs et proactifs. Pendant ce temps-là, les conservateurs dorment au gaz. Ils dorment sur la switch. Quand est-ce que le gouvernement conservateur va arriver avec un plan concret qui va s'assurer que le recrutement et la rétention en santé vont être une priorité? Quand est-ce?
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
You know, I would hate to get up every day and see the world from the perspective of a Liberal where the glass is always half empty, Mr. Speaker. You know, they want to talk about the labour force and with making sure that we're meeting some of our labour market demands. You know, it was a Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, that cut the seats at Memorial University a number of years ago. And what I was proud to be part of a government, Mr. Speaker, that bought those seats back a number of years ago. And I was also proud, Mr. Speaker, to be a part of a government years later that actually repatriated those seats and brought them back to New Brunswick to Dalhousie Medicine, Mr. Speaker. So you know what, Mr. Speaker? They can sit there and they can whine and complain about the glass being half empty all they want. I showed the member opposite a great project in his hometown, in his home region, that's had great success, Mr. Speaker. You know, they can talk about the glass being half empty all they want, Mr. Speaker, but you know what? We're working hard to fill the glass up over here.
Mr. Speaker, that's also that government that's exporting these positions to Maine in the U.S. Nothing to brag about. So, Mr. Speaker, we recognize the benefit associated with the new heat pump program, which is a welcome announcement, I must admit. Half full sometimes. But the reality is that it won't be available this winter for many New Brunswickers who need help now. I am thinking specifically about New Brunswickers who rent their homes and don't have the ability to install heat pumps to defray their cost. Qu'est-ce que le ministre va dire à une mère monoparentale de 2 enfants avec un revenu très modéré qui loue son logement? La Nouvelle-Écosse et l'île du Prince-Édouard ont développé des programmes pour aider leurs citoyens. Ma question est très spécifique. À quel programme d'assistance financière cette mère néo-brunswickoise peut-elle faire des demandes pour bénéficier de cette aide? Comment cette maman peut-elle absorber les coûts de l'inflation qui afflige particulièrement notre population la plus vulnérable? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Bravo.
Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell the member opposite what I would say to a single mother or someone in a tough situation. But first, I'm going to tell the member opposite that while you folks sit over there and creatively try to come up with questions to criticize what this government is doing, we sit as a caucus and we sit as a cabinet and we go through every possible opportunity we have to redirect funds back into the pockets of New Brunswickers because we understand the struggles that they're having. We've come forward with over $1 billion worth of spending in different various forms of relief coming to New Brunswickers. We realize that one wallet has to bear the expense, and as a government, we're looking to create ways that we can divert funds and make life easier for New Brunswickers. You never talk about that. You never talk about the holistic spread of government, about how we are filling that glass. You're poking holes in the bottom of it. We're choosing to find ways to plug those holes and bring relief to New Brunswickers. It's a serious subject, and we would tell single mothers, anybody that's having an issue, that we're there.
Minister. Member for Memon-Cook-Canton-Mar.
Monsieur le Président, lorsque les gens sont malades, ils doivent choisir entre leur santé et leur chèque de paie, car ils doivent joindre les deux bouts. Et cela signifie également que même lorsqu'ils sont malades, ils doivent parfois aller travailler ou envoyer leurs enfants à l'école ou à la garderie afin de maintenir leur ménage à flot. Il s'agit non seulement d'un défi pour leur bien-être, mais aussi un défi de santé publique, car cela favorise la propagation des virus. Un rapport du gouvernement de la Colombie-Britannique a révélé que les jours de maladie payés présentaient de nombreux avantages, notamment en réduisant l'absentéisme et en facilitant le recrutement et la rétention. Le Premier ministre appuiera-t-il le projet de loi 27 cet après-midi afin que tous les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick aient accès à des jours de congé de maladie payés?
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the question, and I actually look forward to the conversation this afternoon. There is an ongoing conversation across the country around paid sick leave, and the member opposite is quite right in terms of the way things have changed with respect to the spreading of viruses and the fact that we've come through a global pandemic very recently. And if we expect people to stay at home, we have to start thinking outside the box. Look, we're taking a look at the legislation that they've proposed. I look forward to that conversation this afternoon, but it is a very timely discussion, and it is one that we need to have. And I would encourage the members opposite from the Green Party throughout the afternoon. Let's have that conversation both on the floor and off to the side, because I do think it's a very timely discussion. It's happening at our FPT meetings across the country, and I know there's other jurisdictions that are certainly looking in this direction as well.
The member for Cook Centre Mount.
Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time we've brought this type of legislation to the floor. I'm glad to hear that there might be a glimmer of hope. Maybe the government will consider supporting our bill and making sure it becomes law, because this is a matter of better rights for workers and better public health policy. And it's long overdue. It was important before the pandemic, and the pandemic made it clear. The advice from public health is to stay home when you're sick, but it's difficult, if not impossible, for people to do that if they do not have paid sick days and they're struggling to make ends meet. There are so many viruses going around now, from RSV, the flu, the COVID, and Premier even pointed out on the radio this morning that he dealt with a bout of the flu that left him sick for 2 weeks. So will the Premier stand up for New Brunswickers and New Brunswick workers, stand up for public health, and guarantee that all New Brunswickers will have access to paid sick days?
Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated a few minutes ago, with respect to viruses and pandemics, and a lot of things changed coming out of COVID, quite frankly. More people work at home than ever before, and we're going to have to look at how we maybe rethink some of our labour laws around that in terms of other protections above and beyond the type of protection that the member opposite is talking about here. So once again, I'll reiterate what I said. I look forward to the conversation today. It won't end with the conversation today as well, and I would ask that we have a couple of other conversations off to the side in terms of looking at this specific bill and whether or not it's the bill that we need to get done what's being considered, or what other aspects that we could look at as well. Thank you.
The Deputy to Kent Sud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we had quite a show there from the Minister from Natural Resources. Boy, he does know how to spin. He gave a beautiful one-minute speech on how they care, but he did not mention one single concrete action that this government has given to a single mother of 2 kids. I'm sure that single mother really enjoyed the minister's answer, because it was a whole bunch of bullcrap, Mr. Speaker. He didn't say anything at all. So I am asking the question again. Let's not ask to that minister. Let's ask to anybody in government, somebody who can give a real answer. What are the programs available to a single mother of 2 kids who really needs that help, who really is seeing the inflation and is seeing that there is no help coming? In Nova Scotia, every family that makes $85,000 or less are going to receive a $1,000 check at the end of this year. What is this government doing?
Bravo! Minister of Natural Resources and Energy Development.
Mr. Chair, to the member opposite, let's have a conversation, and let's have a conversation about facts. It bothers me that this question period started with the Leader of the Opposition going on rumours and the minister clarifying with facts, and that's still not enough. And then the member from the Bucktouche area standing up and trying to create scenarios where we actually have put initiatives together. From the energy perspective, if they don't own their home, there are still areas and avenues where single parents can get efficiency products that will come into their home and will have an impact. But above and beyond that, the Minister of Finance stood here and tabled a long list of initiatives where we have taken revenue and redirected it back into the province of New Brunswick. That's not a rumour. That's not a joke. That's not something that you sweep under the rug. That's something that you celebrate as a government that is standing up and saying, we get it, we understand, and we are going to take a number of initiatives to put those funds back in the pockets of New Brunswick. That's real, not a rumour.
Yeah. Deputy to Kent Sud.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, not a single concrete action. Nada. The master of spin is at it again. And I'll give some concrete information here. On January 9, 2022, the Premier cancelled a $100 home energy rebate program that was assisting over 33,000 low-income families, including those who rent apartments. On September 28th, again of this year, the minister announced a heat pump program, but people who rent apartments don't qualify. That's not rumor, that's fact. On this coming April of next year, the EUB will decide on a potentially historic NB Power rate increase request. That's not rumor, that's fact. The Premier recently removed the rent cap, that's also fact, that protected people living in rental properties from sharp rent increases. Mr. Speaker, low-income families and seniors are left helpless and vulnerable while the Premier provides sizable tax benefit to the wealthiest New Brunswickers. That is also fact. What are going to do to protect the vulnerable, Mr. Speaker? We need concrete.
The Minister of Social Development.
Well, that was quite theatrical, Mr. Speaker. And you know, we have never not recognized that we have New Brunswickers who are struggling. We have worked very hard in our mandate so far to ensure that we are putting in real programs that have substantive impacts with those who are not only low income, but those who are working poor. And you know, that's why tax relief is so important. That's why, you know, when he speaks about a removal of a benefit, that we've just actually not only gave more than that back to the same population. You know, Mr. Speaker, they stand and they talk and they put out information that is so disjointed that it's not even believable. So, Mr. Speaker, we will continue.
Time for question period has expired. I will, before I hear any points of order, I would like to remind the member for Kent South that the word he used, bullcrap, and I'll use it once, certainly, in my opinion, denotes falsehoods, and I think we should raise the level of the discussion here, and I don't want to hear that language in the chamber, so I'd ask the member to withdraw that word.
I am withdrawing that word, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you.
There, good job.
Tabling of documents. Statement by ministers. The Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across New Brunswick, our healthcare system is supported by hardworking, dedicated professionals who deserve our praise and also deserve a part of a well-staffed system. That's why the Provincial Health Plan recognized that recruitment and training are key to ensuring the stability of New Brunswick's health system. We've talked about efforts to recruit abroad, but requirement is also happening here. In the past, it may have been difficult for nursing students to get full-time work after leaving school. Mais ce n'est pas le cas maintenant. Nous savons à quel point d'un étudiant est déterminant pour trouver un employé à temps plein à fin de leur études. So, I want nursing students and New Brunswickers to know that both the Vitality and Horizon Health authorities are offering summer work to nursing students and offering guaranteed full-time employment following graduation. Whether you're a first-year student or a graduate nurse, RHAs will support your career advancement. To learn more, I urge nursing students and recent graduates to reach out to the province's RHAs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it looks like this government is listening to solutions that we bring forward. This is exactly something that we brought forward when Susan Holt was elected leader of the Liberal Party. She went out and consulted with healthcare professionals, various associations, and she brought forward a report. We presented a report with 6 priority areas, and one of the areas was that we would go directly to our nursing schools and recruit those students. but we would go to them and we would present them with a guaranteed job. That is one step further. What they plan on doing is urging nursing students and recent graduates to reach out to our province's RHAs. I would go one step further. Let's go to them. Let's not wait for them to call us. They're going to go elsewhere when somebody else contacts them. Let's go to them. Let's go now, and let's get moving on this initiative, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Kent North.
Juste point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président, l'horloge a recommencé. En fait, je pense que ça devrait être à peu près 1 minute 25 au niveau des réponses. Là, lorsque le ministre était rendu à 30 secondes à peu près, l'horloge est revenue. Donc, je voulais juste m'assurer que les membres aient le même temps que le ministre a eu pour faire son discours.
We'll add it to 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Je peux prendre dans 15 secondes pour ma réplique.
15 seconds.
OK, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je veux ajouter que c'est exactement ce que nous avons proposé, c'est d'aller offrir des garanties aux étudiants et étudiantes en soins infirmiers. C'est ça qu'on a fait. Moi, je demande au gouvernement d'aller plus loin. On n'attend pas qu'ils viennent à nous, on va les chercher directement.
The Deputy to Member Cook Dantermar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to start by thanking every single healthcare worker across the province. Merci. Je veux remercier tous les gens qui travaillent dans nos systèmes de soins de santé pour soigner les gens. We have people working across the province to save lives, but they are understaffed, and they have been understaffed and understrained for years, and it is unacceptable. And for the government to say that they prioritize recruitment and training and retention in their provincial health plan is very rich. Kind of hard to find it in there, frankly, Mr. Speaker. And we know that the focus on retention needs to be stepped up. We know that they talk about how many nurses and they're bringing in, but, Mr. Speaker, almost just as many are leaving. And so we need to see stronger recruitment, stronger retention across the healthcare system, Mr. Speaker. It is unfortunate that we've arrived here, but we need to see this government step up.
Thank you. Members, just in explanation, we were slow in getting the clock started. Therefore, we added the extra 15 seconds. The Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to update the House on skilled trades here in New Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, our government has set a goal of increasing the number of registered apprentices in 5 priority trades by 21% by 2024. The priority trades include construction electrician, carpenter, bricklayer, plumber, and roofer. Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud to share with members of this House that after 1 year, we have increased the participation in these priority trades by over 10%. Mr. Speaker, we also hit 2 significant milestones recently. For the first time ever, we now have over 100 active Indigenous apprentices. And, Mr. Speaker, for the first time ever, we now have over 5,000 active apprentices overall. Mr. Speaker, this is certainly great news for New Brunswick's construction sector and supporting the development of housing here in New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to more good news on this front in the very near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Tracadie Shiloh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The day before the high school graduation in July, the Minister of Post-Secondary Education announced the end to the EI Connect program without any warning whatsoever. Now, what we found out a month later is that the students who were in these trades were able to qualify for this program, which is a good thing. The problem is he didn't announce it to everyone in the province. What he did was order his staff to call every single student that was enrolled in one of these trades and says, you know what, you are eligible for EI, because the EI program still is available for you guys. And it is a good thing. It is a good thing to actually put in place that program for these trades, because there is a labour shortage. But, Mr. Speaker, there's a labour shortage everywhere. And that EI Connect program should be available to all students who want to better their academic results in order to help this province.
The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the minister is passionate about trying to increase the number of tradespeople in the province, and that's a good thing. Absolutely. I guess I look at it from the other end as well, and I hope that he's speaking with the Minister of Education, Early Childhood and Education, because we need to think long-term as well, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of young people who come out of high school without knowing what they're going to do. Particularly young guys, the unemployment rates are high. They don't have a trade. Both girls and boys in our school system should be exposed to the trade opportunities that are out there, and so they give consideration to actually learning a trade, Mr. Speaker. And when I talk about long-term planning, we need to put back shop and other trades infrastructure into our school system, Mr. Speaker. That would help considerably to ensure that our students, both male and female, see this as a real option for their future, a real option for their career, and enables them to do that kind of work inside the school system before they graduate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. I'd like to revert to introduction of guests. Did you want to say something? Oh. Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Well, listen, Mr. Speaker, I know you're probably going to join me in this, but I just want to welcome two very good friends to the gallery, Betty Quinn and Chris Oliver, no stranger to any of us here on this side of the House and probably throughout the House as well. And they're here. I don't know how long they've been there watching some of this, but it's great to have them with us here today. Thanks, Mr. Speaker.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say something as well.
You'd be in trouble.
I've been often accused of forgetting to introduce my wife, and so I appreciate you being in the gallery today. She's my strength, and I appreciate everything she does for me to allow me to participate here at the Legislative Assembly. And to Betty, our good friend, and welcome to the Legislative Assembly, and enjoy the day, and don't spend too much money. Thank you. Presentation of petitions. Answers to written questions and petitions. Presentation of committee reports. Member for Carleton York.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Economic Policy begs leave to submit this, their 7th report. Your committee met on December the 14th, 2022, and had under consideration Bill 23, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, and have agreed to the same. And your committee begs leave to make a further report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Carleton York presents the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Economic Policy. Pursuant to Standing Rule 78.1, a motion that the report be concurred in is deemed to be before the House. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. Introduction of bills. Notice of motion. Notice of opposition members' business. The opposition House Leader. Excuse me again. Member for the Green Party, Kent North.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, je donne avis à la Chambre qu'aujourd'hui, nous allons débattre le projet de loi 27, la loi modifiant la loi sur les normes d'emploi. So I give notice that we will be debating Bill 27, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Opposition House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we gave notice yesterday that we would discuss Motion 20, followed by Motion 10, And I would ask unanimous consent of the House. There have been deliberations with the House leaders that we will reverse that order and we'll do 10 first, followed by 20.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Government motions for the business of the House. The Government House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. So, third readings. We will start off with third readings in this order. Bill 11, Bill 13, Bill 15, Bill 19, Bill 3, Bill 21, Bill 25, Bill 10, and with unanimous consent of the House, if we have time, Bill 23, which is an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Third reading.
Bill 11.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill 11 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act respecting the health and safety of fishers. Bill 13.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 13 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act to amend the Salvage Dealers Licensing Act. Bill 15.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 15 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act respecting petroleum products pricing. Bill 19.
Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 19 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Fiduciaries Access to Digital Assets Act. So resuming the adjourned debate on Bill 3.
Mm-hmm. Resuming the adjourned debate on Bill number 3, the amendment. Member for Kent North.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'avais presque fini mon discours lorsqu'on s'est quitté la dernière fois. Donc, j'invite fortement mes collègues à appuyer l'amendement. Il s'agit d'un projet de loi qui ouvre les portes grandes ouvertes à la privatisation de la santé. Et, Monsieur le Président, comme que j'ai pu démontrer dans mes interventions et que mes collègues ont pu démontrer dans nos interventions, nous sommes fortement opposés à toute forme de privatisation. En fait, ça va avoir l'effet contraire. On va perdre la main-d'œuvre, Monsieur le Président, pour notre secteur public. Et en plus de ça, on va finir par payer plus cher pour moins de services. Et donc, Monsieur le Président, je m'opposerai à tout prix à ce projet de loi. Merci.
Do we have other speakers? On the amendment, moved by the member for Memon-Cook-Tantermar, seconded by the member for Kent North, that the motion for third reading be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. Bill number 3, an act respecting surgical facilities, be not now read a third time, but that the order for third reading be discharged and the subject matter of the bill referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. All those in favour of the amendment, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the amendment defeated. On the bill. It is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 3 be now read a third time. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act respecting surgical facilities. Bill 21.
This is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 21 be now read a third time. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act to amend the New Brunswick Health Council Act. Resuming the adjourned debate on Bill 25.
Who do we have on? Resuming the adjourned debate on Bill number 25, I recognize the member for Kent Sud.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ça me fait plaisir de poursuivre mon allocution par rapport au projet de loi 25. J'ai eu la chance hier de prendre beaucoup de temps pour un peu expliquer. Je l'ai fait je l'ai fait essentiellement en anglais, donc je vais en profiter. Il me reste à peu près 7 minutes. Je vais un peu répéter, résumer en français parce que c'est un projet de loi important. C'est un projet de loi pour lequel on ne va pas s'opposer comme opposition, mais j'ai été très clair qu'on trouve que ce projet de loi ici ne va pas assez loin. Il ne va pas assez loin pour protéger les gens qui sont dans une position vulnérable, les gens qui sont ceux qui ont des revenus fixes, les gens qui ont des revenus des bas, ceux qui sont sur l'assistance, ceux qui ont de la difficulté finalement. Parce que ce qui arrive avec l'inflation que l'on voit, ça fait en sorte que les prix des loyers ont augmenté considérablement et ça fait en sorte que les gens, surtout à revenus fixes, ont besoin de protection, Monsieur le Président. Et puis, cette protection-là, le projet de loi 25 en apporte une certaine couche, mais selon moi, elle est insuffisante. La bonne nouvelle avec le projet de loi, c'est que la protection que ça apporte, je vais l'expliquer un peu, ça permet ça fait en sorte que si les gens font une plainte au niveau du tribunal sur les loyers, je ne sais pas comment on le dit, le terme spécifique en français, je le connais en anglais, mais le fameux tribunal sur les loyers, on sait que les gens ne vont pas, le tribunal va s'assurer que ça n'augmentera pas plus que l'indice des prix de la consommation. Okay? Donc, l'indice des prix de la consommation, on sait que cette année, jusqu'à la fin novembre, il était de 7,3 on attend de voir ce que ça va être en décembre, et là, on va faire la moyenne de l'année. Donc, je pense que c'est raisonnable de penser que l'indice de prix à la consommation sera entre 7 et 7,5 Donc, ça veut dire qu'à partir de l'année prochaine, le tribunal fera en sorte qu'il n'y aura pas une augmentation qui sera plus élevée qu'entre 7 et 7,5 Donc, si on va voir le tribunal, techniquement, ils vont s'assurer que, au moins dans une année, parce qu'on sait que maintenant, les propriétaires peuvent faire seulement une augmentation dans l'année et ils doivent donner une notification de 6 mois. Donc, sachant cela, ce qui s'ajoute avec ce projet de loi, c'est qu'ils peuvent répartir des augmentations sur une période de 3 ans, si elle va au-delà de l'indice du prix de la consommation. Donc, dans ce cas-ci, j'ai donné l'exemple hier si on parle de quelqu'un qui donne une notification que ça va être une augmentation de 20 à partir de l'année prochaine, bien, ça veut dire que si on se base sur l'indice de prix de la consommation, qui est entre 7 et 7,5 vraisemblablement, ça voudrait dire qu'en 2023, il y aura une augmentation de 7 à 7,5 il y aurait en 2024 une autre augmentation d'à peu près la même chose, et en 2025, une autre augmentation qui ferait en sorte que le total sera de 20 Peut-être que ça peut vouloir dire qu'ils vont couper le chiffre en tiers, exactement, qui voudrait dire 6,7 par année. Donc, ça fait en sorte que ça permet au moins une augmentation qui est plus échelonnée dans le temps, et ça va donner un répit à ceux qui le demandent. Le problème qui se pose... puis l'autre chose que je pense qui est important de mentionner avec le peu de temps qui me reste, c'est que le tribunal va aussi vous faire une étude de marché pour s'assurer que les prix des loyers environnants sont à peu près le même. Donc, ça ne veut pas dire que le tribunal va automatiquement accorder l'augmentation. Si c'est jugé que ce que le propriétaire charge est déjà dans le prix du marché, le tribunal peut refuser l'augmentation ou il peut faire en sorte de réduire l'augmentation et de dire, ben le marché, c'est plutôt 10 et non 20 Et puis, il peut négocier ça avec le propriétaire. Donc, il y a aussi cette protection-là qui s'ajoute. Donc, quand on regarde ces protections-là, on se dit, c'est déjà mieux que rien. C'est un pas dans la bonne direction. Où je trouve que ce n'est pas suffisant, et c'est là que j'ai élaboré longuement, le problème, c'est qu'on demande aux locataires de faire les plaintes. Et quand on demande aux locataires de faire des plaintes, il y a seulement ce locataire-là, si on lui donne raison, il y a seulement ce locataire-là qui va bénéficier de la décision qui lui est favorable, alors que tous les autres locataires de ce même bâtiment, on va dire s'il y a 16 unités, ça veut dire qu'eux ne vont pas nécessairement bénéficier s'ils n'ont pas fait la plainte. Donc, je trouve que c'est un déséquilibre qui favorise les propriétaires, Monsieur le Président. Et c'est là où, c'est la raison pour laquelle, numéro un, nous disons ici à l'opposition officielle, nous sommes clairs, qu'on veut voir un plafonnement des loyers, parce qu'un plafonnement des loyers est beaucoup plus efficace quand ça vient à maintenir un loyer à un prix raisonnable, et en plus, ce n'est pas aux propriétaires de faire des plaintes. Le propriétaire fait des plaintes si le plafonnement n'est pas suivi. Et ça a été fait par le passé, et puis il faut le faire comme ça. Donc, ça, c'est la première chose, mais à la limite, si le gouvernement persiste et signe de ne pas faire un plafonnement des loyers, nous, on dit, puis on a eu cette discussion-là avec la ministre, au moins de dire, écoutez, si vous ne voulez pas mettre ce plafond-là, s'il vous plaît, faites en sorte que ce soit le propriétaire qui doive aller au tribunal pour demander l'augmentation et non le propriétaire qui faut se plaindre qu'il y a une augmentation. Donc, si on a le propriétaire qui va, lui, il va le justifier. Et puis, puis le propriétaire a plus d'intérêt, il connaît mieux ça. Tu sais, il y a plus un intérêt pécunier. Tu sais, alors que le propriétaire, le locataire, lui, il y a d'autres choses qui se passent dans la vie, là. Il y a moins un intérêt direct. Ça fait en sorte que, si ce sont les propriétaires qui le font, ça enlève la pression, ça enlève le poids sur le locataire. Et je pense que ça, c'est la meilleure façon de l'approcher. Je sais que j'en ai parlé avec la ministre. La ministre dit très ouverte à la question, et ça me rassure. On attend pour voir. Elle dit que ça vient au printemps, elle l'a dit publiquement. Donc, j'attends de voir que ça arrive. Donc, j'ai 15 secondes, Monsieur le Président. C'est juste pour dire qu'on est OK avec le projet de loi. Ça ne va pas assez loin. On va suivre ça de près, que la ministre va apporter un projet de loi qui apporte ça encore plus loin au printemps 2023. Puis on espère que ce soit un contrôle des loyers aussi. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising at the third reading of Bill 25. And although there has been a time allocation motion put forward by government to limit debate on this, I need to take a few minutes to stand up because this bill is inadequate, Mr. Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, as you're changing seats right now. So, Madam Speaker, this bill is inadequate because what is really needed is more protection for renters and a proper rent cap. And that rent cap is about to expire, and it is unacceptable that people are being put in this position. And so, Madam Speaker, we need a rent cap, but what we see this government continues to do is to tweak around the edges and bring in inadequate protections piecemeal and temporarily. And it seems that they didn't have any trouble getting tax breaks for the rich and figuring out how to do that. But it seems, oh, well, there's not enough data to protect tenants. Well, Madam Speaker, that is unacceptable. And in addition to a rent cap, what is needed is stronger protections for tenants to stop rent evictions. We need a rent cap. We need the onus to be put on landlords, and we did try to amend legislation that was brought forward earlier this year. We've tried to introduce legislation previously, and we need to put the onus on landlords. It is difficult for, there's a power imbalance, and it can be difficult for some tenants to navigate the system, to make complaints. They worry about the risk of losing their housing, and The onus should be on the landlords to justify what they need to do to justify that the person actually needs to leave their house in order for renovations to be done, or to justify a rental increase. There also needs to be a rental registry, and we need major investments in public housing, and we need to address the affordable housing crisis, because, Madam Speaker, we have an affordable housing crisis, and what is being done is inadequate and leans towards helping the landlords and helping the rich, and not protecting those who need the most help, especially those on fixed incomes, those renters who are worried about losing their housing, worried how they're going to make ends meet as the rent cap expires just in a couple weeks at the end of this year. So, Madam Speaker, as I said, I actually have more to say, but there is a time limit. There's an anti-democratic limitation on debate, and so that is all the time I have to speak to Bill 25 at third reading. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any further speakers?
Are there any further speakers on Bill 25?
Set you up very well, did they?
It is the pleasure of the House that Bill 25 be now read a third time. All those in favour will please say yea. Yea. All those against, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act respecting residential tenancies, Bill number 10.
Is it the pleasure of the House for Bill number 10 to be now read? I recognize the member for Bathurst, Beresford. Bathurst West, Beresford. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It has changed in the last couple of days, I understand. Yeah, I'm glad to speak on Bill number 10. I know there's been quite a bit of discussion on this in the legislature. We had some really good discussion around it in committee. Got a lot of facts around what was being done, and it just seemed like sometimes the debate was not reflecting the questions that were happening. And what's always been talked about here is whether it was a question of either or in this project, but really what it is about, it's and we're talking about in question period or committee, we found out that it was a $70 million that was going to be afforded to tax relief to the public, and it started off with the amount, and then it was spread out amongst different categories of taxpayers, and I'll get back to that in a second. But the question was always about, or the debate seemed to end up, are we for or against reducing taxes, which never was that. The backdrop of all this was a $775 million surplus, and that's where the and comes in. There is enough room for the minister to pay down the debt. There is enough room right now to lower taxes at the amounts that he does. There's enough room right now to invest in infrastructure. But there's also room to bringing help to New Brunswickers, and we're hearing a lot of different initiatives, but some of it is only going to take effect in the long term, or even in the midterm. And what seems to be missing, what the cry is coming out, is what do we have short term to bridge to help people until those programs come into effect and help them just get through the winter. And there is room in that. And bridging, the great thing about bridging programs is sometimes they're one-time events, one-time amounts that don't have to be repeated, and that speaks to what the AG report that also came in saying we got to be careful with these surpluses that they might not be repetitive. So it is about balance and just equalizing where the money is going without jeopardizing anything. Now, what we found out by looking at the stats is there was a very general statement that said 225,000 New Brunswickers are going to get help out of this tax relief, equaling 70 million. But when you actually look at how it's split, 23% of that fund, 16 million of it, is going to go to people that are making $176,757 and over. That's 8,000 people. And then there's 37% of that amount, 26 million, that is going to go to people that make 95,432 to 176,756. They're 44,000, so they represent about 19.5% of the population. And then there's 41%, 29 million, that is going to go to people between 47,715 in revenue to 95,000. That's 173,000 people, about 77% of the people. And when the minister was asked in committee how that portion was divided up, it was especially, I guess, it was around feel. We're just trying to equalize it between different groups and make sure that it's all right. That is not very strong statistically, or it's not a very strong argument. I just say, like, it just feels right. And when you look at the numbers, taxation rates, when they come out all even, looks a little bit, in French it's aléatoire. I don't know what the English word is, aléatoire. Translator will get it. I wonder if he really wanted to provide the relief in the right areas, why not just go with the percentage of taxpayers? So if you've got 3.5% of taxpayers that are in the highest bracket, then give 3.5% of the 70 million to those people. That way, the largest portion of the taxpayer group, 77% of them, would have got 77% of the 70 million. But it's just disproportionately given to the higher bracket. And we did address this in committee. We did ask the minister, and essentially his argument is that that group pays more taxes. That highest tax bracket pays more taxes, and he's right. If you are making 176,000 above, you're probably paying more taxes than somebody who's making 47. But when you're the Minister of Finance and you're looking at your budget and you're looking at the budget line, you have to look at where the money's coming from. And in reality, the first two groups, the lowest tax bracket groups, the ones that pay, by his definition, less taxes, actually pay 63% of that line. So 63% of our personal income tax amount comes from people that are in that third or second category. The highest category only pays 15% of that global amount. And if you add the two tops, now that they've combined, it's 18%. So yeah, individually they pay more, but to the province, the group that really counts, that makes a difference, is that lower tax bracket. They're the ones that should have got the biggest portion of this. And this is what we've been asking for, to help the ones that are maybe finding it a little tougher. And what's happening is the discussion is getting very animated, because then it reminds me a lot of classes. See, Minister of Post-Secondary Education and Maslow's needs. We always did that in university. I love that theorem. The first two are always the most heated. You know, when you're looking for security and physiological needs, which is housing, which is nutrition, which is being safe, that's where you get the most passionate debate, because it's hard to be objective when your stomach is empty or when you're cold. And what's happening right now is that group that is feeling that is getting larger and larger and larger in numbers. So it's important to make sure that that lower group get some help. And we're not necessarily seeing it going to that group with this bill. And there was a possibility to do it, and it wasn't about not reducing taxes. Nobody really likes taxes, so why wouldn't it be a good thing? The issue we had, and I guess it was a false debate, because even if this bill was defeated, there's no guarantee that that 70 million would be provided in programs that would get to the people that need it. It would probably end up where we always see it go, against the debt. And We're doing fine on reducing the debt. We're doing a little bit too much on it, actually, especially when people are asking for that kind of help. And when we asked about that permanent reduction in income, is essentially what it is, because the AG report had two conclusions. The province has to be careful about increasing expenses that are going to be permanent and burden the province for the future, or they're going to have to increase income to make sure that they can keep paying for those programs for the future. What the AG didn't bring up was to reduce income, which is exactly what this bill does. We're reducing our income by 70 million. To this, the minister responded, well, we've had 50,000 people come into the province. We'll attract more, and those people will pay more taxes, and that'll cover the lost income. And the question was asked, well, we have the tax system that we have now, and we attracted 50,000 people. Why do we have to change it to attract more? Obviously, there's something aside from tax relief that is attractive to this province. And unfortunately, what seemed to come out of the debate is that the wealthiest people need to be, this province needs to be attractive to the wealthiest people. That's why our tax rate on the higher brackets needs to come down. When in fact, there was absolutely zero statistics that were brought forward, or any analysis that was brought forward on which tax bracket those 50,000 people that have come into the province in the recent years belong to. So without those stats, who are we attracting? We don't even know. So again, wouldn't it have been more logical to just go with a simple statistical review saying there's 3% of the people in this bracket, they'll get 3% of the benefit. They don't need to get higher. And I think that would have made a little bit more sense, and it would have been a little bit more palatable to New Brunswickers and people that are asking for help, despite the fact that what they're asking for is immediate help. And again, this will only take effect in over a year, when power bills are, people are struggling to pay their power bills now. They're struggling to pay for their grocery basket now. And we're not seeing that help coming. What we're seeing is a lot of rhetoric and promises that help is coming. And it's hard to define this bill when you don't see the full picture. Maybe it is very acceptable if we know that that help is in fact coming. But we've seen a capital budget that did not address any of these issues. What we've seen in a capital budget say we're going to do exactly what we planned on doing, not much more, but it's going to cost more, so we've got to put more money into it. Just happens that that cost more amount brought the amount over $1 billion. Nothing strategic, nothing magical there. Inflation just brought it up, brought it higher. So there's nothing new there to help, nothing that we've seen. And unfortunately, in the midst of all this prosperity, the easiest programs were cut. We talked about it this morning. There was an energy rebate program that were given to people that cost $3 million a year. It was like, if anything, in these times of huge surpluses, wouldn't it have been time to expand it or give a little bit more? What an easy, and the system is completely built already. The lists are there. People know how to apply. Everything was ready for it. It would have been quick and easy to just get it done. We passed the motion on it, and before we even got a chance to argue it, we were being told it was going to get defeated. How do we work with that when the cards are already stacked against you, trying to help New Brunswickers who need it? So again, it isn't a question of either or. It isn't a question of we're going to not reduce income taxes, or we're not going to pay down debt, or we're not going to invest in infrastructure. It's about balance. It's about being able to do a little bit of everything and getting this province forward. And we hear the government celebrating these huge surpluses and the province is going well. It only goes well when everybody in New Brunswick feels that benefit. And right now, there's a significant group of people that aren't feeling this success. And we have the means and the ways to get them involved, to get them into the group that feels what this province can be. which is the best that it can be, I think. So, with the lack of logic behind the bill, I think it's hard for us to support it. Doesn't mean we're against lowering taxes. Just means it has to make sense. It has to fit with the times. It has to make sense with what we see in the numbers by the minister's own admission. So I thank you for giving me the few minutes to speak on this, Mr. Speaker, and have a good day.
The member for Kent Nord.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci de me donner la parole sur la troisième lecture de la loi modifiant la loi de l'impôt sur le revenu du Nouveau-Brunswick. Merci à mon collègue d'avoir fait des commentaires et nous avoir présenté des chiffres très utiles pour mieux comprendre l'impact, l'effet que cette loi peut avoir. Et quand on parle de taxation juste, l'impact réel que ça peut avoir sur la classe ouvrière du Nouveau-Brunswick, Monsieur le Président. On a vu déjà, pendant le débat, certains des chiffres que je vous avais présentés lors d'un débat ultérieur. Il est important de comprendre qu'avec ces changements ici, les gens qui gagnent 40 000 par année, on parle de $0 qui vont sauver lorsqu'on parle de ce projet de loi ici. Les gens qui gagnent à peu près 50 000 par année, on parle de 42 $. 100 000 par année, 421 $. 250 000, 1 703 $ et 500 000, 3 704 $. Et donc, on voit que ça augmente assez rapidement. Oui, Monsieur le Président, on a un système de taxation qui est progressif, comme ça, parce que, comme mon collègue l'a très bien dit, il a fait référence à la pyramide de Maslow, que moi aussi j'ai étudié lors de mon passage à l'université en éducation. C'est quelque chose qu'on étudie quand même beaucoup. Et puis, les besoins essentiels, lorsqu'ils ne sont pas rencontrés, vont créer beaucoup plus de problèmes de société que d'autres choses. Et donc, les gens dans les brackets de taxation plus élevés, Monsieur le Président, on parle ici d'un revenu, disons, disponible. Je pense que c'est ça le terme. En anglais, je crois qu'ils disent « disposable income », donc du revenu disponible. Et donc, ce qu'on est en train de faire avec un projet de loi comme celui-ci, c'est de donner et de mettre plus de revenus disponibles à des gens dont leurs besoins essentiels sont déjà largement rencontrés, Monsieur le Président. Et les gens qui n'ont pas rencontré ces besoins essentiels-là et dont l'inflation va avoir un effet beaucoup plus négatif sur leur vie que les gens qui gagnent plus, Monsieur le Président. Et la raison principale, Monsieur le Président, pourquoi ceci est réellement un mauvais projet de loi, choisi à un très mauvais moment, Monsieur le Président, pendant qu'on rend plus de revenus disponibles aux gens qui n'en ont pas de besoin, on continue au Nouveau-Brunswick de refuser de s'attaquer à des problèmes systémiques quand on parle de taxation ici dans la province. Je vous ai déjà parlé, Monsieur le Président, à plusieurs reprises à propos de l'évitement fiscal, l'évasion fiscale. Lors même d'une période de questions, le ministre des Finances avait été très clair, disant si vous avez l'opportunité de payer moins de taxes, sautez sur ces opportunités-là, même si ça vient avec un grand questionnement éthique où les personnes les plus riches de cette province, on ne parle pas d'un grand nombre de personnes, on parle vraiment les quelques personnes les plus riches de cette province, ont tellement de revenus disponibles qui peuvent payer des gens pour leur aider à monter des stratagèmes fiscaux pour payer encore moins d'impôts que les gens, finalement, qui ont de la misère à rencontrer leurs besoins essentiels en termes de pourcentage. Et comment est-ce qu'ils font ça? J'ai déjà parlé de ça, Monsieur le Président, en Chambre. C'est assez simple. Souvent, avec ces stratagèmes-là, on va ouvrir une entreprise dans un endroit comme les Bermudes, donner un exemple, où on peut enregistrer notre entreprise aux Bermudes et où la taxation des entreprises aux Bermudes est de 0 %. Et donc, on va, à travers de cette entreprise-là, facturer notre entreprise ici au Nouveau-Brunswick. Et puis, on va offrir des services, mais à prix gonflé. Et puis, en payant cette entreprise-là aux Bermudes, de plus en plus, ben, on est en train d'éviter de payer les impôts ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, parce que, Monsieur le Président, je suis sûr que vous le savez, les entreprises au Nouveau-Brunswick vont payer de l'impôt sur le revenu sur leur profit et non leur chiffre d'affaires global. Ils vont payer sur les profits. Donc, si on peut diminuer les profits et amener une entreprise à finalement faire 0 profit par année, ben, on va éviter de payer des impôts ici au Nouveau-Brunswick parce qu'on a réussi à envoyer nos profits réels aux Bermudes où le taux de taxation est 0 %. Et donc, en faisant ça, ben, tout le profit se ramasse dans un compte de banque non taxable. Et donc, les personnes les plus riches de cette province, je nomme les Irving entre autres, Monsieur le Président, il y a d'autres familles qui pratiquent certainement des stratagèmes semblables, mais qu'on a un peu moins d'informations. Mais les McCain, je suis certain, font partie de ces familles-là qui profitent grassement des paradis fiscaux, Monsieur le Président. Et donc, comme que je vous disais, à cause qu'ils sont capables de transférer les profits vers d'autres juridictions, bien, finalement, ils payent à peu près 0 % d'impôts sur une grosse partie de leurs revenus. Ça, c'est beaucoup moins que les gens qui ont de la misère à mettre du manger sur leur table. La classe ouvrière qui, jour après jour, va travailler ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, qui ont peu, malgré leurs difficultés de mettre l'argent sur la table, de payer leur loyer, de subvenir aux besoins de leurs enfants, malgré ça, continuent de payer des impôts pour soutenir notre système de santé, notre système d'éducation, nos routes au Nouveau-Brunswick, dont ces entreprises-là qui sont même pas assez foutues de payer leurs impôts au Nouveau-Brunswick, utilisent pour faire gagner leur richesse, Monsieur le Président. Ils utilisent les routes, ils utilisent l'infrastructure. La raison qu'ils sont capables d'avoir une main-d'œuvre ici au Nouveau-Brunswick, c'est parce qu'il y a un système d'éducation, il y a un système de santé. Bon, qu'on doit travailler très fort à améliorer, Monsieur le Président. Ça, c'est clair. Mais ce que je veux en venir, c'est que dans la situation actuelle, les riches de cette province ou les personnes qui gagnent un meilleur salaire que ceux qui sont complètement au bas de l'échelle de la classe ouvrière n'ont pas besoin en ce moment de l'aide fiscale, Monsieur le Président. C'est beaucoup plus facile de faire des décisions, de couper ici ou là, lorsque ton budget est entièrement gonflé, que quand tu essaies simplement de subvenir à tes besoins essentiels. L'autre chose qui me dérange énormément, Monsieur le Président, c'est que finalement, quand on regarde cette coupure ici, on a un cabinet qui a pris cette décision-là, puis ça, c'est sorti en comité. C'est très clair que le ministère des Finances, ce n'est pas une politique qui vient de la fonction publique. La fonction publique n'a pas proposé ce projet de loi ici au ministère des Finances. C'est vraiment un projet de loi qui a été imposé par le cabinet, Monsieur le Président, et comme ça donne juste que le salaire de tous les gens autour de la table du cabinet vont profiter grandement de cette coupure d'impôts pour les plus riches, Monsieur le Président. Donc, moi, personnellement, je ne peux pas accepter ce projet de loi sous sa forme actuelle. Je pense que c'est très mal avisé et j'espère que le gouvernement va réaliser qu'il n'y a pas de honte à retourner à la table, à dire peut-être qu'on n'a pas pris cette décision-là au bon moment. Il n'y a pas de honte à retourner à la table et de dire on pourra peut-être éventuellement amener quelque chose d'autre, mais aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas le temps, Monsieur le Président. On a encore trop de gens au Nouveau-Brunswick en situation de vulnérabilité, en situation de pauvreté. On a une classe ouvrière qui voit sa capacité de payer pour des besoins essentiels descendre de jour après jour après jour. Ce n'est pas le temps de donner des allègements fiscaux aux plus riches, Monsieur le Président. Donc, je vais amener un amendement à ce projet de loi ici, Monsieur le Président, et l'amendement sera que la motion portant troisième lecture soit amendée comme suit, par la substitution aux mots qui suivent le mot « que » de ce qui suit, le projet de loi 10, loi modifiant la loi de l'impôt sur le revenu du Nouveau-Brunswick, ne soit pas maintenant lu une troisième fois, puisqu'il porte atteinte au principe du régime d'impôt progressif au Nouveau-Brunswick et au Canada. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Moved by the member for Kent North, seconded by the member for Fredericton South, that the motion for third reading be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The House declined to give third reading to Bill number 10, an act to amend the New Brunswick Income Tax Act, as it undermines the principle of the progressive taxation system in New Brunswick and in Canada. Do we have any speakers? The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment. This is a bad bill, and it does undermine the progressiveness of our income tax system by providing significant tax breaks to the higher tax brackets. This government has provided tax breaks twice before this bill since they were elected on the income tax side, but it was at the lowest tax bracket. But of course, Mr. Speaker, which sometimes a lot of people don't realize or forget, that benefits everybody because everyone pays that lowest tax benefit. Obviously would be a greater benefit to those on the lowest income, but it reduces the taxes for everybody, and no matter what their income, because we have this progressive system. And the minister's bill really is a direct hit at the progressive nature of our taxation system, undermines that, and we know, Mr. Speaker, that the fundamental reason for our progressive tax system is to ensure there's reasonable distribution of wealth in society, and when you reduce progressiveness of our tax system, as this bill will, that means the distribution of wealth will be that much more uneven, adding to inequality in wealth, adding to inequality among people. And we know, Mr. Speaker, when inequality increases, that has a domino effect throughout society with many, many other consequences, well documented, Mr. Speaker, around the world. We don't want to see that happening here. So I support the amendment and will vote for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Member Cook Tantamar.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising to speak to the amendment proposed by my Green colleague from Kent North, basically to stop this bill. It's not a good bill, and we have this unfortunate bill coming forward to make our taxation less progressive, and that is the opposite of the direction that we should be going in. And what that means is that ultimately it's really about the rich getting richer. But where is the help for the working class? Where is the help for those that need it the most? Because that is really where the focus should be. And I would like to think that is always what the focus should be, but especially at a time like this, the timing of this bill, when those who have the least have the most pressure on them with rising inflation, rising rents, with so much pressure on them. And this has trickle-down vibes. Well, if we just make the rich richer, if we give them tax assessments, tax assessment breaks, if we just give them more, then, oh, it'll trickle down. It'll help those at the bottom. Mr. Speaker, that is a fantasy. And we need to abandon that old thinking, that old neoliberal thinking, and we need to look at different ways of doing things. But this is just so regressive. This is going backwards, Mr. Speaker. This does not target helping those who need it the most. And when we actually look at some of the numbers of what this means, those making $40,000 a year around there would get nothing from this. And those making about $50,000 a year would get about $42 approximately. $42, Mr. Speaker. And I saw some people saying, my gosh, just keep it and invest it in the healthcare system. I'd say along with some of the millions, hundreds of millions that they've got over there that in that surplus. But Mr. Speaker, this is not the way forward. This is regressive. And if we're talking about taxation, it's hard to not talk about some of the people and corporations who are not being taxed appropriately. This government refuses to deal with the issue of tax havens, of tax evasion, of the millions of dollars that leaves the economy not to be taxed, and then have those taxes invested in our public institutions, as it should be, because they benefit from our infrastructure, but they are hoarding their wealth elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. And they refuse to tackle the issue of poverty. They refuse to change the systems in a way that would help the working class, that would eliminate poverty, that would look at things like a basic income. But nope, let's just give tax breaks, make the rich richer. So, Mr. Speaker, I need to support this motion to stop this bill, and I would encourage the government to go back to the drawing board, to make the taxation more progressive, and to look at what really is needed by the people of New Brunswick, by the working class of New Brunswick, by those who need the most help. Because we know, especially with the current inflation, that household disposable income is being reduced for those with the lowest income. But here we are, helping those who need it the least instead of helping those who need it the most. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, I support this motion, and I encourage others to actually look at what is being done and to consider supporting this motion and going back to the drawing board to come back with some actually progressive taxation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the amendment, all those in favour of the amendment, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the motion or the amendment defeated. Are there any speakers on the bill? Is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 20, excuse me, is it the pleasure of the House that Bill number 10 be now read a third time? All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
An act amending the Brunswick Income Tax Act. Do we have consent to do third reading?
Members, do we have consent to do third reading on Bill number 23? Agreed.
Bill 23.
It is the pleasure of the House that Bill number 23 be now read a third time. The Deputy de Karakadi Shaila.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. They are actually very happy that I'm standing to speak on third reading. Ça fait depuis qu'ils ont déposé le projet de loi qu'on en parle. Je pense que c'est important qu'on continue la discussion. Hier, on était en comité, puis c'était la chance pour moi de poser des questions assez spécifiques au ministre, parce que, comme je l'ai mentionné depuis le début, il n'y a jamais eu de période de consultation avec les syndicats, avec les membres du secteur public. Pas une fois. Puis on a appris que ça fait depuis le mois de juillet que le ministre travaille sur le projet de loi. Puis, quand que ça a été annoncé, tout le monde était sous le choc, parce qu'ils n'ont eu aucune indication que le ministère travaillait sur des changements à la loi actuelle. Ils n'ont eu aucune indication sur le genre de changement qu'ils voulaient proposer. Donc, ils ont appris quelques jours avant le dépôt du projet de loi que des changements s'en venaient. Puis pas n'importe quel changement, Monsieur le Président. C'est des changements assez significatifs. Significatifs à la loi actuelle, qui allait avoir des répercussions sur la façon que le gouvernement allait négocier avec les syndicats de la province. Puis tu sais, je l'ai mentionné, puis je vais le rementionner de nouveau, il y a toujours eu cette entente, mettons, verbale-là entre l'employeur et les employés, qu'ils allaient travailler ensemble pour essayer d'arriver à une entente. Puis ça a toujours été l'objectif aux syndicats et aux employés. Il n'y a personne qui veut une grève. Il n'y a personne, dans le fond, qui veut passer son temps à marcher sur le trottoir, laisser leur emploi, laisser leur responsabilité et aller sans paye. Ce n'est pas ça l'objectif. L'objectif, c'est d'arriver à une entente qui est juste pour l'employeur et pour les employés. Mais pour ce faire, on doit négocier. Pour ce faire, on doit être assis à la table de négociation ensemble et arriver là de bonne foi. De bonne foi que les négociations vont être justes et que les règles du jeu vont être justes, autant pour l'employeur que pour l'employé. Et ce qu'on voit avec ce que le ministre qui a déposé en Chambre, c'est qu'il veut changer les règles du jeu. The minister wants to change the rules of the game. Il veut changer les règles du jeu pour faire en sorte qu'une fois arrivé à la table de négociation, l'avantage va être donné à l'employeur. L'avantage, je le répète, va être donné à l'employeur. Et ça va à l'encontre du principe de justice ou de fair negotiation practice. Ça va à l'encontre de ça, Monsieur le Président. Et c'est ça qu'on argumente depuis le début. On argumente le fait que s'il y a des changements à faire avec la loi, aucun problème. Ça, tout le monde est ouvert au fait que des fois, avec le temps, il faut faire des petites modifications. C'est la raison pourquoi on est ici. Mais le problème, c'est que si c'est des modifications qui vont avoir un impact assez sévère sur les syndicats, au moins laissez-les savoir à l'avance. Puis, encore mieux, assisez-vous avec eux autres et dites, regarde, on doit faire des petits changements. Là, je sais, c'est l'heure du dîner, mais je vais revenir après le dîner pour finir mon discours. Merci.
Members, it's now lunch. We'll break until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Please be seated. Resuming the adjourned debate? No. Resuming the adjourned debate on Bill 23. The deputy to talk in silence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was worried that you were going to recognize me for a second time, but I'm so happy that you're giving me this chance to speak on this bill, because I know it must be just as important for, as it is important for everyone here in the Ledge. Donc, le projet de loi 23 sur les syndicats. Comme je l'ai mentionné au début de mon discours, évidemment, c'est un projet de loi qui fait beaucoup jaser, puis qui a choqué plusieurs. Non seulement les employés du secteur public, mais aussi les syndicats qui les représentent. Et la raison que ça les a choqués, c'est qu'il n'y a eu aucune consultation. Zéro. On sait tous que, de bonne foi, l'employeur et l'employé viennent à la table pour négocier une entente. Et on sait tous que l'entente, ça va des deux côtés. Mais à la fin de la journée, il faut que ça fait de l'affaire des deux parties concernées autour de la table. Mais il y a une longue tradition ici dans la province que ces négociations-là sont faites de bonne foi et sont faites d'une façon juste, qui veut dire que les règles du jeu sont justes, sont égales pour l'employeur, puis sont égales pour les employés. Mais ce que le projet de loi nous indique, c'est que le gouvernement veut changer les règles du jeu. Le gouvernement veut mettre en place des règles du jeu qui favorisent l'employeur et qui attachent les mains d'une certaine façon aux employés du secteur public. Et c'est la raison pourquoi on a contesté le projet de loi, on l'a dénoncé, qu'on a demandé au ministre de le retirer, de retourner à la table de travail et de collaborer et de consulter les syndicats, chose qui n'a pas été faite, Monsieur le Président. J'ai demandé au ministre lors du comité, est-ce que vous avez consulté? Il dit, oui, on a fait une petite séance quelques jours avant que j'ai déposé le projet de loi en Chambre. Mais moi, j'ai su exactement comment ça a été, cette consultation-là. C'était les employés du ministère qui ont simplement indiqué les changements qu'ils voulaient apporter au projet de loi, puis ça a duré à peine 15 minutes. Nous, on veut changer. Imagine, là, donc, ça, on prépare, on met la table là, pour les négociations futures. Là. Puis ce qu'on fait, c'est qu'on dise, on veut changer les règles du jeu. Puis le ministre peut se lever 40 fois en Chambre et nous dire, il veut juste clarifier la loi, il veut juste apporter des modifications pour clarifier les choses, pour que, il n'y a pas de doute ou il n'y a pas de zone grise. Mais c'est la foutaise à son meilleur, Monsieur le Président. C'est du spin, ça n'a aucun sens. Parce que moi, je n'ai pas encore rencontré une personne qui a regardé le projet de loi qui était proposé, le Bill 23, puis qui a dit « Ah, OK, ouais, ça fait de l'allure. » Zéro. Tout le monde... ça prend... Comment je peux dire ça? Tu as juste à lire entre les lignes, puis on sait bien que le gouvernement veut changer les règles du jeu quand ça vient aux négociations avec... les règles de négociation avec les syndicats. C'est pur et simple. Je m'attendais, quand j'étais en comité l'autre jour, je m'attendais que j'allais pouvoir avoir des réponses précises à mes questions. Que j'allais pouvoir demander au ministre, peux-tu nous donner les raisons pourquoi vous voulez changer la loi? Pourquoi vous apportez 7 changements à la loi existante? Pourquoi vous tenez à ouvrir la porte à des employés qui vont remplacer ceux qui sont en grève? Scab legislation, comme on dit en anglais. Imagine, vous ouvrez la porte à des employés pour remplacer ceux qui sont en grève. Et pourtant, il y a une longue tradition, c'est comme une entente verbale entre les syndicats et le gouvernement. Et cette entente-là est que les syndicats ne vont pas faire la ligne de piquetage sur le lieu du travail. Donc, ils ne vont pas aller piqueter, mettons, en avant d'une école ou d'un hôpital. mais en retour, le gouvernement refuse de les remplacer avec d'autres gens d'employés, soit de d'autres ministères ou du secteur privé, quand il y a une grève. C'était ça l'entente, Monsieur le Président. L'entente, c'est une entente verbale qui est en place depuis des années, puis qui a toujours fonctionné, Monsieur le Président. C'est une entente qui a toujours fonctionné parce que ça faisait en sorte que les deux parties concernés, donc l'employeur et les employés du secteur public, arrivaient à la table avec la confiance qu'ils allaient négocier en bonne foi, que les règles du jeu allaient s'appliquer d'une façon juste pour les deux parties concernées. Mais ce n'est pas ça qu'on voit avec le projet de loi 23, Monsieur le Président. Ce que le projet 23 propose, c'est qu'on veut changer les règles du jeu et de faire en sorte que quand on vient à la table de négociation avec les employés du secteur public, que les règles avantagent l'employeur. Et là, après ça, on se demande comment ça se fait que des fois, il y a des conflits. Puis, on se demande par la suite comment ça se fait qu'on ne peut pas arriver à une entente entre le gouvernement et les syndicats impliqués. Puis, ce que le projet de loi va faire, c'est que ça va rendre ces négociations-là encore plus tendues. Ça va faire en sorte que ça va coincer les employés du secteur public. Puis ça va faire en sorte qu'on met notre secteur public, nos services, en danger. Parce que là, on risque peut-être de voir plus de grèves. Puis comme je l'ai mentionné auparavant, Monsieur le Président, l'intention des employés du secteur public, c'est de ne pas d'aller en grève. Ils n'étaient pas contents l'année passée quand le gouvernement les a portés en grève ou qu'ils étaient sur le trottoir, qui ont laissé leur emploi de côté, sachant que les services n'allaient pas être donnés soit aux étudiants ou aux personnes dans les foyers de soins, sachant qu'eux ne vont pas pouvoir faire ce qui les passionne, puis aussi se retrouver dans une situation où ils sont à salaire moindre, sinon aucun salaire du tout. Mais ils ont été en grève parce que, quand ils sont arrivés à la table de négociation du gouvernement, les négociations n'ont pas été faites de bonne foi. Et ce qui nous préoccupe avec le projet de loi 23, c'est que ces ententes-là, ou cette période de négociation-là qui doit se faire d'une façon juste, ne va pas se faire parce que les règles du jeu ont été changées par le gouvernement. Donc, ils ont proposé 7 changements, puis je vais vous donner des exemples de quelques changements qui ne tiennent pas la route. Puis, comme je l'ai mentionné, ces changements-là n'ont pas été partagés avec les syndicats à l'avance. Donc, le gouvernement est arrivé à déposer le projet de loi sans consulter et sans avertir les syndicats qui allaient apporter des changements à la loi actuelle. Imagine, ce n'est pas d'hier, un projet de loi ne se prépare pas la journée d'avant. Un projet de loi se prépare des mois à l'avance. Et le gouvernement travaille sur ce projet de loi depuis le mois de juillet. Et les syndicats étaient sous le choc quand ça a été déposé ici en Chambre. Donc, il y a plusieurs changements qui les préoccupent. Un des premiers, c'est le fait que si, une fois que les négociations ont été faites avec le gouvernement, qu'ils ne sont pas arrivés à une entente, puis que la décision est d'aller en grève, mais les syndicats doivent donner un avis de 72 heures au gouvernement. Tournons ça de côté, si jamais ils sont à la table de négociation et les deux parties impliquées n'ont pas réussi à trouver un terrain d'entente, mais le gouvernement peut décider de faire un lock-out. 1h30. De faire un lock-out, mais eux n'ont pas besoin de donner un avis de 72 heures. Eux ont seulement besoin de donner un avis de 24 heures. Ce qui veut dire que si les syndicats, eux autres, décident d'aller en grève, ils doivent donner un avis de 72 heures. Si le gouvernement les force à aller en grève, eux, ils ont seulement besoin de donner un avis de 24 heures. C'est comme 2 poids, 1 mesure. Le but ultime, Monsieur le Président, c'est qu'on met des règles de jeu en place qui sont justes et raisonnables. Et en partant, même si c'est un... si on compare tous les changements, même si c'est, mettons, le changement qui est moins controversé, ça envoie quand même un message que l'employeur veut jouer avec des règles qui sont différentes que les employés. Donc, eux, ils imposent des règles aux employés, mais des règles différentes pour eux autres mêmes quand ça vient le temps de négocier avec les syndicats. Un autre changement qui est proposé, c'est de déterminer le niveau de travail essentiel qui est nécessaire lors d'une grève. Donc, comme vous savez, il y a des services qui sont essentiels. Mettons les services dans les foyers de soins, les hôpitaux et tout ça. Donc, on doit s'assurer que, même avec une grève, qu'il y a un certain niveau de service qui est donné à la population. Mais ce niveau-là, ce pourcentage-là de travail essentiel, bien, ça, c'est déterminé à l'avance. Donc, les syndicats et le gouvernement s'assoient ensemble, puis eux vont déterminer, c'est quoi le pourcentage qui est essentiel lors d'une grève. Ce qu'on apprend avec le projet de loi, puis ça a fonctionné, là, ça fait des années. J'ai parlé avec, puis je pense qu'elle a fait un article dans le journal, Mme Paula Doucette, elle a dit, elle, ça fait 27 ans qu'elle est infirmière, puis ça fait 20 ans qu'elle est impliquée avec les syndicats. Et pas une fois où il y a eu une situation où les employés qui étaient au travail étaient, comment je pourrais dire ça, le pourcentage d'employés au travail était moindre que le pourcentage d'employés qui étaient négociés à l'avance. Donc, si, par exemple, dans les foyers de soins, en temps de grève, on requiert 40 des employés sur le plancher, le syndicat a toujours fait leur devoir et ont tenu à maintenir ce niveau-là à 40 Il n'y a jamais eu de problème. Et pourtant, le gouvernement, eux autres, propose des changements en disant, nous, on se donne le pouvoir de changer ce niveau de désignation-là à n'importe quel temps, ou jusqu'à 3 jours après la grève. Donc, il passe complètement à côté le processus de négocier avec les syndicats. Il y a déjà un processus en place qui fonctionne très bien. Puis j'ai demandé lors du comité, j'ai demandé au ministre, donne-nous au moins des exemples. Si vous êtes pour changer la loi actuelle, donne-nous des exemples qui justifient le changement que vous proposez. Il n'a pas pu nous donner un exemple concret. Zéro. Il parlait, si jamais que ça arrive, puis si jamais que ça arrive, là, la loi va peut-être pouvoir régler ce conflit-là. Mais ça n'a jamais arrivé en 20 ans. Puis, il y a des chances que ça n'arrive jamais. Puis souvent, les lois, on est plus en mode réactionnaire. Donc, quand il y a un problème, là, on apporte une loi pour, justement, rectifier ce problème-là. Mais dans ce cas-ci, il n'y a eu aucun problème. Zéro. Puis les syndicats, eux autres, se demandent pourquoi ils apportent ces changements-là. On ne sait pas. On n'a jamais été avertis qu'il y avait un problème avec nos niveaux de travail essentiel au travail lors d'une grève. Ça n'a pas arrivé. Puis si jamais que c'était un problème, c'est sûr que nous autres, on est prêts à retourner à la table de négociation et dire, OK, regarde, quel secteur où il y a eu un pourcentage trop bas? On va rectifier ça tout de suite. Parce que ce que les syndicats m'ont dit, c'est qu'eux autres tenaient à respecter ce pourcentage-là de travailleurs essentiels qui sont obligatoires lors d'une grève. Parce qu'ils savent que les services qui sont offerts par leurs employés, c'est des services essentiels, c'est des services qui sont importants pour les gens du Nouveau-Brunswick. Ils savent que c'est nécessaire de les offrir même en temps de grève. Puis si jamais que, je ne sais pas, 10 de ceux qui sont désignés ne peuvent pas rentrer au travail à cause qu'ils sont malades, eux vont prendre la responsabilité de trouver les employés pour les remplacer. Ça n'a jamais été un problème en 20 ans. Et là, tout d'un coup, le gouvernement crée cette histoire ici, ou ce genre de scénario ici, que, mon Dieu, c'est urgent, il faut changer la loi. Mais le plus gros problème du projet de loi, Monsieur le Président, c'est le fait que le gouvernement se donne le pouvoir de remplacer les employés qui sont déjà en grève. Des scabs, comme que les gens des syndicats, ils connaissent ce terme-là sous scabs. Scab legislation. This is what this is, Mr. Speaker. It is scab legislation. And the minister can get up 100 times here in the House and say that it's not, but it's scab legislation. So he's creating this false narrative where he's saying, well, designation levels are at risk when we go on strike. He wasn't able to give an example, and now he's saying, well, to rectify that situation, we're going to give ourselves the power to bring in scabs. So I asked the minister during committee, I said, well, can you give us a concrete example of when designation levels were low? He wasn't able to give me one. I asked him, well, isn't there a process already in place when designation levels are low and there's an issue? He says, yes. I said, is that process flawed? He didn't answer me. And I told him, I said, I've got no issues with bringing in modifications to the law. I've got no issues to try to say, okay, listen, we've got to sit down and work something out because what we have in place presently doesn't work. But you got to give me reasons. You got to give me reasons why it doesn't work. And he wasn't able to do that. So what he's doing is he's opening the door to scab legislation. So there's two ways he could bring in scabs. One, he could ask employees from another department to come in, or two, he could actually hire private contractors to come in and replace the employees that are on strike. And not just that, on top of that, to create more chaos, he is opening the door to having picket lines in front of the workplace. Now, as I mentioned before, there's always been this long-standing agreement between government and the unions that the unions would not picket in front of the work site. So they would not picket, in front of schools or hospitals. But in return, the government would not bring in scabs to replace them. And that's been in place for years, and it's always worked out. It was kind of like a verbal agreement, a non-written agreement that was negotiated between both parties. And when I asked the unions, I said, well, was it the unions that asked to be able to strike in front of the workplace? They said, we never asked for that. So then I asked the minister, then why did you bring this into the law? Like, why are you bringing in this? Why did you bring this into Bill 23, and why do you want to change the actual law? He didn't want to answer. He spun, like he did for like 2 hours while I was asking him questions. He was spinning his wheels. So he's opening the door to scabs. He wants them to picket in front of the workplace. Can you imagine the chaos on the picket line? It's like I mentioned, my father worked for the mine, so obviously he was part of the unions. And everybody knew that if you were a replacement worker and you had to cross the picket line, that it wasn't going to be easy. So if you're going to bring in employees from another, if you're going to ask public servant employees, government employees from another department to cross the picket line to replace those who are on strike, well, that's going to create chaos. And a lot of times in small communities, everybody knows each other. So if you work for the education department or if you work for social development, they know each other. So the social worker who works for social development is going to be asked to cross the picket line and go replace someone in education because designation levels are deemed to be too low. It's going to create uncomfortable situations for these employees. They're going to feel forced to go to work because maybe they're going to get threatened where their job is going to be on the line. It's going to create a lot of friction between family members because sometimes you could have a brother working for one department and a brother in another department, and now you're asking one to cross a picket line, and that's not fair. And it's the same thing with private contractors. So if you do hire private contractors to cross a picket line to replace striking workers, well, it's the same thing in small communities. Everybody knows each other. So that private contractor is going to be put in a bad situation because he's got to, assure that his employees get a salary, so he needs work. But then at the same time, he's putting his company at risk because he's going to get branded a scab. And nobody wants that. The reputation in the community is going to be shot, and it's just going to create a lot of tension. But I think it's voluntary from the government. They're negotiating now with a few unions, and there's big negotiations coming after Christmas, teachers and all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like a shot across the bow. They want to scare them. They want to show that, they're in control and that they make the rules of the game. Because it doesn't make any sense. The other thing I asked the minister, I said, okay, great, you want to open the door to scab legislation. Well, where are you going to get these workers? So a lot of these jobs are specialized. You need education, you need certain qualifications to do the job, like a lab technician or radiologist. So where are you going to find them? All the radiologists and lab technicians I know already work for the hospital, and they're already part of the same union. So if they go on strike, well, where are you going to find them? There's a labor shortage in every department, Mr. Speaker. So if government was serious about dealing with the labor shortage, then they would make sure that when they go to the negotiation table, that they, end up with an agreement that is fair to both the government and the employees. Il doit éviter la grève à tout prix. C'est la meilleure façon d'éviter des situations où on a un manque de main-d'œuvre. Les travailleurs sociaux, là, déjà, il y a un manque chronique de travailleurs sociaux. Quand je pense à la protection de l'enfance et tout ça. Donc, si eux vont en grève, où est-ce qu'on va trouver des travailleurs sociaux? Il n'y a pas des compagnies privées avec des centaines de travailleurs sociaux qui attendent un appel pour aller au travail. Il n'y en a pas. Donc, si le gouvernement veut éviter ce genre de situation-là, ben, c'est à leur intérêt de trouver une entente avant une grève. C'est à leur intérêt, dans le fond, d'aller à la table de négociation et de trouver une entente avec les syndicats pour justement s'assurer que les services, il y a une continuité dans les services qui sont offerts par le gouvernement. Que les foyers de soins n'ont pas besoin de travailler avec juste la moitié du personnel. Que les familles n'ont pas besoin de s'inquiéter de qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec nos enfants si on ne peut pas les envoyer à l'école. Où est-ce que je trouve des gardiennes? Qu'est-ce que je fais avec un salaire moindre? Comment que je vais payer l'hypothèque de la maison, la facture d'électricité? Donc, le gouvernement a une responsabilité d'aller à la table de négociation, de négocier en bonne foi et de trouver un terrain d'entente avec nos employés du secteur public. Le projet de loi n'est pas nécessaire, aucunement. Il n'y a absolument rien dans le projet de loi qui renforce la loi actuelle ou qui la rend meilleure. Zéro. Donc, je sais que je suis limité en temps. J'aurais pu en parler pendant une autre demi-heure. Mais une chose est claire, c'est que je n'ai pas appuyé le projet de loi dès qu'il a été déposé en Chambre. Et malgré le fait qu'on a passé à travers toutes les étapes, première lecture, deuxième lecture, comité, je ne l'appuie pas encore aujourd'hui. Donc, moi, c'est clair que je vais voter contre le projet de loi. Puis, là, je vais donner la chance à mes collègues d'en parler. Je sais que mon collègue du Parti vert a hâte d'en parler. Il m'écoute. J'espère que je l'ai inspiré. Puis, je m'attends à un discours avec de la passion puis pour défendre la classe ouvrière de notre province. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Revert to introduction of guests. Great.
Oui, merci, Monsieur
le
Président.
Député
J'aimerais présenter deux invités qui sont descendus. Oh, est-ce que j'ai la permission de parler d'un autre? Do I have permission to speak from another desk? Oh, thank you very much.
You're walking like me now.
Yeah, I'm walking. You have to. J'aimerais souligner la présence de deux invités de Tracadie. Ils ont descendu malgré le fait que les chemins n'étaient pas en parfaite condition, mais ils sont ici aujourd'hui. On a une belle rencontre organisée à 1h30. C'est des gens qui sont beaucoup impliqués dans leur communauté. Eux, ils parlent avec passion, conviction, puis ils sont ici au nom des citoyens de leur communauté. Donc, j'aimerais leur souhaiter la bienvenue. On a avec nous autres M. Fernand Thibodeau, puis on a aussi M. Euclide Haché. Donc, bienvenue à l'Assemblée législative. C'est votre maison. Merci.
Bill 23. Oh, excuse me. Member for Oromocto, Lincoln, Fredericton.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, quick introduction to my good friend Terry Pine. He's no stranger to the legislature. He loves to come here and watch us all at work. And I just wanted to wish you a very Merry Christmas. Please pass it along to your mom and dad as well. We always appreciate your presence here in the legislature.
other speakers? No. The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So here at third reading, Bill 23, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act. Really, Mr. Speaker, this bill doesn't address any of the actual problems that exist in the Act as they are today. It strikes me as interesting that can you imagine a major employer in the private sector with a unionized workforce being able to set the rules of labour relations with their employees? There would be a hue and cry that is just unjust. But yet here, Mr. Speaker, of course, it's the Legislative Assembly that's setting the rules technically, which should provide sufficient separation between the employer as manifested by the executive branch, the Premier and Cabinet, the employer, and the Legislative Assembly. But as we know, Mr. Speaker, the members on the government benches vote in unison all the time, so the separation really isn't there. So in a sense, the employer of these public employees in this sector are setting the rules. And so given that, Mr. Speaker, this bill needs to be, and any changes to the Public Service Labour Relations Act need to be done very carefully, not to upset the balance that exists in labour relations between employer and employees, Mr. Speaker, and this is exactly what this bill does. In speaking and hearing from folks within the labour movement, you know, what I'm hearing are things like, this is going to lead to more strikes if it passes. Lead to more strikes. Not a good thing. Strikes that didn't need to have happened. It's going to mean that while binding arbitration isn't used very often, it'll never get used because of the changes that are contained in this bill. And it will mean, Mr. Speaker, likely that government will use lockouts as a tool more regularly. So this doesn't advance labour relations, Mr. Speaker. This sends them backwards. And that's the problem, and that's why I'm standing here, up on this bill at third reading to say this doesn't actually address the problems that exist. You know, it doesn't address the issue of, properly address the issue, actually it makes it worse, of essential workers by changing the deadline by which government can determine what number of workers are essential in what areas. So on the labour side, no one really knows what's happening until the very last minute after they've gone through a conciliation process. So, and then the bill doesn't put in place a process to ensure that if there are shortages of essential workers during a strike, say, that this process to ensure that the employer and the union get together to bring in those who are on strike, who are unionized, to replace, to fill the gaps, to ensure that the essential worker numbers are satisfied. So, you know, in New Brunswick, we're the only province in Canada as well, Mr. Speaker, where the Labour Board itself isn't empowered to handle disputes between employees and their bargaining agents, which is an odd thing. So the bill, or the Act, the Public Service Labour Relations Act, could use, actually, a comprehensive review with full engagement by all the parties involved, with expert input. That would be something that this House could do and make a real contribution to have a committee, hold hearings on what needs to happen in the Public Service Labour Relations Act. So that's what we should be doing. Instead, we've got this bill before us, Mr. Speaker, which is unacceptable. As one Labour official said, it's a mess. It's a mess, and I think that characterizes it well. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring forward an amendment, seconded by the member for Kent North, that the motion for third reading be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following: the House declined to give third reading to Bill number 23, an act to amend the Public Service Relations Act, because this legislation will increase the number of strikes, it will increase the number of lockouts, and it will permit scab labor.
I think totally that's going to pass. I think that.
Moved by the member for Fredericton South. Seconded by the member for Kent North, that the motion for third reading be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give third reading to Bill number 23, an act to amend the Public Service Labor Relations Act, as this legislation will increase the number of strikes, lockouts, and allow scab labor. Any member for Kent North?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais me lever, bien sûr, sur cet amendement que j'ai secondé. Et un amendement qui est très important. Parce que, comme qu'on a vu différents collègues expliquer, c'est un projet de loi qui n'est pas nécessaire. C'est un projet de loi, on n'a jamais eu... En fait, il y a un manque de travailleurs essentiels en ce moment. Et le gouvernement ne fait rien pour régler cette crise-là, Monsieur le Président. Et là, on va excusez, mon micro était mal placé. On va permettre, Monsieur le Président, au gouvernement, comme employeur, de remplacer des travailleurs essentiels qui ne sont déjà pas là pas en temps de grève, avec des travailleurs venant du privé, non syndiqués. Donc, il est clair que cette loi ici est une loi qui permet l'utilisation de briseurs de grève, de scabs, de briseurs de grève au Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est un recul très important sur notre façon de fonctionner, le respect qu'on donne aux travailleurs syndiqués. Mais on connaît la version de ce gouvernement ici pour les syndicats. On sait que ce gouvernement ici a longtemps vu les syndicats comme étant un problème au lieu de les voir comme quelque chose de positif, de constructif dans les conditions de travail, la sécurité au travail et les droits des travailleurs et de la classe ouvrière, Monsieur le Président. Donc, il est complètement inconcevable qu'on amène ce genre de loi-là ici à l'Assemblée législative, et c'est complètement inconcevable que ce gouvernement ici va laisser cette loi passer. On a des anciens syndicalistes dans ce gouvernement-là qui doivent se poser de grandes questions sur ce qu'ils s'apprêtent à faire. Mais voilà, Monsieur le Président, une option qu'on les propose pour s'en sortir et puis d'arrêter complètement, de mettre à la poubelle ce projet de loi-là et d'aller ensuite s'asseoir avec les syndicats et de trouver des façons beaucoup plus conciliatrices, beaucoup plus constructives de travailler de concert avec la classe ouvrière du Nouveau-Brunswick. On voit tout de suite les inégalités de ce projet de loi-là sortir. Aussitôt qu'on voit que ça va prendre 72 heures d'annonce, de préavis, pour annoncer une grève, mais seulement 24 heures pour annoncer un lock-out, Monsieur le Président, on voit tout de suite les intentions du gouvernement de carrément faire pencher la balance du pouvoir de négociation du côté de l'employeur. On voit déjà, ce qu'on entend dire, C'est déjà dans des situations de négociation que le gouvernement, en sachant que ce projet de loi ici va passer, on voit un peu une position un peu plus où ce que le gouvernement joue au coq un peu pour montrer, dans le fond, qu'ils ont un rapport de force et que si on dérange, ce gouvernement ici est prêt à tout pour enlever les droits de la classe ouvrière, des travailleurs et des travailleuses de la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, Madame la Présidente, il n'y a aucune raison, aucune justification à ce point-ci. Le ministre a été incapable de nous donner des justifications, a été incapable de nous donner des chiffres de situations réelles où les syndicats ont agi en mauvaise foi. Ce n'est pas le cas. Les syndicats n'ont pas agi en mauvaise foi, Monsieur le Président. Ils ont toujours agi avec le bien-être, la bienveillance des personnes avec qui ils travaillent, des citoyens et des citoyennes dans les foyers de soins. On peut penser aux jeunes dans nos écoles. Hein? On dit souvent que ces métiers-là, c'est des vocations. Le monde se dédie à ces métiers-là pour leur amour de donner, Monsieur le Président. Et donc, puis en plus de faire tout ça, ils utilisent leurs syndicats afin de négocier pour le mieux-être, la solidarité et la bienveillance de tous les Néo-Brunswickois, syndiqués ou non. Lorsque vient le temps de négocier, on le sait que les plus grands avancements dans la sécurité au travail, dans quand on parle de la sécurité du travail, des conditions de travail, ce sont les travailleurs et les travailleuses elles-mêmes qui ont fait ces gains-là. Le gouvernement fait qu'aujourd'hui, on recule. On recule gravement en donnant plus de pouvoir à l'employeur et en envoyant le message aussi. Le gouvernement, en faisant ceci, envoie le message au patronat en disant « We got your back ». Il envoie un message au patronat en disant « C'est correct de reculer dans les conditions de travail des travailleurs et des travailleuses qui créent ultimement la richesse du Nouveau-Brunswick, Monsieur le Président. » Fait que moi, je vais voter pour cet amendement avec grand plaisir, Monsieur le Président. Mettons ce projet de loi ici à la poubelle. Et si le gouvernement veut aller s'asseoir et de parler avec les syndicats, je sais que les travailleuses et les travailleurs de cette province sont prêts à aller s'asseoir avec le gouvernement pour parler de sujets contentieux, s'il y en a. Donc, Monsieur le Président, je vais voter en faveur et j'invite les membres de l'autre côté de laisser de côté la partisanerie, de laisser de côté le grand patron qui leur a dit d'agir, et eux de retrouver leurs racines, de travailleurs et travailleuses. Il y en a beaucoup de ce côté-là qui étaient des travailleurs et des travailleuses. Il y en a plusieurs qui étaient des travailleurs et travailleuses syndiqués. De retrouver leurs racines, Monsieur le Président, de bienveillance, de solidarité, Monsieur le Président, et de voter avec nous sur cette motion qui va finalement mettre ce projet de loi ici à la poubelle. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis d'accord avec mes collègues verts qu'il faut appuyer la motion présentée par le chef du Parti vert et mettre le projet de loi 23 dans la poubelle. Parce que, Monsieur le Président, c'est pas bon pour la province du Nouveau-Brunswick. C'est pas bon pour les travailleurs et travailleuses de la province et c'est honnêtement un recul pour les travailleurs et travailleuses syndiqués aux provinces. Il faut arrêter d'attaquer les droits des travailleurs et travailleuses. Et on voit les attaques sur des autres types de droits aussi, Monsieur le Président. What we know is that there was zero consultation. Union leaders have spoken out publicly and talked about how this legislation will tip the balance of power in favor of the employer. That's according to Paula Doucette. And Mr. Speaker, this attack on workers' rights, this weakening of workers' rights in the province is unacceptable. And unfortunately, that's been the trend with this government. But Mr. Speaker, it has to stop. And it's treating workers like the enemy. They don't want to go on strike, but they need to stand up for their rights, especially when there's this hostility towards workers. We know, Mr. Speaker, that this will worsen labor relations. This will worsen the situation. Leaders are saying this will lead to more strikes. This will ruin binding arbitration. And this will allow scabs, Mr. Speaker, scab workers, which undermines the right to strike, which undermines what workers have fought so hard for their rights. And I know that the Minister for Petal said, oh no, that's not what we're talking about. But the words in the legislation are basically the definition for scab workers that you find in the dictionary. So I don't know. Help me understand, Mr. Speaker, because it really doesn't make sense. But we know Stephen Dross from CUPE talked about how this is unprovoked, unnecessary, and overreach, Mr. Speaker. That this, and where is this coming from, Mr. Speaker? This wasn't asked for. There wasn't consultation. This is, in fact, going to make things worse and weaken what should be a fair process when it comes to negotiations, when it comes to whether there's a strike or not. This is unacceptable. We also know that, according to Daniel Legier, the New Brunswick Federation of Labour, that, and to quote, he said, rather than fix this problem, the proposed changes to labour relations in the province will have the opposite effect. Now, Mr. Speaker, why would we let this go through? Why? And Mr. Speaker, to echo the comments of my colleague from Kent North, can we put partisanship aside? Can we all act as members of the Legislative Assembly and really consider, is this the type of legislation we want to put through? Is this really what we want to pass through? No, Mr. Speaker. Let's stop this and go to the negotiating table. Go to the table with union leaders. If there's worries about something, go talk to them rather than bring in this unnecessary and damaging legislation, Mr. Speaker. This is unacceptable. And so, I do want to remind all of the members in this House, on both sides, that you can choose how to vote on this. You can vote for more lockouts. You can vote for ruining binding arbitration and more strikes. You can vote to allow scabs. You can vote to worsen labour relations in the province. You can do that, but you don't have to. You could vote for this amendment. You could vote to kill this bill and then urge the government to talk to union leaders and to figure something else out, because, Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. I don't know if anyone will have heard what I just said, but I sure hope so, because this is not going to address the problems that exist. It's going to create new ones. So we're trying to stop this here. But I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of faith that people are going to stand up for what's right here and vote to stop this bill. But, Mr. Speaker, I sure hope so. I sure hope that they will not vote to worsen labour relations, that they will not vote for this terrible legislation. And so, Mr. Speaker, I guess we're going to find out. Thank you.
On the amendment. On the amendment. Moved by the member for Fredericton South, seconded by the member for Kent North, that the motion for third reading be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give third reading to Bill number 23, an act to amend the Public Service Labour Relations Act, as this legislation will increase the number of strikes and lockouts and allows scab labour. All those in favour of the amendment, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. I declare the motion defeated, or the amendment defeated. On the motion, member for Hamilton Dalhousie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I couldn't let this opportunity pass. When it comes to Bill 23, it has a lot to do with the labour movement and basically an attack on the labour movement. And really, I don't like to use too many strong words here, but to me, it's actually an insult to our fathers and forefathers and mothers and grandmothers who worked in the union movement over the years and improved society because of that. I think of the, we owe a great deal of debt to union members for past. We have the weekends. We used to work. People in the past worked 7 days a week. Had no weekends off. Things of that nature. The union created a situation where they brought weekends in. They brought overtime pay. The 8-hour workday. They get credit for that. People used to work long hours, and if you see in the developed countries, in the developing countries, a lot of times when we talk about child labour, there's a lot of still child labour going on. Well, there was child labour in our society as well, and it was the great, thanks to the unions, that put a stop to that. Minimum wage was a part of what they responded. Sick days. We all had sick days as we worked outside of this legislature. We don't have sick days now as legislators, but we can take sick days and we'd still get paid. But the union movement, we credit them for that opportunity as well. Safety standards. The minister that presented this bill is responsible to make sure that that safety standards are upheld and there are rules and regulations and changes that go forth. That was all due to the labour movement that we had across Canada. So unemployment insurance is another one. It was passed by the legislators, and all of these things are passed by legislators, but it was the union movement that created the pressure and the lobby and the arguments to present to the legislation. And it was us that agreed to that, or our forefathers, foremothers, all of these. So c'est important de remercier le mouvement syndical au lieu de le condamner, au lieu de les insulter. On devrait dire merci aux syndicats pour le week-end, les rémunérations des heures supplémentaires, les journées de travail de 8 heures, salaire minimum, les congés payés, jours de maladie, normes de sécurité, la loi sur le travail des enfants et aussi l'assurance chômage. C'est toutes des choses qui ont été accomplies par les syndicats. So I would be remiss if I didn't speak on this bill, Mr. Speaker. I think of Dalhousie, my hometown. It's noted it's a strong union town. At one time in the mill, we had 1,500 workers working in the mill. But people working in the hospital, we had people working in the schools. We had strong union movements, and we celebrated the union, and we celebrate Labour Day. We've had a big Labour Day weekend, thanks to another Arsenault, Brian Arsenault, who is not related to me, but is a union organizer in the town of Dalhousie with the workers that work for the municipal for the town. So he's a municipal employee and he's a union rep. I think of, when I say that, I hate to mention too many names, that there are colorful union people in the Dalhousie area. I think of the CN shops in Hamilton, the strong unions that were there, and the hospital unions that were there, and municipal employees. Those are all union people. And sure, the numbers have reduced somewhat, but they fought for their people, those union members. And I think of people like Aurel Furlot, who recently passed away, who was a national union leader. Who even devoted his time in the Second World War in the Merchant Navy Marine, and when he came out of the Merchant Navy Marine, he worked on the unions. When he retired from his union work, he started to work and getting the Merchant Navy recognized by the federal government, and he's well known across Canada, Order of Canada, and this year, just recently, posthumously became on the Order of New Brunswick as well. I think of Sonny Perry, who just passed away recently. The dedication and the work, the compassion that he, for his employees as a local union leader, and talking about commitments of 20, 30 years in the union, some of these people. I think of Sandy Beckenham, John McEwen. I think of also Lofty McMillan, Mickey Maloney, and Spider. Who would forget Spider? But so there's so many more that work there, so I owe it to them to stand here. And of course my father, who participated in the union as a union member, not necessarily in executive positions, but he went to union meetings. A little different then. They went to meetings, and he'd go regularly to a meeting. I'd ask him where he was going, and he'd tell you, and he'd explain why. And so, you know, quite often we lose the historic nature of unions, and we take them for granted. But they set society on the right track. They were a good part of society. They made sure that society improved. Now, what this bill, I'm sorry to say, but this bill actually, if we could, it was on time allocation, so we don't have too many speakers on it. We're not allowed that as much time because we had to share that time with 5 other bills, and we only had 12 hours. And if you take one bill, I know the member from Trankity-Shilah talked about the procedures of working bills through here, and it would take, it limits, each person should be allowed to speak 40 minutes on a bill. There are 46 members here, and 45 if we remove the speaker from speaking on the bill. 45 minutes times 40 minutes each. That's what we would be allowed. And we'd be able to dissect the bill. Now, do you need that much time? Not all the time, but a good 5 or 10 MLAs from each party should be speaking on these bills. There should have been consultation before. So there's no way in 12 hours we can do this justice. We tried to do the same thing with the municipal reform bill, local government reform, and the minister, the new bill that came out on that reform, the minister has only in the spring, and he pushed it through and rushed it through. He's been back in the House 3 times, I believe, to make changes. There were elections held based on that bill, and people couldn't even vote for their representatives. They didn't even know what sector they were in. There were letters sent out. I think it was 260,000 letters were sent out to citizens in New Brunswick that said, there's an election coming up, but don't worry about it. You're not voting. Your municipality is not voting in this election. We got that. We got that. And we did end up that we had to vote. We did end up we had to vote. They divided the wards into wards, and you looked at the wards, and you're allowed to vote for 2, but they only were allowed, they were supposed to vote for 2, but the ballot said only vote for 1. So now they have to have a by-election in February to vote for that other one person. So, you know, it's interesting that that's what happens when you do time allocation. That's what happens when you rush things through. That's what happens when you don't consult. When you have a minister just pushes it through. The only saving grace of that is the minister has travelled the province, and he's getting around there. And I salute him for that, getting out and meeting the people. So I hope that But on 23, which I say on Bill 23, a couple of things that I just want to point out, I think is important to point out. It's, you know, when you do negotiations, it's supposed to be a fair table, you know, equal sides. There shouldn't be one side favor or the other, or one advantage or the other. And one of the things just quickly pops into my mind here, and it's only common sense. I would think that by now, if the minister would have listened to all the debate that was going on, the little debate that was going on, actually, because of the time allocation, he would have picked up the theme that it's not balanced. And it's not balanced, and I'll give him one example that's not balanced. If you look on Section 76 of the bill that he's proposing, the union, if they were to go on strike, have to give 72 hours notice. 72 hours notice. That's reasonable. But if there's a lockout by the government, they give 24 hours notice. Now, why is there a notice? Why would you give a notice? You can't just... There's a reason. Because the union members, if they go out on strike, some of them work in hospitals, some of them work on the highways, some of them work in schools, so you have to prepare for it somewhat, okay? Especially, I know, elementary students. You know, can they come to school, can not come to school, who's going to take care of them, do we have workers to replace in there, whatever. So there's all, the parents have to make a concerted effort to find daycare during the day, and we know how hard daycare is. There are no openings there, so they have to stay home rather than go to work. So it has an impact there. But why not give them, if it's a lockout, give them at least the 72 hours that the union has to give? So that's sort of an imbalance of power there. So that's something that is obvious. The other thing that I'd like to talk a little bit about is the arbitration board. And one of the things that they asked the arbitration board is to, and I don't know if I have that underlined or not, but they have to consider in the arbitration. So if they go to arbitration, they would have to consider, Mr. Speaker, and I quote here, it's in, I don't have the section, but it's a little section on, let me see, section, it must be section 76, I would think, 76, subsection D. And it says here, the employer's ability to pay. They have to consider the employer's ability to pay and considering the fiscal and economic health of the employer. Now, when we're talking about that, that's, you know, who's taking care of the books? Who's telling you how much money you're actually making? We're talking about the public sector unions, the private sector unions, I don't know. But I know that here, if we were dealing with the unions, the public service unions, I know last year, before the CUPE strike, the government was saying, well, we don't have that much money to pay, we're in bad shape, and right after the strike was settled, and all of a sudden there was a new figure out, oh, we're going to have a surplus. We're going to have a surplus. And the same thing goes on. They predict this and they predict that. So what happened is they predicted that a big deficit because they knew it was a strike coming up. And all of a sudden, it was after the strike was over, oh, it's a surplus. So if they have to, and look at the figures that have been coming out from the Minister's office, from the Department of Finance, and we have the last estimate was they predicted a deficit of over $200 million, I think, somewhere around that range. I'm not a fiscal person, but from just roughly around $200 million. And you know what? There now, it looks like it's going to be a $700 million surplus. Okay? So that means that's a miscalculation of almost $1 billion. $1 billion, not a million, $1 billion. C'est beaucoup d'argent, ça. Oui, c'est $1 milliard, $1 billion. So again, that should never have been in this bill because it's too fictitious as far as I'm concerned as to what numbers they would use. L'autre chose, another thing is obviously everyone's mentioned about the replacement of workers, it's for, they talk about the designated positions. They're going to replace them, and they're going to have all these workers that are going to be able to come in. Well, if you have these workers, if you look at the standards for these designated workers, designated positions, if you have those positions designated right there now, and you had to, they can't fill them now in an ordinary day. So as soon as you go on strike, you're still, one person told me that if we went on strike, the designation would put you at higher levels than the hospitals are now. They don't have staff. So why are they doing this? Not only are they doing this, they're saying, despite anything in this Act, during the continuance of a strike or lockout, the employer may fill a vacant designated position with a person, including without limitation with an employee who is not included in the bargaining unit with a casual employee as defined in Section 3.1. So you have an opening there. There's a strike on, and it gives the minister has denied this from the start. He's denied this from the start, and it's not acceptable. If you look at the definition of what a scab is, this is exactly what it would be. This is a scab. Okay, and the minister talks about his union roots. His union roots, if he looked at them closely, would know that that description describes what a scab is. And that's what they're doing. They're not only allowing it, the minister is going to legalize it. So it's going to be used to bring in scabs. Otherwise, you know, they talk about all these workers that the designated spots, they're going to be able to bring people in to replace them. Well, right there now, most of those designated workers are not there now in our ordinary times. The hospital setting would be much higher, but there's no one to work in those designated areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I think, without a doubt, that this is one of the is a simple attack on unions. C'est une attaque sur les syndicats. C'est une insulte au mouvement syndical. It's an insult and an attack on unions, and I, for one, I'm going to stand with my union members and with common sense and justice and say solidarity, and I'd ask the members from the other side to stand for solidarity, stand for what's right, and stand by yourselves if you have to. If you have a lot of examples in history when people stood up and stood alone, and we still have examples of that now. You look at the FIFA soccer championships, that's an example, a close example. People have to stand up for what they believe in, stand up for the rights. And even if you're alone, you will be remembered. You will be on the right side of history. Right there now, you are making history with this bill, and this bill should not pass this legislature. Should not pass this legislature. That's all I have to say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for the time. Merci.
Do we have any other speakers? Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, I move to adjourn the debate on this item and would wish to defer the vote for this item to tomorrow.
There's only a few minutes left. I don't think we'd want to adjourn the debate. Well, it can be restarted tomorrow, right? Well, no, I think we can move the vote till tomorrow, call the vote, and do the vote tomorrow. I don't think we should continue the debate. If
Vote on this bill tomorrow. Agreed. Agreed. Any further business? We will recess until 2:30. Please be seated. Members, before we left, in the haste to get out, we forgot to read the final tally. These several bills having had 3 separate readings, is it the pleasure of the House that they do now pass? Members, please. Members. Minister, we're going to vote. These several bills having had 3 separate readings, is it the pleasure of the House that they do now pass? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried.
Second reading.
Second reading.
Bill 27.
It's the pleasure of the House that Bill number 27 be now read a second time. All those. Pardon? Well, I was. He said he wanted to vote. Member for Fredericton South and leader of his party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was thinking about asking your leave to play a little festive music to accompany my speech, given the season, but I didn't think it would fly, so I'm not even going to ask. I wasn't going to sing. I was just going to, have a professional. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased today to rise at second reading debate on our private member's bill, Bill 27, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act. This is an important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, and it's interesting that that it's sort of come to this in a sense, because, Mr. Speaker, if we had a greater level of unionization in New Brunswick, many more employees across this province would have paid sick days. But today, the large proportion of private sector workplaces are not unionized, which means the benefit packages that union workplaces and employees receive are not available. If there was greater unionization, many more people would have paid sick leave. And in fact, there is a role here for the Legislative Assembly, Mr. Speaker, to facilitate greater unionization in the province. Just a simple example, right now, to sign a union card, if a workplace is being organized, you have to pay a fee at $2, I think. If that were eliminated, that would be helpful. I won't go into the details, but I'm just giving that as an example. Fast food outlets and big box stores in the province depend on low wages to provide cheap food and retail services. In the absence of protective legislation, all too often, the efforts that have been made to unionize workplaces in these sectors, which would provide them with benefits like sick leave, fail as multinational owners simply shut the local outlets down. But that's a focus of another bill. C'est la loi sur les normes d'emploi qui établit les droits fondamentaux des travailleurs et travailleuses et les obligations des employeurs. De nombreux travailleurs essentiels n'ont que la loi sur les normes d'emploi comme protection. Low-wage workers in New Brunswick who work in non-union workplaces have only the Employment Standards Act as a protection at work. That's it. The Employment Standards Act, and that is the responsibility of this legislature, to ensure that it serves employees who are non-unionized in this province well, that it supports their well-being, that it provides the kind of protections that every employee should and worker should be receive. So the absence of a union, it creates a special obligation on us as legislators, as lawmakers, to ensure we provide for benefits working people need in non-union jobs. That's why Bill 27 is so important. It will, if adopted in its present form, establish up to 10 paid sick days for employees whose employers currently don't provide them. In New Brunswick right now, there is no legal requirement for employers to provide any paid sick days to their workers. Employers in highly competitive sectors do provide paid sick leave as part of a benefit package because of the competitiveness of the sector they're in. Recently, Mr. Speaker, the federal government took action to provide all federally regulated employees in New Brunswick and across Canada up to 10 paid days of medical leave annually. Last year, when I made a similar proposal to this one within a bill that the Green Caucus proposed, there were a number of important changes to the Employment Standards Act, Mr. Speaker. At the time, the minister and the official opposition didn't want to talk about paid sick days, but focused in on the minimum wage part of that bill at that time. So we're back to focusing specifically on paid sick days. The COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to the high number of severe cases of RSV and flu that our province is experiencing, have shown us just how important paid sick leave would be to public health. And so that's why I'm tabling this bill to amend the Employment Standards Act today, specifically to create a legal obligation for paid sick days. There are still many other important improvements to be made to the Employment Standards Act, Mr. Speaker, but today we're going to focus on paid sick days. If a majority of members decide to support this bill, New Brunswick will be joining other provinces who have already adopted some form of paid sick leave. For example, as of January the 1st, 2022, the province of British Columbia legislated 5 paid sick days for all employees in the province who didn't have them. Both Quebec and PEI also require employers to provide paid sick days to various levels. As I said, the federal government implemented recently 10 paid sick days for all federal government employees, as well as employees working for federally regulated businesses. I'll just give you some examples, Mr. Speaker, of those for New Brunswick workers working in the airline sector, at airports, the banking sector, and in the telecommunications sector, radio and television, for example. So, you know, you can pick any company you want is federally regulated in the province to make it concrete. So employees of Bell and Rogers in New Brunswick now must have paid sick leave under federal law. We here in the Legislative Assembly could make New Brunswick a trailblazer, provincially that is, by joining the federal government and offering 10 paid sick days, which is recommended and been campaigned for by both the New Brunswick Federation of Labour and the Common Front for Social Justice. Before the British Columbia government brought in its requirement for paid sick leave for all employees in their province, they commissioned a report. Entitled Estimates of the Gross Cost of Paid Sick Day Provisions in British Columbia. It was written by the economist Dr. Jim Stanford, director of the Centre for Future Work, who some of the members may be familiar with. He's often called on to be a commentator as an expert economist on CBC, had a regular column in a number of newspapers across Canada for some time. In his report, he found that the average increase in business cost as a result of implementing 10 paid sick days would be 0.21%. He found in his report the following benefits of paid sick leave. 1, improved attendance among the colleagues of sick workers who, because they're less likely to become ill themselves, working side by side with someone who's not staying home, but is staying away when they're ill, and so reduces obviously the spread within the workplace, and that means fewer workers are off when there is a major spread of disease like we're seeing right now with COVID, the flu, and RSV. La réduction des absences des travailleurs malades, important parce qu'ils peuvent s'occuper plus rapidement de leurs besoins grâce aux jours de maladie payés. Les travailleurs malades peuvent se rétablir et reprendre le travail plus rapidement. Thirdly, attendance benefits really support preventative health care. When workers can use paid sick days to undertake preventative health measures, like getting vaccinated, Mr. Speaker, getting the flu shot, getting their COVID booster, Mr. Speaker, really important. Right now in the province, we know a fairly low number of people still, and children still have their don't have their flu shots, and hopefully the campaign to encourage those to get flu shots will step up its pace, Mr. Speaker, because there's still time, as the Public Health Acting Chief Medical Officer of Health said recently. There's still time to get your flu shot. Don't think it's too late, but get your flu shot. Of course, if you had paid sick leave, you could also, make your medical appointments and other proactive measures. So all of these kinds of preventative measures you might take with access to paid sick leave could reduce the need for sick days in subsequent periods. So that was one of the other findings in Dr. Stafford's report. And he found, and this is commonsensical, that in some cases workers will attend work even though they're unable to fully perform their duties when they're sick because they can't afford to stay home. And this actually has measurable impacts in terms of the resulting loss of productivity in the workplace and in the efficiency of the business. Looking across the country, Dr. Stafford estimated that we're talking about billions of dollars per year in lost output, billions of dollars per year in lost output, Mr. Speaker, because of those who can't work to their optimum, their normal pace of work, their more normal effectiveness, because they are seriously under the weather, spreading whatever it is they have to their coworkers. Fifthly, at a time when employers in many industries across this province, and this is what they found in British Columbia, are having great difficulties in recruiting and retaining staff, it was found in the study in BC that paid sick days actually facilitate recruitment. And how is that the case? Well, you can imagine it's an advantage for sure in terms of competitively attracting employees if you're offering paid sick days, and by improving, it also, he found, improves morale and, interestingly enough, fosters retention in the workplace too with paid sick days. Sixthly, consumers respond favorably to businesses with this respect, because many people, as consumers, see paid sick days, Mr. Speaker, as a basic benchmark of corporate responsibility. It's a positive check mark for a business if they know that they're providing paid sick days. At the level of population health, Mr. Speaker, which is extremely important, and here the members of the Green Caucus regularly speak about the need to invest more and place more emphasis on preventative health care. At the level of population health, the absence of paid sick leave, of course, increases the risk of society-wide epidemics of infectious diseases. I think we're seeing some of that today in New Brunswick. And again, with so many people out who just can't drag themselves to work because they're so sick, even if they really can't afford to be off, the failure to provide those kinds of benefits costs businesses many times more money than it saves them, just because of the large number of people who are off and off for quite a period of time. This recent flu, Mr. Speaker, has knocked people out for a week or two. Not uncommon, 2 weeks. I think the Premier himself was saying he was close to really sick for 2 weeks, and certainly I'm hearing that from lots of people around the province. Now, Mr. Speaker, people will say, well, this is a cost to small, cost to small and medium-sized businesses that have been experiencing many, many challenges, especially during this pandemic. So the bill specifically would have the government establish a fund to ensure the costs of paid sick days don't cause additional hardship as businesses adapt to these requirements. So there's businesses I've heard of, Mr. Speaker, who philosophically, ethically want to provide paid sick days, but feel they just can't manage the cost. And this would enable them to do so as they make that transition, Mr. Speaker. So it's a very important element of this bill to provide support to small and medium-sized businesses to help enable them to comply with what would become a new legal requirement obligation under the Employment Standards Act. So that's Section 2. Section 2 of the bill, have government establish a fund to provide transitional support for those who need it. And of course that not only would apply to small businesses, but this would apply to nonprofits, co-ops and social enterprises equally. En ce qui concerne le soutien du gouvernement aux entreprises, les avantages d'une subvention directe dans ces cas-là donneraient des résultats bien plus importants que les subventions plus traditionnelles aux grandes entreprises. Mr. Speaker, think of the fund as an investment in preventative health care to prevent the spread of disease. It's a government investment, wisely investing dollars from a public health perspective to help address population health, to help advance preventative health care by easing in the requirement for paid sick benefits. Mr. Speaker, my bill to amend the Employment Standards Act will bring benefits to tens of thousands of non-unionized working New Brunswickers whose wages and benefits are strictly defined by this very legislation, the Employment Standards Act, and only this legislation. And I say wages because that is for those workers who work for minimum wage, maybe minimum wage at one job, two, or even three jobs to cobble together something approaching a living income, Mr. Speaker, and that's, of course, what the Employment Standards Act does. It prescribes what the minimum wage is, and it prescribes what benefits exist so far, and this is an effort to improve those benefits because, as we discussed, the last bill we brought to amend the Employment Standards Act, Mr. Speaker, which was more far-reaching, more sweeping in its scope, that there's much to be done to improve the benefits for non-unionized employees in this province through the Employment Standards Act. But this, right now, is probably the most important, meaningful, and helpful amendment to the legislation that can be made today. So it's interesting, because we're responsible for the Employment Standards Act, the welfare and well-being of employees in this province, all employees whose in terms of work are largely governed by the Employment Standards Act, means their well-being rests on our shoulders. So that puts a pretty big responsibility on every one of us as members of this Legislative Assembly when we think about this concretely and tangibly, think about our constituents on the ground in their workplace, Mr. Speaker, those particularly working in low-wage jobs, minimum-wage jobs, who can't afford to stay home, can't afford to miss income, Mr. Speaker, and that's a sizable responsibility that I know all members take responsibly, Mr. Speaker. I just want to make sure all members take responsibility and will support this legislation. Working people need paid sick leave. The benefits for both employees and the employers are numerous, as I described. The imperative of paid sick days has become even more urgent in the face of the viral trifecta now faced by all too many New Brunswickers. The viral trifecta, which I think physicians somewhere coined that phrase, but it aptly captures what we're facing, as if we need to deal with this after the peak of COVID-19 with the most dangerous variants that we faced early on. But we've got it in front of us, we're in it, and we'll deal with it as New Brunswickers. But a lot of people sure could use our help here, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to the debate and indications of support because certainly I'm sure in their hearts all members want to see this kind of benefit be brought forward to support New Brunswick workers. Mr. Speaker, if it's supported by a majority of members, we know what the result will be. We'll move forward, and hopefully we'll, in the very near future, increase the well-being and welfare of many, many New Brunswick workers and their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise in the House today on this particular bill, and I just want, as I indicated in question period today, I've been looking forward to this conversation because we know that the dynamics of the workforce and the work environment are continuing to change. And also, as I indicated today in question period, there's a number of conversations happening, especially coming out of COVID-19, in terms of how the economy has changed. More people than ever before are working from home. There's going to be some change. There's going to be some conversations around how we protect workers in an ever-changing environment that way. I want to thank the member opposite for bringing this, the leader of the third party, for bringing this particular bill forward. I think it's a very timely discussion. He and I have not had an opportunity to actually sit down, and I know that they've raised this a number of times in the House. He and I have not actually taken time to sit down and have a formal meeting about this. I would certainly, if the one commitment that I will make on the floor here today is that I would like to have a meeting sometime probably in early January to talk about this legislation and what some sort of protection of the nature that's being suggested here could look like. And I just want to say, you know, the leader of the Green Party and I may have our philosophical differences from time to time, but I've always appreciated his thoughtfulness in terms of the debates and conversations, and quite frankly, they have been more conversations over the years in the House as opposed to debates. And I did appreciate his work over the years on public accounts. When I was chair of that a number of years ago. And certainly I think he and I are both of the opinion that this legislature could work differently than it does from time to time. And I think that as we look at how, as I've said a couple times here already, that the economy is changing around us, and the labour environment is changing around us. And I think both he and the member from the Sackville area in question period today have indicated, you know, through COVID-19, and I would, if I'm going to talk about COVID-19, I would like to state that we as a province acted very quickly, not with paid leave, but certainly in terms of making sure there were protections added to the Employment Standards Act, specifically to ensure that someone couldn't lose their job because they were away for a COVID-19 related emergency. And that was not just their own sickness. That might be that they had to be away to protect a loved one. It could be because they had to isolate because someone else in their family had COVID-19. And we were, I believe, if we weren't the first, we were like the second. But I think we were the first, I'd have to go back and check, to actually come out with any kind of protection at all. In fact, that was very early on, sometime in the month of April, as we were all on lockdown. And I'd also like to highlight the fact that the overwhelming majority of employers in this province, in the private sector, were very flexible and accommodating and worked with us and made sure that people weren't losing their jobs and that their employees were safe. And I think that was the other side of it. I I think the nimbleness that our employers showed during that period, making sure that they were working with WorkSafe New Brunswick to make sure that our employees were safe. But what COVID has taught us is that pandemics and influenza and other outbreaks, just to name a few health-related reasons why you could be away from work, are occurring more and more regularly. And I think that has caused all of us as legislators across the country. And the member opposite has noted the British Columbia example, Mr. Speaker, in terms, I believe it's 5 paid sick days that that they came up with. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that I think Quebec has 10 days. The first 2 are paid, if I recall. I'm just going through some of my notes here. Prince Edward Island is up to 3 days sick leave, and after the least 5 years of continuous employment, the first day is paid. So there are other jurisdictions looking at this, Mr. Speaker. In terms of federally regulated industries, the Canadian Labour Code has 10 days of paid sick leave that came into effect on December the 1st, and we understand the new regulation will help keep workers safe and reducing the spread of illness in the workplace, as we've talked about here over the last few minutes. You know, we have, and I also want to, while I'm on my feet today, speaking about this, I will say that I want to thank the leader of the Green Party too for the questions and the conversation, I'll say again, that we had during the most recent change to the Employment Standards Act, with making sure that we outlawed stipends for people with disabilities. And I know that he had a number of concerns there, and I know that he was working with some of the stakeholder groups on that. And I want him to know that those concerns that he raised, we're going to continue to work with organizations to modernize some of their business practices so that we can make sure that they have what's needed. But I want to thank him for his professionalism and his thoughtfulness through that conversation as well, because that is something that I think all of us as legislators can be proud of, that we had a very significant, historic modernization of the Employment Standards Act in this session, and that will have royal assent as of tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. So on that note, look, I do think that this is a timely conversation to have. I do think that this is something that, as a legislator, and I share the Leader of the Green Party's position that in terms of the Employment Standards Act, for those that are non-unionized, it is the Legislative Assembly and ultimately the Minister of Labour that needs to be there to protect individuals. And from time to time, we have to modernize the way that we do business as a society and the way that we protect workers' rights. So I do think that we need to have a robust conversation about this. Over the last couple of weeks, I've had a chance to look at the legislation a little bit. There are some concerns with the bill, Mr. Speaker, as it exists in this form, and that's fine. That's what the Legislative Assembly is for. The first chance I had to see the bill is when it would hit the floor of the House. But I hear the guy from Trackety there chirping in again. He's always real thoughtful when he's adding to the conversation, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I will at the end of this conversation be moving that we send this bill to law amendments, Mr. Speaker. I think that will give us time to have a further conversation about this. As I indicated a minute ago, I do want to have a conversation with, a sit-down conversation with members of the Green Party very, very early in the new year, first couple of weeks of January. I want them to bring all their research and whatnot forward and to get ready for what could be discussed through the law amendments process, because I do think that this is something this is a modernization that's time has come. If we are going to be a progressive society that protects employees that, as I said a minute ago, only have the Legislative Assembly and the Employment Standards Act to protect them, then we need to be able to put that. We need that modernization to potentially happen. So, and as I said before, I think there's other areas, and I think the member opposite said this as well. There are other areas under the Employment Standards Act that we may need to look at as we move forward. The one that comes to mind, as I've had conversations with my colleagues across the country, is the fact that there are more and more people working on contract. Nobody goes to work for the same employer. I shouldn't say nobody, but fewer people go to work for the same employer their whole lives, like we saw in our grandparents' generation. And what protections are there for those employees that may have a contract for 18 months to 2 years, and then they move on to another project? So those are some of the other discussions. And as I said a minute ago, some of the work that people do at home. It used to be that you went to a specific workplace. Now that workplace can be portable, quite frankly, and what governs some of those situations as well. The one thing that I do want to get to, though, before my time runs out here in a few minutes, I know the member opposite spoke about putting a fund in place to help small and medium-sized businesses, and I know that in principle sounds great, but that's certainly something that I believe that we need to do some work on in terms of costing out and what that could potentially look like, because I don't know what that looks like in the long term. I could see that potentially as a temporary mechanism, but look, I'm going to say that I have never had to meet a payroll. That's not something that I've ever had to face, but I look around this room and I see a number of our colleagues, the member from Lancaster, the member from Moncton South, is it? Member from Petty-Kodiak, Gagetown. I mean, there's 3 individuals right now that have met a payroll, have had successful small businesses in this province. I was a customer of all 3 of them, Mr. Speaker, and they employed a lot of New Brunswickers over the years in those 3 businesses, those 3 establishments. So I'd like to get some of their advice on this. And we don't want to burden small businesses as we move forward here. So that's the balance that I've often talked about in this House that the Minister of Labour always has to consider, because we don't want to create a situation where we're putting people out of business either. And I know the member opposite realizes that. So those are the kind of conversations that I believe that we need to have here over the next few weeks and months. But I do think that this is a timely bill to bring forward. It's a timely discussion to have. I'm having it with, as I said a minute ago, with my counterparts across the country at federal, provincial, territorial meetings. We do know that there's other jurisdictions that have gone down this road. I'd like to see some level of harmonization, quite frankly, so that we don't have a piecemeal approach to this across the country as well. And I think that's important. There's been a number of times where we have long, lengthy discussions at federal, provincial meetings about harmonization, and we wished we'd had those conversations 20, 30, 50, 60 years ago. So those are all the reasons why I think it's appropriate at this point to bring it forward to law amendments and have a further discussion about what a potential piece of legislation would look like. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move, seconded by the member for St. John Lancaster. I move that the motion for second reading be amended by deleting the words after the word that and substituting the following: that Bill 27, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, be not now read a second time, but that the order for second reading be discharged and the subject matter of the bill referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Read it. Yeah, I know. It's been moved by the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour, seconded by the Minister of Social Development, that the motion for second reading be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following: Bill number 27, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, be not now read a second time, but the order for second reading be discharged and the subject matter of the bill referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. For anybody to speak on the amendment? The Deputy de Tarakati Shaila.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the invitation to speak on the law amendment. I wasn't going to speak, but seeing as you asked me personally to get up and speak, I will get up and speak my 15 minutes. So I'll speak on the amendment, but I'll also speak a little bit on the bill that was actually tabled by my colleague on on this side of the House. So I listened to his speech. I listened to the arguments. It's actually a quite interesting bill, obviously. I also heard I was actually looking forward to hearing the arguments on the government side. Not much substance, I have to admit. I think the only thing that I was able to take from his speech was that he saw the bill for the first time when it was actually tabled. And he seemed a little bit distraught by that fact. And I guess he probably got a taste of his own medicine because, I mean, I was talking on Bill 23 just a few hours ago, and you know, obviously the unions were also shocked because they weren't able to see the bill before. So maybe it's just, you know, the fact that, you know, that now he understands why consultation is important. You know, maybe it will kind of, you know, he'll be more open to it. Let's see. So to get back on the amendment and to get back on the bill, I think it's a good thing that we send this bill to law amendments. I would be very supportive of this because there are a lot of questions and there's a lot of information to gather before actually making a final decision. Because it's a really interesting bill. Obviously, you know, one of the arguments that was made was the pandemic. You know, a lot of us were, I would say, fortunate that during the pandemic, when things closed down, a lot of us did have, you know, our salaries, or our salaries were guaranteed during the time that, you know, we were at home. A lot of them were able to transition over and actually work from home, but some of the businesses did close, and, you know, the public services, or the employees from the public service were able to get, you know, some time off, or not time off, but they were actually home, and it was a paid, they were paid during that time. But not everybody was so fortunate. Il y a beaucoup d'employés qui, tu sais, où la compagnie a fermé, tu sais, pendant le temps de la pandémie, puis certains employés avaient les reins solides. Certains employés avaient la capacité de continuer à payer leurs employés pendant la période où le commerce devait être fermé, mais certains ne pouvaient pas le faire. Donc, qu'est-ce qui est arrivé? C'est que ces employés-là devaient appliquer pour l'assurance-emploi, mais on sait que le salaire de l'assurance-emploi n'est pas celui que tu gagnes pendant que tu travailles. Donc, souvent, c'est comme un 55 %. Donc, il y avait moins de revenus qui rentraient à la maison. Puis ça, souvent, c'était problématique pour les employés. Donc, peut-être que c'est ça qui a apporté la question, est-ce qu'on peut en faire plus pour nos employés qui, justement, bénéficient pas d'un congé de maladie payé? Puis, on parle ici, évidemment, du secteur privé. Les questions qu'on a, c'est que, c'est sûr, ça va avoir un impact sur les petites et moyennes entreprises de la province. Je parlais avec un de mes collègues, puis beaucoup de ces entreprises sont situées dans des petites régions. Puis, ils n'ont pas 50 employés ou 100 employés. Souvent, la production se fait avec un nombre restreint d'employés. Donc, quand il y a une absence prolongée, ben, ça a un effet sur la chaîne de production. Puis, c'est sûr que ce n'est pas volontaire là, de la part des employés. On souhaite personne prendre des congés maladie juste pour les prendre. Tu es malade parce que évidemment, tu ne peux pas rentrer au travail. Mais ça a un impact sur la compagnie. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a un juste milieu à trouver entre comment on peut aider les employés qui doivent rester à la maison pour des raisons de maladie et comment on peut appuyer nos petites entreprises pendant cette période. Donc, j'aime beaucoup le fait que dans le projet de loi, mon collègue suggère qu'on offre une aide financière aux petites entreprises. Ça, c'est un gros plus. Ça, c'était vraiment important. I think it's essential, actually, that we support our small and medium-sized business when it comes to paid sick leave. Like I mentioned, a lot of them are in small rural areas. They don't necessarily have the revenue or the budget to be able to offer that perk to their employees, and I'm sure a lot of them would like to. It's just that because they're a very small business, a lot of them are family-owned businesses and stuff like that. A lot of times the only option for these employees is to turn towards EI to help them financially while they're at home sick. And, like I mentioned, EI only covers 55% of the salary, so they've got to take a hit while, they're at home recovering. And that's unfortunate because, it impacts their budget, it impacts the family's budget, and it puts even more strain on the employee. But I think what we need to do is really dig down deep, say, well, what impact is it going to have on our small businesses? And like I mentioned, a lot of these small businesses, obviously large corporations where you've got, hundreds of employees, you're able to kind of maneuver and manage, when a few of them have to take some sick time. But a lot of the smaller companies that, that we have in our regions, they're working at full capacity with a small number of employees. And every employee is extremely important to the chain of production. So, if you lose one or two employees, it puts a real strain on the company. And it's not because the employer doesn't want to offer the paid sick leave to the employees. It's just because it puts them in a very difficult situation. So I think we really have to look at that. So, okay, listen, so how do we work with we need some feedback from the companies. Say, okay, how can we help you offer, better benefits to your employees? And I'm sure they want to, because obviously with the job market that it is, there is a labor shortage. Everybody's fighting for employees. Some of these companies are put in a situation where they have no choice to kind of, to offer maybe a better wage and offer benefits also with the job in order to attract qualified employees, the qualified workforce. So I'm sure some of them, already probably offer some of these benefits. Not all, because like I said, not all of them could actually afford it. But I think it's a real issue, and I think it's a discussion that we need to have with, the industry to kind of, try and find a way to, to put something on the table that will actually help the employees and help everyone at the end of the day. I think, for us in the public sector, I think we take for granted sometimes that, we do have paid sick leaves, or sick days, and that, we don't have to worry that, if I do fall sick or if I do have to take 3 days off, that, the salary will just keep coming in. And again, it's really unfortunate that not everybody has that advantage. By bringing this to law amendments, I think it gives us a chance to be able to ask questions and be able to really hear from industry saying, okay, how can we make this happen, or what are the pitfalls, or what are the challenges? Is what is being proposed, is it fair? Is it doable? If it's something that we can move on, well, how do you see the rollout of something like this? Do we go, gradually? Do we actually accept it as is? I think for us as legislators, I think we need that information. I'm not a business owner. I'm not in a situation where I've got to meet deadlines or meet a payroll. I'm not in a situation where I have budget constraints. So for me to say, okay, listen, we're going to implement this, I don't feel comfortable. I'm not in a situation where I actually can decide for industry on this. So I think, again, you know, the fact that it goes to law amendments, I think it'll really help us get that information, clarify things, and then after that, it'd be, you know, a lot easier for us to be able to decide whether or not this bill is, you know, holds water, if amendments need to be brought forward. But the debate is important, and I think the fact that, you know, the debate was brought forward, I think it's a real good thing. Because again, like I mentioned, you know, with the challenges in the labor markets, qualified, you know, the qualified workforce, or just the workforce in general, they have more options out there. And they're looking for situations where they get a competitive salary, but also they have benefits. They want that reassurance that if they do fall sick, that there's going to be something for them to fall back on, that there's that support that's there for them. And I think for a long time we've relied on EI, but EI, the challenges are that, you know, you have to apply for EI. The backlog of demand or of applications have it that you probably will only get a check in 4 to 5 weeks. Even if, you know, you go through the system, you go with the doctor's slip, 4 to 5 weeks. So yeah, you know, you've had to leave your employment for 2 weeks or for a week. Your employer cannot, you know, cover your salary during that time, so you're forced to kind of turn to EI, but then you're not going to, you know, basically what you've got to do is you've got to make sure your budget for the month will cover the essentials, but you don't have 4 weeks of pay, you've only got 3. So we need to have that debate saying, okay, listen, how can we make this better for our families in New Brunswick? And it's important, obviously with a rising cost of living, it's just harder to absorb. Harder to absorb, you know, insurance, gas, electricity bills, and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, obviously you don't want to get yourself in a situation where you're going to have to pay interest rates and stuff like that. So you need, you know, that reassurance that, you know, you're going to get a pay, you know, every week or every second week come in. I also want to hear government. I think with law amendments, we're going to hear the department speak on this. You know, I know my colleague from the other side, he mentioned, you know, we've got to do kind of like a cost analysis of, you know, what is this going to cost government? You know, if we're going to put down a financial aid package for our businesses, well, to what cost to government? So I think that'll be a good exercise for the department to actually look into this. And I'll be curious to see, you know, what the results are. I also, it would have been, I don't know if they're going to have other speakers get up. I imagine other speakers of the party that actually tabled this motion will probably, or this bill will get up and speak on it. But I'd also be very curious to hear the minister responsible for small businesses. You know, she spent the last 2 years, you know, kind of meeting with different businesses across the province. So I imagine she's got like that, a better sense of, you know, what's possible, what's not possible, what their challenges are. You know, what kind of help they need to be able to attract, you know, a strong workforce. So I do hope she gets up and speaks on this bill or on the amendment. So again, I think it's a good thing it goes to law amendments. I don't think I need to speak any further on this. I've made my points. I've kind of, you know, we're kind of looked at both sides of it. And we're going to have a chance to be able to question the industry. We're going to have a chance to question government and even the party who tabled the bill, just to kind of see where they want to go with this. And so looking forward to the, you know, to the rest of the debate. And I want to thank you very much, Mr. President.
Do other speakers? The member for Memon Cook Centre-Mar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je me lève en chambre pour parler au projet de loi 27. Et ce projet de loi prescrirait 10 jours de congé de maladie payés pour tous les travailleurs et travailleuses du Nouveau-Brunswick. Et Monsieur le Président, c'est un projet de loi essentiel pour les travailleurs et travailleuses du province. Et une partie du projet de loi est aussi que nous voulons appuyer les petites et moyennes entreprises pour les aider à faire cette transition. Alors, c'est une partie importante du projet de loi. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time that we've brought this issue to the floor of the House, and even in the form of a bill, to ensure that workers in New Brunswick have paid sick days. And as part of that, to ensure support for small and medium-sized businesses to be able to make that happen. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is about protecting workers and improving their rights. The minister responsible for post-secondary education, training and labour said himself, employment standards need to be modernized. That act needs to be modernized, and this is one really important piece of that, Mr. Speaker. Non-unionized workers depend on this legislation for their rights, and it does need to be modernized, does need to be strengthened. Because right now, Mr. Speaker, if a non-unionized worker who doesn't have access to paid sick days becomes ill, they are not guaranteed that paycheck. They will lose income if they don't go to work. And what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? That has implications for their household if they lose income, and it has implications for their workplace and for our broader community, as we've all become, to a certain extent, really well-versed in what it means for disease to spread in our community. This is a public health issue. So this is not only about individual worker rights, this is also about public health policy. This is about preventing viruses from spreading in the workplace when someone's sick, allowing them to stay home.
Thank you.
Not only for their well-being, which should be of concern to legislators here, but also for the greater public health, for the greater good. And so, Mr. Speaker, of course, unionized workers, as part of their agreements would have things like paid sick days, and of course, I'd love to see more unionization, but in the absence of that, those non-unionized workers, those workers who don't have those protections, those workers who have to choose between staying home sick and paying for their bills, and at a time like this, when inflation is through the roof, it's become even more pressing, Mr. Speaker, that we do our jobs and legislate paid sick days in New Brunswick. And of course, a motion, an amendment is on the table to send this to Law and Amendments Committee. And as a member who might be one of the MLAs to propose sending bills to law amendments more than most, I agree that this should go to law amendments. I'd be pleased to see the legislature look at this bill. We've talked about wanting to hear from people on bills that come before the House, to make any amendments that are needed to strengthen it, and to move it through and make it law that people have these protections and that we support small and medium-sized businesses in doing so. Mr. Speaker, this is not a new issue. This is something that predates the pandemic. It's always been a problem that certain people don't have paid sick days. Right now, there are 5 unpaid sick days for workers. But, Mr. Speaker, I think of real-life examples. How do people make ends meet? How do people figure this out? If they have a child or children who get sick, I don't know how people are making it work this fall if they don't have paid sick days, and whether they themselves or other people that they take care of are ill And often the illnesses are lasting a week or two. I don't know how people are doing it. So they're either taking a cut to their income, or they're needing to go to work. They're needing to send their kid to school or daycare. And again, what that means, it's not fair to them, and it means that viruses can spread more easily, Mr. Speaker. And so, like I said, this was important before the pandemic. But the pandemic made it even more clear and hopefully opened some people's eyes to the need for this type of legislation. And right now, with RSV and influenza and COVID circulating in our communities, this is urgent, Mr. Speaker. So this is a workers' right issue and a public health measure. Is it the only thing that needs to be done to strengthen workers' rights or to address public health? No, but it is something that should be done as soon as possible. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to reference this report done by Dr. Jim Stanford, the Centre for Future Work, talking about the estimates, looking at the cost of paid sick days and looking at the benefits, Mr. Speaker. And so, of course, there are certain considerations, and they would be, we'd need to look at what this means for New Brunswick. One of the things to consider is that some workplaces do already have this in place, but we need to think of the workers who don't already have this in place. We know unionized, federally regulated, that there are workplaces that have this. But when we look at the benefits, Mr. Speaker, improved attendance among sick workers' colleagues who are less likely to become ill themselves if sick workers stay away. Mr. Speaker, that's one of the key things that they found, and that's exactly what we could all guess. If someone is ill and they stay home, then their co-workers less likely to get sick. And so, Mr. Speaker, that adds up, that holds water. That is a clear thing we can do to protect workers and protect the co-workers and protect our communities. Another key finding, reduced absences for sick workers. This comes from the fact that then they can attend to their own health requirements more quickly. Thanks to the paid sick days, ill workers can recover and return to work more quickly. So they're able to rest and recover and get back to work. And this is connected to this word, presenteeism. So reduced presenteeism. Because in some cases, workers, if financially compelled, will attend work even though they're unable to fully perform their duties. And the resulting loss of productivity and efficiency is significant. And talking about BC, they're talking about billions of dollars per year in lost output. Attendance benefits of preventative health, when workers can use paid sick days to undertake preventative health measures. So think about being able to miss work in order to get vaccinations and do checkups and other proactive measures, and then they're less likely to need sick days in subsequent periods. So I'm sure every member here has heard me talk about the importance of preventative health care. Well, this is actually something that can contribute to that and reduce the need for them to take sick days later on. We talk about recruitment and retention, Well, Mr. Speaker, staff recruitment and retention. So at a moment when employers in many industries are complaining about challenges in recruiting and retaining staff, the provision of basic employment benefits like paid sick days will improve morale, reduce turnover, and aid in recruitment. Mr. Speaker, this can actually help with our recruitment and retention challenges. This is something that's really important. People look at wages, but they also look at benefits. And ideally, we wouldn't think of paid sick days as a benefit. I think it should be a basic right. But Mr. Speaker, this is important in terms of the labour market. This should be the new standard, that people have paid sick days. As was mentioned before, business reputational value. So looking at the business practices, I know that There are different labels that can be on products. Well, this is along those lines of, we're not talking about necessarily organic or fair trade, but we're talking about good business practices. We're talking about how are the workers treated, and this is very important, Mr. Speaker. And then, again, going back to, in the context of a pandemic, where unless you've been hiding under a rock, you should understand how viruses spread in our communities. Stronger public health outcomes, Mr. Speaker. So no individual employer can single-handedly protect public health, but we know that when we don't have paid sick days, and we don't provide basic health protections, then it increases the risk of community contagion. And so, Mr. Speaker, these are clear findings that support the need for paid sick days. And it is, I like to think of, when we talk about taking care of the economy should serve us, Mr. Speaker. We create the economy. We create the conditions for the economy, for businesses, for workers. And we have a special responsibility as legislators to create the conditions for workers to have these paid sick days, to have these protections, to have these rights, and to take care of people, Mr. Speaker. And it can be better for the economy, better for these businesses, and better for the workers. And so, of course, as we mentioned, it's very important. And it's written in here, a financial support program written in this legislation to help small and medium-sized businesses, to cover financial costs associated with making this transition, with ensuring they can protect their workers. This is something that we've heard from businesses say, that they want to be able to do this. They'd like this support to make it happen. And, you know, a conclusion that I'd like to draw on, and that is found in this report as well, I want to quote this: after the catastrophic economic and human consequences of this pandemic, it would be short-sighted folly to contemplate returning to a situation in which workers are compelled by financial necessity to keep working when they should stay home, for the good of themselves, their colleagues, and their community. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how anyone could argue against this. And as I said earlier, and when I asked in question period, I'm looking for a strong commitment. There's a glimpse of hope. Okay, we'll send this to law amendments. I would be pleased if the legislature does its job and it goes to law amendments. And then what I would like to hear is a strong commitment and a guarantee that at the end of all that, that workers will be guaranteed paid sick days, because that is what this is ultimately about, Mr. Speaker. And so I would like to hear some stronger commitments from the government, but I don't know, I'm measured in how hopeful I am, but I really do genuinely hope that as legislators we can do what's right. We can move things forward. We can modernize this legislation. We can strengthen workers' rights in the province. We can make better public health policy. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity we have, and so clearly I will support sending this to law amendments, and I support Bill 27, tabled by the Leader of the Green Party and the second official opposition. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the chance to speak to Bill 27 and this chance to make the case for paid sick days, supporting obviously the small and medium-sized businesses, and very importantly supporting the workers, les travailleurs et les travailleuses du Nouveau-Brunswick. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Minister of Agriculture, Aquaculture and Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too am pleased to be able to rise today in the House to speak about this important topic. I thank the member opposite for bringing this private member's bill forward to amend the Employment Standards Act, dealing specifically with paid sick leave. Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement comprend qu'il existe des défis sur le marché au travail pour les travailleurs et les employeurs de Nouveau-Brunswick. We certainly appreciate that workers across the province, our country and worldwide have experienced stress, anxiety, and felt other pressures which were created or amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of those pressures remain as we continue to learn to live in a new normal. Despite what some may think, our government is not oblivious to the concerns of workers in all sectors across New Brunswick. We know that all workers would like to have the benefit of paid sick leave, but, Mr. Speaker, it is also our job to find a balance between workers and employers. We cannot impose changes which will shackle small enterprise. Il y a plusieurs aspects de cette question et nous devons également tenir compte des diverses pressions sur nos employeurs, telles que l'augmentation des coûts de main-d'œuvre et disponibilité des travailleurs. It seems everywhere you go these days there are help wanted signs posted. Many businesses are still operating with reduced hours because they can't find enough employees willing to work. We've all been to a restaurant or a retail store and thought, why aren't there more people on the floor? Or we've been disappointed when we arrived at a facility only to see a sign posted saying, closed due to staff shortages. The challenges for employees and employers are real, and while our government continues to find ways to support New Brunswick workers through things such as the most significant increase to minimum wage in 40 years, we remain committed to energizing the private sector and creating the environment that businesses need to succeed. Monsieur le Président, un secteur privé dynamique est important, mais nos travailleurs sont également très importants et nous continuons d'apporter des changements pour les soutenir. If you recall, we acted quickly during the pandemic to ensure protections were there in place for New Brunswickers when it was needed the most. Through the COVID emergency regulation, workers who needed time off due to sickness were given protections through emergency leave. This was meant for people who were not able to work because they had the virus, they were caring for a close family member with the virus, they were caring for children, or they were following isolation protocols as directed by public health or other medical professionals. As my colleagues who have spoken before have pointed out, employers were accommodating during the ever-changing nature of the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that their employees were safe. Obviously, if you own a business, you want to make money. But we are all human, we have families, so compassion was the order of the day, even though at times I'm sure it was difficult. Mr. Speaker, changes to the Canada Labour Code have 10 days of paid sick leave come into force on December 1st. We understand the new regulation will help to keep workers safe while reducing the spread of illness in the workplace, helping them to recover faster. As for here in New Brunswick, we understand the need for consultations to address the issues of sick leave, and it's important to hear from the people who will be directly impacted. While the welfare and interests of workers is important, we can't stress enough that any measures must be balanced with those of employers, particularly following the pandemic, which has been devastating to many small and medium businesses. Monsieur le Président, nous comprenons que la diminution du bassin de main-d'œuvre a déjà incité de nombreux acteurs du secteur privé à offrir davantage de congés de maladie à titre inactif et en général, les employeurs ont été accommodants avec des demandes de congés de maladie des employés. But we can't operate in a silo. We also believe it's important that the requirement for employers to provide sick leave needs to be harmonized to ensure consistency across the country. As it stands now, the New Brunswick Employment Standards Act provides an employee with up to 5 unpaid days of sick leave per calendar year and 4 types of unpaid leave to care for sick family members, ranging from 3 days to up to 37 weeks. The bill the Leader of the Green Party is presenting is unique, as it would require that our government establish a temporary financial support program to offset employers' costs for providing paid sick leaves. Monsieur le Président, nous comprenons bien sûr le désir d'épargner aux entreprises des coûts supplémentaires liés aux jours de maladie, car elles ont déjà assumé des niveaux d'étalement massif en raison de la pandémie et continuons de faire face à des pressions telles que la hausse des coûts de la main-d'œuvre. It is difficult enough to run a successful and prosperous business outside of a pandemic. Our government agrees with the member opposite. The desire to protect New Brunswick businesses is also a significant concern for us. That said, I will reiterate what my colleagues have already pointed out. The wording of the proposed bill, particularly the wording requesting that the government establish a temporary financial support that may, under subsection 44.06, bracket 3, be used to offset the cost of paid leave for employers' leaves, is problematic. It begs many questions about the potential financial impact and how the funds would be administered. And these are important issues that need to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, it may sound repetitive. Some of the main concerns we have with the proposed bill are lack of details regarding the administration of the temporary funding program, such as the duration of the temporary support program, the criteria for its cessation, employer eligibility requirements, the amount of financial support to be provided, such as the equivalent to the prevailing minimum wage, and there's more, Mr. Speaker. Ce projet de loi ne prévoit pas le type de pouvoir réglementaire auquel on s'attend normalement pour établir des critères d'admissibilité et les mesures administratives. And no information has been provided by the member opposite as to estimates for the cost of the program and the extent of the temporary fund's financial obligations in helping employers under the bill's subsection 44.06, bracket 2, to adapt any increased costs associated with the paid sick leave. Furthermore, subsection 44.06, bracket 3 suggests eligibility requirements would be established for employers to access provincial funding, but it does not provide guidance on what those would be. Mr. Speaker, to sum up what's already been said, our government understands that the pandemic has resulted in a wide range of challenges for our labour market, challenges that exist for both New Brunswick workers and employers. The welfare, safety and interests of workers is of course important, but it is imperative that be balanced with those of employers, particularly during and following the pandemic. While we are aware that 3 other jurisdictions have paid sick leave provisions, this bill is unique, as it would require the province to establish a temporary financial support program to offset employers' costs for providing paid sick leave. The bill as presented does not provide enough detail about the duration of the support program, employer eligibility requirements, the amount of financial support, and other administrative matters. It also doesn't provide regulation-making authority to address those questions. Monsieur le Président, il n'y a pas assez de détails fournis. Nous croyons qu'il nécessite un examen plus approfondi. Nous continuerons à discuter de cette question importante et nous apporterons des modifications réfléchies le cas échéant. Notre gouvernement demeure déterminé à travailler pour soutenir les travailleurs tout en favorisant l'équilibre entre eux et leurs employeurs. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Le député de Kent-Nord.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un honneur de me lever pour parler sur le projet de loi 27, loi modifiant la loi sur les normes d'emploi apportée par mon collègue, chef du Parti vert, de la deuxième opposition officielle, puis sur un sujet extrêmement important, Monsieur le Président. Important pour les travailleurs, la classe ouvrière, les travailleurs et les travailleuses du Nouveau-Brunswick. Être malade, c'est quelque chose qui arrive, et puis d'avoir cette sécurité-là, de pouvoir prendre un congé de maladie sans être obligé de choisir entre soit rester à la maison pour des raisons de sécurité au travail ou des raisons de santé publique ou des raisons, Monsieur le Président, qui peut être liées à la santé mentale. aussi. Donc, d'avoir cette option-là, de pouvoir de choisir de rester à la maison, de ne pas être obligé de faire le choix, je veux dire, de rester à la maison ou payer ses factures. Encore trop de Néo-Brunswickois et Néo-Brunswickoises doivent faire ce choix-là. J'ai vu un chiffre, c'est difficile de trouver les chiffres pour le Nouveau-Brunswick, mais au niveau du Canada, on parle qu'il y a encore 60% des travailleuses et des travailleurs qui n'ont pas accès à des journées de maladie payées, Monsieur le Président. Donc, ce projet de loi ici est d'abord et avant tout pour protéger les travailleurs et les travailleuses, mais ce projet de loi ici nous offre aussi une opportunité pour les petites et moyennes entreprises. Monsieur le Président, le ministre de l'Éducation postsecondaire, du Travail et du Travail nous a parlé de certains de ses collègues qui ont déjà eu à faire des payrolls. Hein? Heureusement, Monsieur le Président, on a cette expertise-là aussi dans notre caucus. Moi, j'ai pendant longtemps, et encore aujourd'hui, je dois faire des payrolls à la ferme, Monsieur le Président. Et donc, ça va. Puis je pense que chez les libéraux aussi, je peux penser aux membres de Bathurst-West, Beresford, que je le sais qu'en fait, il y en a possiblement d'autres, Monsieur le Président, mais je pense que chaque caucus a cette sensibilité-là, comprend sa complexité, et donc c'est pour cette raison-là qu'on a amené dans la conversation une façon d'aider les petites et moyennes entreprises, les coopératives, les entreprises sociales, les organismes à but non lucratif, d'offrir les congés de maladie payés aux travailleurs et travailleuses de la province. Quand je dis que ça amène des avantages pour eux, combien de fois que j'ai entendu dans ma circonscription des petites et moyennes entreprises dire « J'ai perdu encore un autre employé qui est parti à Miramichi travailler pour le fédéral » ou « J'ai perdu encore un autre employé qui s'est pogné une job avec le provincial » ou « J'ai perdu un autre employé qui est parti pour travailler pour une entreprise qui avait des meilleures conditions de travail. » Donc, on a subventionné à coût de millions, Monsieur le Président, des grandes corporations du Nouveau-Brunswick. Voici une chance de soutenir nos petites et moyennes entreprises et de leur donner l'occasion, Monsieur le Président, de pouvoir offrir des conditions de travail qui sont compétitives avec d'autres endroits. Les petites et moyennes entreprises, on dit souvent qu'ils sont très importants dans nos communautés rurales. C'est tout à fait vrai. Ils sont extrêmement importants. Puis je pense que la grande majorité, la très grande majorité, voudrait pouvoir offrir ça à leurs employés. Il y a souvent, quand on parle de petites et moyennes entreprises, on parle souvent d'entreprises qui sont, comment dire, des conditions de travail ou un environnement de travail, Monsieur le Président, c'est ce mot-là que je cherchais, un environnement de travail qui est familial. Et donc, je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de ces petites... Puis en fait, déjà, même depuis qu'on a déposé ce projet de loi ici, on a déjà entendu certains entrepreneurs dans la province nous remercier en disant « Ça fait longtemps que je voudrais pouvoir offrir ça, Monsieur le Président, mais je n'ai pas les moyens. » Donc, on est très sensible à ça, ce côté-ci de la Chambre aussi, Monsieur le Président. Et je pense que c'est pour ça qu'il faut inclure dans ces mesures-là un programme qui vient en aide aux petites et moyennes entreprises pour leur donner la chance d'offrir ces conditions-là aux travailleurs et travailleuses. Parce que à la fin de la journée, c'est pour les travailleurs et travailleuses qu'on offre ces 10 jours de congé de maladie payés-là. Donc, c'est pour la classe ouvrière, c'est positif pour les entreprises, puis j'ai même pas fini sur les entreprises, c'est positif de d'autres façons aussi. C'est positif parce que, en fait, il y a des études qui démontrent, Monsieur le Président, que j'ai direct ici, je vais juste aller à ma page. C'est démontré que, je vais trouver ça, j'aurais dû le souligner, Monsieur le Président, je sais que c'est sur cette page ici, mais c'est démontré que dans le fond, quand les employés ont des congés de maladie ont accès à un congé de maladie payé, sont plus susceptibles de retourner au travail. Sont plus susceptibles de retourner au travail et de travailler plus longtemps. Pas longtemps, là, dire ils font des journées de fous, mais plus longtemps dans le sens où il y a une meilleure rétention des travailleurs et des travailleuses dans les petites et moyennes entreprises qui offrent des journées de maladie, accès à des congés de maladie payés. Ça réduit les taux de rotation entre employés et les coûts de recrutement et de formation des employeurs. Donc, c'est dans certains arguments que j'ai entendus ici et là, on disait faut faire attention, les petites et moyennes entreprises, des fois, c'est difficile pour eux. Ensuite, de trouver quelqu'un pour remplacer. J'ai quasiment compris que c'était quasiment encourageant les gens à aller travailler malade. Mais en fait, les études nous démontrent que d'aller travailler et d'avoir accès à un congé de maladie va en fait avoir l'effet contraire. Les employés vont travailler plus longtemps, comme que j'ai dit, et ça va, dans le fond, faire en sorte qu'il y a moins de rotation des employés et tout ça. Donc, si on regarde la situation microscopique, ça peut peut-être créer certains chambardements pour l'entreprise, mais aussitôt qu'on commence à garder ça un peu plus macro, on s'aperçoit que c'est très positif pour les entreprises. Et donc, comme que j'ai dit, on a l'habitude au Nouveau-Brunswick, la fâcheuse habitude, de donner des millions et des millions aux grandes corporations. Voici une chance de mettre en place un programme qui viendrait aider les petites et moyennes entreprises de demeurer compétitifs avec les emplois de ces grandes corporations-là, qui reçoivent déjà des millions. Comment tu penses qu'ils financent leurs conditions de travail, Monsieur le Président? C'est en recevant des subventions, et deux, pour certaines entreprises au Nouveau-Brunswick, en évitant de payer leurs impôts. Ils évitent de payer leurs impôts, ils ont moins de charges sociales à fournir dans la province, et donc ils sont capables de faire de la compétition déloyale avec nos petites et moyennes entreprises, puis de créer des monopoles dans certains secteurs, de racheter ces compagnies-là. C'est tout rattaché ensemble, ça, Monsieur le Président. Je sais que vous le savez, vous m'avez déjà entendu à maintes reprises sur le sujet, Monsieur le Président, mais je voulais quand même faire le point que ces entreprises-là, souvent, les grandes, les très grandes, sont capables de faire de la compétition déloyale, d'aller chercher les employés des petites et moyennes entreprises, parce que à la fin de la journée, on leur libère de leurs responsabilités face au bien commun. Donc, le gouvernement, je ne veux pas l'entendre dire oh, tu sais, ça va coûter cher. Il donne déjà des millions aux grandes corporations. Si la volonté est là, on sera capable d'aller chercher les fonds nécessaires, Monsieur le Président, afin de soutenir nos petites et moyennes entreprises dans la province. J'en suis convaincu qu'on est capable, Monsieur le Président. Donc, d'autres raisons extrêmement importantes d'avoir des congés de maladie payés, on peut parler, il y a une réduction des accidents de travail dans les milieux de travail où il y a où il y a des congés de maladie payés. Donc, le ministre qui est aussi responsable de travail sécuritaire Nouveau-Brunswick devrait s'en réjouir, où il y a des journées de congés de maladie payés, il y a le risque et le nombre d'accidents de travail diminue, Monsieur le Président, parce que il y a moins de fatigue, il y a moins d'accumulation de fatigue. Il peut aussi avoir des taux de santé mentale, les taux de problèmes de santé mentale sont plus bas dans les entreprises qui offrent des conditions comme des congés de maladie payés, Monsieur le Président. Même que les travailleurs, des fois, ça vous arrive, Monsieur le Président, je suis certain, il y a des journées, je suis certain, comme n'importe quel autre être humain, vous n'avez pas envie d'être assis dans cette chaise-là. Puis si vous pouvez prendre une journée, une fois de temps en temps, pour vous-même, pour passer du temps positivement pour votre santé mentale, je suis certain que n'importe quel être humain a une journée dans l'année où ce qu'il dit, il me semble qu'aujourd'hui, j'aurais besoin de faire quelque chose pour moi, j'aurais besoin de marcher, j'aurais besoin d'aller dans le bois, j'aurais besoin de faire quelque chose. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui est extrêmement important. Puis, on voit que dans les entreprises qui sont capables d'offrir des congés de maladie payés, les employés sont beaucoup plus... le taux de problèmes de santé mentale est plus bas. Et donc, il y a énormément... Puis là, j'embarque même pas dans ce que ça nous donne comme société. Parce que s'il y a moins d'accidents de travail, s'il y a moins de troubles de santé mentale, s'il y a plus des employés qui sont heureux, bien, il y a plein d'autres avantages après ça en tant que société. Ça veut dire moins de monde à l'urgence. Ça veut dire moins de monde qui attend trop longtemps et là, ensuite devient des patients dans le système de santé, Monsieur le Président. Donc, si les gens... c'est toute une culture. C'est une culture de prendre soin de soi-même, l'importance d'être un travailleur qui, dans le fond, est autonome dans sa personne, Monsieur le Président. Et ça, c'est extrêmement important. Donc, cela étant dit, je pense que je suis heureux que ce projet de loi ici va aller au comité de modification des lois. Je souhaite, par contre, que le même sort n'arrive pas, que le dernier projet de loi de l'opposition qui a été envoyé à modification des lois et qui s'est jamais rendu là. Je vais faire confiance au gouvernement, je vais faire confiance au ministre. J'ai beaucoup confiance en le ministre qui a amené cet amendement-là, et donc je vais y faire confiance. Et j'ai très hâte de continuer la conversation sur ce sujet extrêmement important, Monsieur le Président.
Minister of Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to stand today on Bill 27 to speak to it. I really appreciate the opportunity. This is an important bill, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very glad that the members of the Green Party and the official opposition are happy to support it going to law amendments, because I think it can be a very progressive and needed bill. You know, I've got some notes, but I think for a lot of this, I can speak to some own personal experience as a business owner. And you know, many people in this House know that I was a former owner of a Benjamin Moore dealership, a retail decorating business, where I spent a great deal of my my time. You know, any of us that own our own business know that we're an average of 70 hours a week. You know, we obviously have lots of money in our pocket. That's what people think. And but you know, it's always a challenge to meet the needs, not only for yourself, but more importantly for your employees. And I always found that that was the biggest pressure of owning a business, was being responsible for people's livelihood. And it matters. It matters how you treat them. It matters how you value them. And I think on the whole, I can say I think I was a pretty decent employer. I had really good relationships with my staff. I had very low turnover. And you know, when I decided to seek the nomination to run as MLA for St. John Lancaster, I realized that a good deal of the responsibility in my business would fall to my employees. And I immediately implemented benefits because I needed them to know how much I valued them. And that is the kind of things that employers have to decide to make decisions on. And I never, of course, regretted that decision. And I always tried to be helpful when it came to sick days. It's not an easy thing to always accommodate. Businesses are always tight for money, and particularly small business. And you know, in the big scheme of things, they are our largest employer in this province. So I think that but challenges persist, and you know, COVID brought it really to the forefront because many people had to stop working through no fault of their own, and they didn't have recourses until we took the steps we did as government. And I think that we really need to understand that people struggle day in and day out. It's not just hard for small business, but it's hard for the employees that are employed through small business. So as the challenges persist, another challenge has emerged as well, and that is the availability of workforce. People have choices now where they want to work, and they can go and work with many different opportunities now because we have a smaller workforce. Even though our labor force, or our population is growing, businesses still struggle to get the workforces that they need. And there's reasons for that. You know, some federal policies made it easy for people to not go out and work and take the opportunities to educate themselves in professions. But that's shifting now. And people want to be enticed. I believe that. They want to know that they have a good employer. They want to know that they have benefits, and they want to know that they have some sick time. Because it's not easy to stay home. Even in this House, we know that it's difficult for us to stay home when we're not feeling top shelf. And even though we're quite cushioned with sick days here in the Legislature, not everybody else is. So I think that by working together to support a workforce, we can help to not only consider the pressures, but we can consider the needs that are out there and finding a balance between employers and employees. And I think that that's what law amendments will do for this bill. It's thoughtful and it is progressive. And I think that, that it will give us an opportunity to get the input we need to make this a great bill, something that we are all happy to support and can take into the future. The opportunity to be able to take time off to get well can't be understated. People need to know that if they're not feeling well, if they are sick, they need to know that they don't have to choose between taking care of themselves and putting food on their table. Everyone deserves an opportunity to be able to make that choice without compromising their well-being. So, as my colleague said, the Minister for Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour, many of my colleagues here have tried to fill a payroll. have filled a payroll for many years. I was fortunate to have had my business for 17 years. And I'll be honest, there were times I didn't like owning it. I loved my customers, loved my employees. There were times I did not like the responsibility of being responsible for their livelihood. There's days I would like to have not shown up. But as a business owner, you don't get to do that very often. But equally so, your employees need to know how valued they are and how much they contribute to your success. And sick leave is one of the ways that we can do that. But it will create a pressure on small business in particular. It will create a pressure that needs to be dealt with. And I think that's one of the ways that law amendments can help move this forward, by being thoughtful about what the needs really are for small business employers and employers in general, who may not offer it now. Most of our large employers, they have sick leave. And you know, sectors like home care. Home care is such an important part of the services that we provide to our aging population. And they have challenges. And sick leave, I think, is one of them. So there are ways that we can support home support agencies, I think, because we don't want people who are serving vulnerable populations to be coming to work sick. It's not practical. So we would think that there could be a way to support that sector when we are able to bring this to law amendments and get thoughtful input as to how this could be moved forward. The needs for New Brunswickers are changing all the time. But I think in the big scheme of things, when we go to work every day, we like to know that certain things are in place that support our efforts to grow, and our efforts to progress, and our efforts to take care of our family. And sick leave is one of those things that can do that. So I think the members from the Green Party were thoughtful in bringing this forward. And you know, as government, I don't think we ever thought it wasn't important. I think people can appreciate that on a day-to-day basis you're putting out so many fires, working on so many priority items, that it's hard to always get everything brought in. And that's why, when you have thoughtful opposition, this kind of stuff can still happen. And when we work together, that we can bring it to a happy conclusion. The changes to the Canada Labour Code, Mr. Speaker, is now a requirement to have 10 paid sick days. And as my colleague noted, this regulation will not only help reduce the spread of illness in the workplace, but it will help workers recover. And as was stated earlier, the New Brunswick Employment Standards Act currently provides up to 5 unpaid sick days per calendar year and 4 types of unpaid leave to care for sick family members. These sick days to care for family members can range from 3 days up to 37 weeks. And, as you may have heard earlier, Mr. Speaker, 3 other jurisdictions in the country have paid sick leave provisions. Like so many other programs, services, and supports, it's important the requirements of sick leave is on par with other parts of the country. And that's another aspect that can be brought to the table for that conversation. As the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour has those conversations at the FPT meetings and with his provincial colleagues, those are the kind of things that maybe we can even help expand on when we get to our resolution. There's no doubt that Bill 27 will take a unique approach to address the requirements for paid sick leave. And to remind everyone, it would require that the government establish a temporary financial support program to offset the cost employers incur to provide paid sick leave. There will need to be a lot of work done for that, Mr. Speaker. It's not easy, first of all, to just allocate the money, but you have to know that you're allocating it in a way that really truly supports the sector, and we can't do that without their involvement. That's going to require some informed decision-making. And we don't have an estimate on those costs yet. So that's information that law amendments could delve into. We need to make sure that as we progress forward with this, there's an opportunity for not only private sector businesses, but larger companies who've been doing this for a long time can offer their support, their counsel, because they've been doing it for a long time. And sectors like, you know, there are many sectors, not just in the home care is one of them that I just spoke to, but the service industry, seasonal work, all of the different dynamics that we have for employment in our society would need to have some input into this. There are several supports in place, Mr. Speaker, between you know, federal EI and all kinds of you know, some considerations that private companies might make. Private employers like myself did when I had employees. But to have a uniform system that small business sector can look to for that assistance, for that understanding, and a unity and uniformity of benefits is only going to level the playing field so that many companies can have that same opportunity in competition for good employees. And that can help level the playing field for them. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I just want to say that I support this bill going to law amendments. I look forward to hearing what comes out of that and some really good dialogue to make this bill come to fruition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do we have other speakers? The member for Fredericton South and leader of his party to the final 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The atmosphere in the House this afternoon reminds me a little bit of the heady days of the minority government.
Don't get used to it.
I don't want to go too far, but that was quite a time. We were out negotiating in the middle of this floor, literally on the chamber, to try and do the best thing by New Brunswickers. And it always set the media, the press gallery, a little bit on their ear, wondering what's going on. We can't hear. What are they talking about? You're seeing House leaders talking to House leaders, and we saw good collaboration today among the House leaders. Really impressive and good collaboration in this House. Monsieur le Président, je vais présenter un petit résumé pour le projet de loi 27 qui prescrirait 10 jours de congé de maladie payés pour tous les travailleurs et travailleuses du Nouveau-Brunswick. Les jours de maladie payés sont une importante mesure de santé publique qui me permettrait aux gens du Nouveau-Brunswick de ne pas avoir à choisir entre rester à la maison pour être malade et mettre de la nourriture sur la table. De plus, les endroits qui ont déjà instauré les jours de maladie payés ont constaté de multiples avantages, notamment une productivité accrue, une meilleure intention du personnel, une diminution des blessures au travail et une augmentation du moral. Oui, c'est vrai, les petites et moyennes entreprises doivent faire face à de nombreux défis pendant cette pandémie. C'est pourquoi le projet de loi prévoit que le gouvernement crée un fonds pour s'assurer que les coûts des jours de maladie payés ne leur causent pas de difficultés supplémentaires pendant qu'elles s'adaptent aux nouvelles exigences. Mr. Speaker, I've listened carefully to the debate on the amendments to the bill to amend the Employment Standards Act. I appreciate the thoughtful comments of all honourable members today during the debate. I'm pleased to hear that government sees this as an important bill, and as the Minister of Social Development said, let's make it a good bill. and that's what we're all about here in the Legislative Assembly, should be. So let's take advantage of the opportunities that Law Amendments Committee provides, support the bill going to Law Amendments Committee, to just do that, to launch the process to make this a good bill. We agree it's important. We agree, I believe, that it needs to be good. As my colleague from Member Cook-Tantramar said, she and we as a caucus have a habit of, on important bills, we pick them carefully, but the important bills, trying to move them to law amendments or move them to economic policy with a mandate to call witnesses, because exactly for this reason, to ensure that good bills or the important bills become good bills, that they do the job well, that they're intended to, that the objectives, that their goals and objectives are achieved effectively and efficiently. So I look forward to that. I look forward to what might take place at Law Amendments. Mr. Speaker, I actually, since we've been talking about this, have had to meet a payroll for multiple employees for a nonprofit dependent largely on donations from the public for its income, for its revenue. So let me tell you about losing your hair over that, because the donations to a nonprofit, to a charitable organization from the public are dependent on whether or not they think your work in achieving your mandate is actually effective in achieving things. In my case, working at the Conservation Council, are we actually having an impact on reducing pollution? Are we having an impact on getting polluted areas cleaned up? Are we having an impact on improving resource conservation and so on? And unless you can point to actual concrete practical achievements on the ground, those donations are going to dry up. And when they're slow, that's when you lose your hair, Mr. Speaker, because you've got staff to make payroll for. And there's no leeway there. There's no cushion, as anyone who's worked in a charitable organization or supported a charitable organization or nonprofit through your donations. That's why they're so important. So that's why I'm looking forward to hearing as well from nonprofits at Law Amendments in terms of their particular needs. And when we think about what a fund might be to help support the transition here, moving toward some form of paid sick leave, we need to think about that fund in the context of all those who might need to draw on it and those who might not need to draw on it. And so it's not a straightforward, simple thing. It's correct that we hear from all the interests involved, so that in the end this bill is amended in ways that make sure that it does the job it should do. I heard lots of fair comments in the debate here at second reading, which suggests to me that members reflected on this and gave it some good thinking, which is important. I wish, Mr. Speaker, I wish this afternoon that the gallery was full of students. Full of students to see how we do our work when it really works. It'd be great. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not even going to use my full 10 minutes. There's no reason to. As my colleague said, we all here in this corner of the House support as well the amendment to motion to move the bill to law amendments, and look forward to that. I appreciate the Minister in particular's post-secondary education and labour, his invitation to meet in January, and we will take him up on that as we move towards the law amendments hearings on this, and look forward to that meeting. So I would just extend my gratitude to all members of the House who participated in the debate today, and all those who will support moving the bill to law amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the amendment, it's moved by the Minister of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labour, seconded by the Minister of Social Development, that the motion for second reading be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill number 27, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, be not now read a second time, but the order for second reading be discharged and the subject matter of the bill referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Declare that the bill number 27 be referred to the Standing Committee on Law Amendments. Members, before we move on, en mardi, lorsque le règlement a été invoqué, je dis que j'examinerai la Hansard et que j'informerai par la suite la Chambre de toute préoccupation. Je suis maintenant prêt à rendre ma décision. Pendant la période des questions, le député de Caracat a dit ce qui suit. Ce n'est pas vrai lorsqu'il dit aller dans les différentes régions de la province pour défendre les minorités. Ce n'est pas vrai. J'estime que le député a mis en doute l'honnêteté du Premier ministre au moyen d'un langage non parlementaire. Je lui demande de retirer ses propos. Député de Caracat.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je retire mes propos. Merci.
Thank you. Motion 10. Recognize the Deputy de Caracat.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Alors, je me lève aujourd'hui pour parler de la motion 10, une motion que j'ai présentée, qui est appuyée par mon collègue, je manquais de dire mon conjoint, mon collègue de la circonscription de Chipagan-Lamique-Miscou. J'ai proposé le jeudi 24 2022 la résolution suivante. Attendu qu'il n'y a pas au Nouveau-Brunswick de calendrier parlementaire fixe des jours de séance, attendu qu'un calendrier parlementaire fixe présente de nombreux avantages pour la population et les parlementaires, notamment en ce qui concerne la prévisibilité, la planification logistique et une assemblée législative plus favorable à la vie de famille, et qu'il soit à ces causes résolu que l'Assemblée législative ordonne au comité permanent de la procédure des privilèges et des hauts fonctionnaires de l'Assemblée d'examiner les options relatives à un calendrier parlementaire fixe et de présenter des recommandations à l'Assemblée législative dans un délai de 2 mois.
Moved by the Deputy de Caracat, seconded by the Deputy Shippagan-Lamec-Miscou to propose the following resolution on Thursday, November 24th, November 24th, 2022. Whereas New Brunswick does not have a fixed legislative calendar of sitting days, whereas there are many advantages to the public and elected members associated with having a fixed legislative calendar, including those related to predictability, logistical planning, and making the legislature more family-friendly, be it therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly direct the Standing Committee on Procedure, Privileges and Legislative Officers to examine the options for a fixed legislative calendar and return to the Legislative Assembly within 2 months with recommendations. The Deputy de Caracat.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, ça me fait vraiment plaisir de me lever pour parler de cette motion parce que c'est quelque chose que je juge qui est très important. C'est quelque chose que notre caucus libéral à l'opposition officielle juge très important. Et c'est important pour qu'on puisse entrer dans la modernité, pour qu'on puisse être plus efficace, pour qu'on puisse mieux planifier et finalement pour qu'on soit proactif finalement et idéalement attirer plus de gens en politique de tous les horizons, de tous les cheminements pour s'assurer d'avoir une représentativité à l'Assemblée législative qui soit égale à ce qu'on a dans notre province. Qu'on puisse avoir davantage peut-être de jeunes députés, peut-être davantage de femmes, des personnes issues des minorités. Alors, le plus d'obstacles on pourra enlever pour que les gens se présentent en politique, le mieux. Et je pense que les calendriers fixes pourraient être une solution qui pourrait encourager des gens à se présenter en politique. Et pour ceux qui se présentent et qui réussissent à se faire élire, bien, je pense que ça pourrait être un grand outil. Okay? Alors, présentement, le Nouveau-Brunswick n'a pas de calendrier fixe de jour de séance. Et lorsque, l'année passée, j'ai présenté ma motion pour faciliter l'entrée des parents en politique, une motion qui essaie de faciliter l'entrée en politique pour les jeunes familles, je sais qu'on a eu des débats, puis que les élus du gouvernement nous ont dit qu'ils nous avaient présenté un calendrier qui était déjà, disons, mieux constitué qu'avant. Puis ça, je veux le reconnaître d'emblée. C'est vrai qu'on reçoit présentement un calendrier pour quelques semaines ou mois à l'avance, ce qui est extrêmement apprécié. Ça, là, ça nous aide beaucoup, mais ce n'est pas encore un calendrier fixe. C'est un calendrier qui peut bouger, c'est un calendrier qui est quand même incertain. On a quand même quelque chose de mieux qu'avant, je le reconnais, mais je pense qu'on peut être encore plus proactif, puis on peut faire preuve d'un meilleur leadership encore. Donc, ce qu'on aimerait, c'est, comme d'autres juridictions l'ont, avoir un calendrier fixe, annuel, où on sait exactement quand est-ce qu'on siège, mais qui ne serait pas non plus immuable. Ce serait un calendrier où, si on a besoin de siéger davantage pour des urgences ou quoi que ce soit, on pourrait quand même avoir une certaine flexibilité là-dedans. Mais au moins, on aurait un tableau, on aurait un gros portrait de l'année. Un calendrier fixe offre non seulement de la prévisibilité, mais aussi une meilleure planification pour les députés, mais ça va au-delà des députés. Ça s'applique, par exemple, aux gens des médias, aux journalistes qui pourraient mieux prévoir, tous les groupes d'intérêt qu'on a besoin de rencontrer, que ce soit l'opposition officielle ou le gouvernement, tous les groupes d'intérêt qu'on a besoin de rencontrer ou avec lesquels on a besoin de travailler, eux aussi pourraient mieux planifier leur année compte tenu de la session parlementaire. Et toutes les autres organisations et le public en général aussi. Parce que tout de suite, les gens, moi, me demandent souvent, « Isabelle, c'est quoi ton horaire? » Puis je leur dis, « Bien, on siège des semaines ici et là, mais c'est pas toujours les mêmes semaines parce que c'est le gouvernement qui décide de l'agenda, puis ça, c'est normal. Mais c'est tout le temps comme dans l'air du temps. Fait que moi, je pense qu'avoir un calendrier fixe permettrait d'être beaucoup plus efficace pour tout le monde, dans le fond, pour toute la population du Nouveau-Brunswick. Un calendrier fixe peut être une mesure qui contribue à rendre l'Assemblée législative plus conviviale pour les familles. Puis ça, je pourrais vous en parler longtemps, Madame la Présidente. Moi, je le vis à chaque jour. Je le vis quotidiennement, finalement. J'ai besoin de pouvoir mieux planifier, compte tenu que je suis à 4 heures de route. Puis je sais qu'il y a d'autres députés aussi qui ont quand même des grandes distances à franchir pour venir ici. Puis quand on a des jeunes enfants, puis c'est pas seulement les jeunes enfants, ça peut être des gens qui s'occupent de leurs parents qui vieillissent, qui sont peut-être dans des établissements de soins de longue durée, ça peut être un ami qui est malade, ça peut être, tu sais, alors être en mesure de planifier serait tellement apprécié, tellement bénéfique pour tout ce qui constitue nos familles. Puis on sait que la politique, c'est un domaine où c'est parfois difficile de trouver un équilibre. Tu sais, quand je me suis lancée en politique, moi, les gens m'ont dit « Mon Dieu, c'est une vie de fou! » Veux-tu vraiment te lancer là-dedans? Puis je l'ai fait parce que j'y crois, puis je veux contribuer à bâtir quelque chose pour le Nouveau-Brunswick, puis pour ma communauté, puis tout ça. Mais c'est vrai que ça a un rythme effréné. C'est vrai que c'est difficile d'avoir un équilibre, c'est difficile d'avoir une balance. Et je pense qu'un calendrier fixe pourrait venir équilibrer tout ça. Les heures de séance devraient être examinées. On a tant qu'à faire comme un examen ou un état des lieux du calendrier puis de la façon qu'on procède, on pourrait peut-être examiner les heures de séance. Parce que des fois, on sait que ça s'éternise sur des longues périodes. Il y a des gouvernements qui mettent les comités en même temps que la session parlementaire. Il y en a qui mettent les comités en dehors. Ça serait le fun d'avoir vraiment un examen, là, un état des lieux de la meilleure façon de procéder. Puis, on pourrait aussi faire une espèce d'examen des autres juridictions pour savoir qu'est-ce qui se passe ailleurs dans les autres provinces, comment ça fonctionne au niveau provincial. Au niveau fédéral, on le sait, ils ont un calendrier fixe déjà qui est affiché sur le site Web. C'est facile, on va sur un Parlement du Canada, puis tiens, c'est tout là, eux autres, ils peuvent planifier. Ça serait génial si on pouvait avoir quelque chose comme ça. Une assemblée législative plus conviviale pour la famille encouragerait aussi la participation d'un plus grand nombre de femmes au processus politique. Puis ça, moi, ça a été une des plus grandes réflexions, je pense, que j'ai eues quand je me suis lancée en politique. Je me disais, je vais-tu être capable de trouver le soutien nécessaire pour bien faire mon travail si je suis élue, puis être en mesure d'être une bonne maman aussi en même temps. Puis le fait de ne pas savoir exactement, tu sais, je me suis lancée là-dedans, là, moi, sans savoir qu'est-ce qui serait l'horaire parlementaire. Puis c'est encore ça, chaque année, on découvre qu'est-ce qu'est l'horaire parlementaire, mais si on était capable de dire, regarde, l'horaire, là, c'est ça. Il y a beaucoup plus de mamans puis de femmes qui pourraient dire, OK, selon ce qui est là, je peux m'organiser, je peux demander à mon noyau rapproché, mon noyau familial rapproché de m'aider. Je peux engager peut-être une gardienne ou des gens pour m'aider durant ces semaines-là. On aurait comme un calendrier fixe sur l'année, puis on saurait exactement le nombre de semaines qu'on siège. Fait que ce serait beaucoup plus facile d'aller chercher quelqu'un pour de l'aide puis dire, regardez, j'ai besoin d'aide pour tant de semaines par an. OK? Ça serait tellement plus productif. Puis ça serait pas juste au profit de notre parti, ça serait au profit de tous les partis. Peu importe, d'avoir plus de femmes en politique. Puis, veut pas, là, c'est encore comme ça, même si on s'en va vers une meilleure égalité, les femmes ont encore une espèce de charge invisible. C'est encore comme ça. Donc, c'est les femmes, souvent, qui ont besoin d'avoir un calendrier ou un processus pour mieux planifier. Puis, avoir un calendrier fixe permettrait de faire ça. Permettrait de dire, voici les semaines où je dois être à Fredericton. J'ai besoin d'aide pour telle semaine. Je suis en mesure, financièrement, ou au niveau de mes ressources, ou de mes amis, de ma famille, de demander de l'aide pour le nombre exact de semaines. Fait que ça aiderait beaucoup. Le fait que l'Assemblée législative n'est pas conviviale pour les familles décourage les parents célibataires. Je peux pas imaginer comment un parent célibataire avec un jeune enfant ferait. Moi, je le fais, là. On est une famille éclatée chez nous, puis on s'arrange quand même assez bien, puis j'ai de l'aide de ma famille, mais je vous dirais que plus mes parents vieillissent, puis plus ça va, même si mon fils grandit, c'est tellement difficile, Madame la Présidente, de pouvoir gérer tout ça. Il y a des fois où je dois amener mon fils avec moi à l'Assemblée législative. Ça fait que mon fils manque de l'école, parce que j'ai pas le choix, là. Je peux pas le laisser tout seul à Caraquette, là. Ça fait que des fois, je choisis de l'amener. Je parle avec ses profs. Ils me disent, OK, demain, voici les devoirs qu'il va avoir à faire. Je dis, OK, je m'en charge. Mais là, je dois monter ici avec mon fils, puis après, je dois redescendre le soir même là, de l'Assemblée. Fait que j'arrive chez nous à 10 heures, puis je fais pas ça toutes les semaines, mais je l'ai fait plusieurs fois durant cette session. Ça fait que ça, c'est difficile, puis on se demandera pas pourquoi je suis plus cernée que quand j'ai rentré en politique. C'est pour ça. Ça fait que c'est challengeant physiquement et mentalement. Quand on a la chance d'avoir un conjoint à la maison, ça doit être peut-être un peu plus facile, mais quand on n'a pas nécessairement un conjoint à la maison, pour un parent d'enfant en bas âge, ça devient, c'est complètement chaotique. Puis, ça peut décourager des gens de se lancer en politique. Les députés ne devraient pas avoir à choisir entre l'exercice de leurs fonctions législatives et le temps passé avec leur famille. Comme, moi, je ne voudrais pas, puis je lutte fort contre ça, je ne veux pas avoir à choisir entre m'occuper de mon enfant puis être député, parce que je crois fermement qu'on peut faire les deux. Mais tout de suite, faire les deux, ça met à... Comment je dirais ça? Ça met ma santé au défi. Ça met sûrement la santé de plusieurs députés au défi. Il y a sûrement des défis de santé mentale. Des fois, on se demande comment est-ce qu'on va faire pour finir la semaine. Je vous dis, c'est une charge extrêmement lourde pour des parents. Alors, je voudrais ne pas avoir à choisir entre les personnes que j'aime le plus puis la chose que j'aime le plus faire, qui est la politique. Les législatures devraient chercher à être inclusives et à refléter la composition de la société. Comme je l'ai dit au début, avoir un calendrier fixe permettrait d'attirer un plus large éventail de gens. Okay? On est 49 blancs ici, là, dans l'Assemblée. Le Nouveau-Brunswick n'est pas composé de juste des Blancs. Il y a des personnes de toutes les origines. Il y a des minorités dans la province qui méritent d'être entendues à l'Assemblée législative. Ce serait fantastique d'avoir différentes cultures à l'Assemblée législative, des gens issus de tous les milieux, de tous les cheminements. Je rêve d'une législature qui serait inclusive. Et d'autres moyens aussi de rendre l'Assemblée législative plus conviviale pour les familles devraient être examinés. Puis ça, on en a parlé aussi dans la motion que j'avais présentée l'année passée. Mais rendre l'Assemblée législative plus conviviale, lorsqu'on amène nos enfants ici, est-ce qu'il y a des moyens pour faciliter la vie de famille? Lorsqu'il y a des députés qui sont, par exemple, enceintes, que ce soit des femmes ou des papas aussi qui attendent un enfant, comment est-ce qu'on peut rendre l'Assemblée plus conviviale, une assemblée qui peut soutenir les parents et les autres aussi. Les jours de séance devraient permettre aux députés de passer plus de temps avec leur famille, compte tenu du fait que de nombreux députés doivent voyager plusieurs heures. Et là aussi, un calendrier fixe serait souhaitable, mais aussi, il y a plein d'autres options qu'on pourrait faire. On a déjà parlé des séances virtuelles, par exemple. Là, je vous donne un exemple. Mais si on avait un quota de journées virtuelles, parce qu'on s'entend, on ne peut pas être virtuel à longueur d'année, je comprends ça. Là, ça prend quand même une présence dans la Chambre, mais si on avait un quota, X nombre de jours par année ou par session, qu'on pourrait prendre virtuellement. Par exemple, je ne sais pas moi, votre parent ou votre enfant est malade à la toute dernière minute, puis vous ne pouvez pas vous rendre à l'Assemblée. Là, ça veut dire que vous manquez des votes, vous manquez des débats. Tu sais, avoir quelques journées par session de séances virtuelles nous permettrait de rester à la maison dans des urgences, là, dans des jours où on n'a pas le choix. Puis ça nous permettrait aussi d'être capable de voter. Puis de participer au débat. Puis, je le sais parce qu'au fédéral, évidemment, durant la pandémie, ils sont devenus virtuels. Puis, dernièrement, ils ont adopté comme un système hybride, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a une partie des parlementaires qui sont en Chambre à Ottawa, puis il y a une partie des parlementaires qui sont dans leur bureau de circonscription, puis qui ont des séances virtuelles. Puis ça marche, là. Ils sont 338 là-bas, puis ils réussissent à voter. Puis, bon, au début, ça requierait un peu de logistique technique, mais après, là, quelques jours, là, comme on dit, ça s'est rodé. À cette heure, là, le monde vote avec une reconnaissance faciale ou vocale, je ne sais plus trop, mais ils sont 338 puis ils sont capables de voter. Puis ils sont 338 puis ils réussissent à faire ça. Nous autres, on est 49. Jamais je croirais qu'on ne peut pas faire ça. C'est sûr que ça prend une volonté, ça prend peut-être des ressources financières, mais je pense que vous les avez. Alors, pourquoi ne pas insérer dans ce calendrier fixe un quota de journées ou de séances virtuelles? Là, je m'éloigne un peu. Là. Ce qu'on veut, c'est le calendrier fixe d'abord, mais pourquoi pas rêver d'être moderne au Nouveau-Brunswick? Ça ferait changement. En plus de leurs responsabilités législatives, les députés ont de nombreux engagements communautaires auxquels ils jugent important de participer, mais ne peuvent pas respecter en raison des heures de séance de l'Assemblée législative. Moi j'ai tout le temps dit, on n'a pas 2 chapeaux, on en a comme 3, Madame la Présidente. On a notre chapeau de législateur en Chambre, puis on a notre chapeau de député en bureau de circonscription. Mais en plus de ça, on a un chapeau comme de représentativité. Vous savez, là, on est toutes là-dedans. On doit assister au souper, au brunch, au déjeuner, aux funérailles, au festival, au lancement, et patati et patata. Ça fait que, en plus des séances, en plus du bureau, on est souvent absent pour participer à de nombreuses activités dans la communauté. Puis ça, là, on aime ça, on veut être présent sur le terrain, puis c'est important de l'être. Mais raison de plus d'avoir quelque chose de fixe. Moi, il y a des gens qui m'appellent. Isabelle, au mois de novembre 2023, peux-tu venir donner une petite conférence de 30 minutes pour le regroupement des jeunes francophones? Bon. Comment voulez-vous que je dise oui ou non? La réponse est toujours la même. Ben oui, je veux, mais je ne peux pas vous dire oui officiellement parce que je ne sais pas si on va siéger. Puis habituellement, en novembre, on siège, mais là, ça se peut que ça tombe une semaine qu'on ne siège pas. Puis, tu sais, c'est comme... Imaginez-vous comment on pourrait être plus productif si on avait un calendrier fixe. On serait capable de prendre des engagements. Oui, je vais aller vous joindre pour votre regroupement annuel ou pour votre assemblée générale annuelle ou pour tel événement qui se passe dans la circonscription ou ailleurs dans la province. Et encore, ce ne serait pas seulement mon parti qui bénéficierait de ça, ce serait tous les parlementaires. Enfin, ce serait le Nouveau-Brunswick qui bénéficierait de ça. D'autres juridictions ont adopté des initiatives telles que la disponibilité des services de garderie et la participation par le biais de la technologie virtuelle. Ça, on en a parlé un peu tout à l'heure, mais c'est des choses qu'on peut explorer. Un calendrier fixe permet une meilleure planification législative aux fins des rédactions de lois et des consultations publiques. En fait, là, s'il n'y a pas juste les députés qui bénéficieraient de ça, tout le personnel de l'Assemblée législative, eux autres aussi, ils ont une vie. Puis eux autres aussi, ils travaillent fort, puis ils travaillent probablement dans des heures encore plus extrêmes que les nôtres pour finir de rédiger des projets de loi, puis mettre la touche finale à tout ce qui est la documentation, puis tout ce qui est le processus législatif. Ça aiderait aussi ces personnes-là de pouvoir mieux planifier. Un calendrier fixe garantit qu'un gouvernement doit s'engager à respecter un nombre minimum de jours de séance. Il favorise l'imputabilité. Puis là aussi, là, je sais, à chaque fois que quelqu'un tombe au gouvernement, là, on s'envoie la balle. « Ah, bien, vous autres, vous ne siégiez pas, puis vous autres, vous ne siégiez pas. Bon. » Là, ça serait égal pour tout le monde. En bon français, ça serait fair. Le monde verrait combien de journées qu'on siège. Que ce soit un gouvernement conservateur ou libéral, il y aurait le calendrier fixe de journée de séance. On serait imputable, peu importe ce qu'il y a au gouvernement. C'est pas politique, ce site-là. Ce serait vraiment une façon d'être redevable aux citoyens. Les gens verraient exactement qu'est-ce qu'est notre horaire. Tout de suite, là, je vous dis, c'est le néant. On sait juste quelques mois à l'avance. Ça prend un calendrier fixe. Et finalement, le comité d'administration de l'Assemblée législative pourrait examiner les meilleures pratiques en vigueur dans d'autres juridictions. On pourrait faire un examen des autres juridictions pour améliorer le fonctionnement démocratique de l'Assemblée législative, ce qui comprendrait l'instauration d'un calendrier fixe. Alors, pour toutes les raisons que je vous ai mentionnées, Madame la Présidente, je crois fermement qu'on a besoin au Nouveau-Brunswick d'avoir un calendrier parlementaire fixe. Merci.
Recognize the Government House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours un plaisir d'ajouter mon voix dans un débat, particulièrement sur la motion 10. J'apprécie les efforts du député de Caraquet. Elle est toujours vraiment passionnante, vraiment toujours préparée, et j'aime toujours lui écouter dans un débat. So, yeah, Madam Speaker, this is a very interesting subject to me. You know, I was listening to the member, and so many different things were going through my mind. One of them is change. Another one is balance. So change is often difficult, and especially in a system. Now, you know, a friend of mine has often said, you know, people don't fail people, systems fail people. And our democratic system is a system. And sometimes that system requires change. And as I just said, change is never easy. And when I had an interesting conversation with somebody the other day about the history of this Legislative Assembly. And if I recall that history correctly, part of the calendar of the House, if I can use that word, because it wasn't really a calendar, but it had to do more with the seasons and the temperature. So in other words, part of the sitting would take place because the river was frozen over. And it was easier for everybody to travel on a frozen river than it was to go through the woods and travel uphill and down dale to get here. So that was part of, back in our early infancy as a province, how we managed our government. It was predicated on how easy we could get down the river. And I thought that was really interesting. So thinking about that while I was coming into this debate, I thought it was a really neat kind of a point. But to the member from Caraquette's point, times are different. Things change. People's needs change. Our democracy requires change by time. And that's not easy. I mean, when you think of how our system is predicated, I unfortunately spend a lot of time with my nose in this standing rules book, probably more than I should. But it always impresses upon me how we work off of precedent, how we work off of history, how we work off of this is how we do things. And a lot of times, you can get stuck into how we do things. And as a human, one of the challenges that I have is to often think outside of myself and what works for me and think about the needs of others. C'est difficile parfois, comme humain, de penser des besoins des autres gens, des autres personnes. So, that's always an interesting concept as well, because what works for me may not work for somebody else. And, when you get into politics, oftentimes we get into politics because we have these value systems and we believe very strongly in what we feel. But what I've learned over time is that somebody who represents the people and the voice of the people, it's less about what I think and more about what they think. That's what's important. And I think that's part of the message from the member from Caraquette is that, we all come here, we're passionate, we believe in what we're doing, but we all have different needs, just like our constituents have different needs and different beliefs and different approaches to things. So how do we apply that to our Legislative Assembly? So, I've been on record in the past. I think I talked about this on a motion perhaps last week about how full the calendar is. And I'm going to get to the member's point about the federal government and what they do, because I think there's some important things to talk about there too. But this Legislative Assembly is not idle. It functions almost every week of the year. It's always busy, whether it's House business, and if you want to start in the fall session, we come in here, we start with the fall session, we get into a throne speech, usually, not always, but that's a throne speech. There's a debate attached to that. We get into capital budget, there's a debate attached to that. We have public accounts a couple of times a year. We have many standing committees. I think, I don't have my glasses on here, but at least 8 or so, not to mention select committees that meet frequently. And all of these functions are part of the greater whole of how we deliver on democracy. So the subjects that we talk about in committee affect legislation. The subjects that we talk about in question period, directly relates to how, what the situation is for people and how we need to react to it. So these are not things to be taken lightly, and I would never infer that anybody would take that lightly. But it's just to illustrate that this is a heavy lift. This is not going to be something that is done with ease. It's going to take some time and some careful consideration to make sure we get it right. So I can certainly say that, I agree with the member opposite, the member from Caraquette, that we do need to change and we do need to move in this direction. It's just, where do we finally land so that it actually does work for the majority of people? And the solution that perhaps works for the federal government, maybe we can take a cookie-cutter approach and make that work here, but maybe we can't. Maybe there's some regional issues or some other issues, some logistical issues for why we can't kind of just simplify it that way and do that, but that's certainly a conversation that we're willing to have. And I think as a government, and I know the member made mention to it, that we have made changes to how this House functions, that we have taken steps to make it more family-friendly, to make it more inclusive, to make it function for a greater number of people. And again, I think sometimes when you say, well, we made a change, that's good, but I think it's easy sometimes too to fall into that trap and kind of stay there. And I think as people, that's pretty common. You get to a place where you feel comfortable and you're good, you stay there. But I think, the member makes some really good points. So, I talked a little bit about, change being hard. Talked a little bit about the history and how our communities have changed and the needs of our communities have changed, and so how, our democracy needs to change. I talked a little bit about how much work is done at the Legislative Assembly. And look, I'm thinking of the people who do the support to help this chamber work. I'm talking about the clerks, I'm talking about the pages, I'm talking about the civil service, everybody who does work to support the function of our democracy. I think this would be good for them too, because it may make their jobs a little easier to manage. Knowing timelines and deadlines, that they have to reach. So, there may be benefits for them too, not just elected folks, not just the people who we represent, but also the people who work to support our democratic function. So that could perhaps be a good support for them as well. So the member from Caracat talked about the federal and how they do theirs. So there's a few nuances. So yes, bigger organization, more people, more moving parts. I mean, we're talking thousands of kilometers versus a few hundred for us to travel in New Brunswick. But they also have a larger body of people to pull from to help manage that. So we have a smaller body, so it may require us to be a little more nimble and figure things out a little bit differently. But again, we're willing to do that. But one of the things that we talked about a lot this week is time allocation. So at the federal level, when they have a fixed calendar, there's also an understanding that there's time allocation in place. People have to, move that business along. So it's not just a simple matter of, well, here's the calendar and it's never going to change. It's a matter of ensuring that government business can still proceed. And that's sort of a nuance that I don't know is perhaps talked about enough in these kind of discussions. So I just wanted to throw that out there a little bit. For government, and certainly many of the members opposite have been members of the government side before, there is a responsibility and a requirement for government, as having been elected by the people, to pursue their agenda. So a calendar, while it's very useful and necessary, I would argue, to support the member from Caracat, it is something that we have to make sure we find balance in how we do that. So how do we make sure that the needs of members and the needs of society are met, but also making sure that government can fulfill its agenda? So those will be discussions that we'll have in PPLOC to try to find that balance, which again is not always easy to find. So when we get into the specifics of it, and I think the intention is for early January to start those discussions. I would hope that they'll bear some fruit. In my imagination, I see this as something that's not a one-meeting deal. I think it's something that's going to take a little bit of time. So, I'll kind of pass by and mention that I'm going to introduce an amendment to just change the time frame in which we do this. Not a serious period of time, but enough to make sure that we get it right. Because the last thing that I want to do is to fail in this task of saying, yeah, you know what, government supports it, yeah, we're going to do it, and then we don't do it for logistical reasons or for timing reasons or for the fact that we rushed it and didn't put the time into it. So, I want to make sure that we have those discussions, that they're fruitful discussions, that they're balanced discussions that make sense, not just for the government of the day, not just for the members, but those things, concurrently, together. Because I think that's important. I think if sometimes you do things in isolation, you can leave yourself, weak in some areas or exposed in an area where perhaps things were unintended. So, I think we've come a long way as a legislature in the last 4 years. You know, when I think about the family-friendly stuff and how we manage our constituency offices and all of those things that are related to that, we've certainly made a lot of strides, but recognizing that more change is necessary. So I've been just kind of very high level with my comments, Madam Speaker, for that reason, because I think if I try to delve into too many details, I might wind up trying to solve problems that, you know, I can't solve here on the floor. I can certainly, you know, make suggestions that might influence the conversation once we get into committee with this. But certainly those are conversations that we're willing to have. So, you know, I certainly want to thank the member from Caracat for bringing this forward. I certainly appreciate her effort in doing this. So I don't want to belabor this too much longer, but I do want to introduce that amendment. And it's very, very simple. All it's going to do is just change the time frame to give us more time to do this right. So, sorry, Madam Speaker. I got to get used to needing these. My apologies. So, I'm going to move an amendment, seconded by the member for Gagetown Petitcodiac, that motion 10 be amended by striking out in the resolution clause the word 2, so rather than 2 months, and replace with 6. Je propose que la motion 10 soit amendée par la suppression dans le paragraphe dans la résolution le mot 2 et la remplace par 6. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
So the amendment says that motion 10 be amended by striking out in the resolution clause the word 2 and replace with 6. Is there? Did you want to respond to the amendment? Recognize the member from Kent North.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je suis extrêmement heureux de me lever sur cette motion ici. C'est une motion qui est en quelque sorte un rappel de plusieurs conversations qu'on a eues dans cette Chambre, des conversations, même des décisions qui ont été prises, Madame la Présidente. Depuis, je crois que le chef de mon parti a été élu en 2014, c'est un sujet qui ramène de temps à autre à l'Assemblée législative. C'est un sujet qui a été jeté à l'avant-plan lorsqu'on a parlé d'une législature plus adaptée aux familles. Il y a même eu un rapport, Madame la Présidente, deuxième rapport du comité permanent de la procédure des privilèges des hauts fonctionnaires de l'Assemblée législative du 11 juin 2021 qui recommandait que le comité permanent de la procédure des privilèges et des hauts fonctionnaires de l'Assemblée rédige des modifications du règlement en vue de dresser un calendrier parlementaire, lesquelles modifications seraient soumises à l'étude de la Chambre. Donc, cette motion est en fait un rappel au gouvernement de ce qu'il devait faire, Madame la Présidente. Cela étant dit, c'est certain que je vais soutenir cette motion. C'est un sujet dont on a parlé amplement dans les dernières années, Madame la Présidente, et à plusieurs reprises, j'ai fait des arguments et mes collègues ont fait des arguments sur le bien fondé d'un calendrier parlementaire fixe. Donc, lorsqu'on pense à un calendrier parlementaire fixe, je pense qu'à travers du processus, il faut garder en tête l'élément de prévisibilité. Prévisibilité, comme que les collègues ont mentionné, pour nous les députés, bien sûr, mais pour les fonctionnaires qui travaillent autour de l'Assemblée législative et pour les citoyens et citoyennes de la province, que ce soit des citoyens et des citoyennes de nos circonscriptions ou des organismes à but non lucratif ou à la limite même des lobbyistes qui veulent rencontrer les députés pour parler de différents enjeux, Madame la Présidente. Donc, il faut garder en tête un élément de prévisibilité, tout en sachant, hein, je fais toujours la nuance, tout en sachant qu'un agenda du gouvernement ou de l'Assemblée, quelque chose peut arriver, qu'on est obligé de faire fi du règlement ou de changer quelque chose. Il y a toutes sortes de choses qui peuvent arriver. Et donc, on peut, Madame la Présidente, à l'intérieur de ces règlements-là, on peut prévoir que ça peut être modifié. Je pense que c'est important de penser à la prévisibilité lorsqu'on parle des jours de séance. En ayant un calendrier parlementaire fixe, j'espère qu'on va se poser la question sur le nombre de jours qu'on veut siéger, Madame la Présidente. Donc, lorsque le gouvernement dit que c'est important de pouvoir passer l'agenda du gouvernement et il fait sa nuance avec le gouvernement fédéral. Si on compare juste le nombre de jours que le gouvernement fédéral siège par rapport à nous, on parle ici de 135 jours par année au gouvernement fédéral, tandis que nous autres, on parle de 40. Donc, je ne suis pas en train de suggérer qu'on devrait siéger autant qu'au fédéral. Je comprends que l'agenda peut être beaucoup plus grand, étant donné les différents sujets et tout ça. Par contre, Madame la Présidente, je pense que si le gouvernement voulait s'assurer d'avoir amplement de temps pour qu'on puisse passer à travers leur agenda, on pourrait aussi mieux gérer nos sessions, puis qu'on sache à l'avance, Madame la Présidente, combien de morceaux de législation il va vouloir passer et dans combien de temps. Et donc, ça sera aussi une responsabilité du gouvernement de bien gérer son horaire ou de rencontrer les leaders parlementaires et de négocier une session plus longue, Monsieur le Président, pour assurer qu'on puisse garder l'agenda du gouvernement. Il y a aussi l'agenda de l'opposition. Si on siégeait un peu plus dans un calendrier fixe, on pourrait, on l'a vu aujourd'hui, il peut y avoir du travail constructif de fait avec l'opposition. Ça serait beaucoup plus intéressant qu'on travaille plus souvent comme ça, qu'on soit capable de bien utiliser nos comités pour vraiment bien représenter l'ensemble des Néo-Brunswickois qui nous ont élus ici. Donc, ça créerait, tant qu'à moi, Madame la Présidente, bien fait. On pourrait créer des comités qui sont plus fonctionnels et plus constructifs. Madame la Présidente, l'autre point que je veux faire, dans d'autres juridictions, ils ont un élément très, très, très intéressant. Ce que nous, ici, on n'a pas. Je crois qu'au Québec, au Manitoba, en Ontario, donc c'est les trois provinces, Québec, Manitoba, Ontario, Monsieur le Président, qui ont des semaines dédiées au travail de circonscription. C'est très intéressant. Nous, ici, c'est les lundis, nos journées de circonscription. Il y a d'autres endroits que c'est le vendredi. Mais en plus de leur journée de circonscription, au Manitoba, on parle de 4 semaines. En Ontario, on parle de 5 semaines. Et au Québec, c'est négocié au début de chaque année entre les leaders parlementaires combien de semaines il va y avoir dédiées au travail de circonscription. Ça veut dire aucune séance, aucun comité à l'Assemblée législative ces semaines-là pour permettre aux députés à l'avance de céduler des rendez-vous avec des groupes, avec des citoyens et des citoyennes, avec différentes personnes, même peut-être faire des tournées dans leur circonscription, faire des activités qui demandent un peu plus d'organisation ou de présence du député, Monsieur le Président. Donc, des journées ou des semaines dédiées au travail de circonscription. Ce qu'on voit très rarement ici, à cause de la façon qu'on gère les comités, et souvent, on va savoir à la dernière minute si un comité va siéger. Pour les plus petits caucus aussi, hein, la réalité de l'Assemblée législative a changé. Nous, la deuxième opposition officielle, on est un caucus de 3 députés. Donc, bien que une semaine, je peux savoir que c'est politique économique, moi, j'ai 9 dossiers dont je suis critique. Je pense que les libéraux ont peut-être un dossier chacun, peut-être 2, 3, dans certains cas. Ça dépend. Il y en a qui en ont 1, 2, 3. Okay? Nous autres, on a à peu près 9 chaque. Et donc, souvent, au lieu d'être une personne ici pour politique économique, bien, on est peut-être 2, peut-être même les 3 qui doivent être présents à Fredericton. Et donc, ça, c'est une différente réalité qu'il faut prendre en compte, parce que ça fait qu'il y a beaucoup moins de prévisibilité à passer du temps dans la circonscription. Je pense que les autres, le Manitoba, l'Ontario et le Québec ont trouvé une façon assez intéressante de le faire. Puis je pense que les députés du gouvernement et de l'opposition officielle pourraient profiter de ces semaines de circonscription-là à chaque année où on peut réellement... moi, ça serait incroyable quand même de dire à, disons, un groupe qui veut me rencontrer sur une question donnée, oui, je suis disponible la semaine du, disons, on va dire, du 14 au 21 février. Je sais que je suis disponible. En ce moment, n'importe qui m'écrit pour un rendez-vous dans la nouvelle année, je dois faire un rendez-vous du mieux que je peux en leur disant « Je ne gère pas mon horaire. C'est le gouvernement, malheureusement, qui gère mon horaire. Et ça se peut que je vais être obligé de l'annuler. » Et ça arrive souvent que je suis obligé d'annuler, Monsieur le Président, puis qu'on doit remettre. C'est une perte de temps pour nous, c'est une perte de temps pour eux, c'est une perte d'efficacité, Monsieur le Président. Donc, si on avait des semaines comme ça, ça ferait bien du sens. Puis je pense que c'est le Nouveau-Brunswick, les citoyens, les citoyennes de partout en province qui, dans le fond, bénéficieraient de cela, Monsieur le Président. Donc, ce qui se fait ailleurs, je vais donner quelques petits exemples de ce qui se fait ailleurs. Puis il n'y a rien de complexe, là. Oui, ça demande une discussion, mais il n'y a rien de sorcier quand on parle d'un calendrier. Donc, en Colombie-Britannique, vous donnez un exemple. La Chambre se réunit du 2e mardi de février au dernier jeudi de mai, inclusivement. Et du premier lundi d'octobre au dernier jeudi de novembre inclusivement. Donc, eux autres, ils savent, dans leur calendrier, on bloque de cette date-là à cette date-là. On sait que les choses peuvent changer. C'est peut-être qu'on ne siégera pas toutes ces journées-là, mais on bloque ça. On sait qu'on ne peut pas faire de rendez-vous. Au Manitoba. Manitoba, je la trouve intéressante. La Chambre se réunit à la date que fixe le président à la demande du gouvernement pendant les 3 périodes de session suivantes. Donc, le gouvernement retient quand même le droit de commencer la session lorsqu'il veut, mais du mardi qui suit la semaine du jour du souvenir au 1er jeudi de décembre, du 1er mercredi de mars au 1er jour de séance en juin, du 1er mercredi d'octobre au jeudi de la semaine qui précède la semaine du jour du souvenir. Donc, on a 3 périodes dans lesquelles le gouvernement peut amener son agenda. Mais là, ce qui est très intéressant au Manitoba, comme je vous en parlais, Monsieur le Président, c'est le paragraphe qui suit. Le paragraphe 2.2 du règlement prévoit que la Chambre ne se réunit pas pendant les 4 semaines de travail en circonscription. Donc ça, c'est décidé de l'avance. On a 4 semaines et on est capable de gérer le temps des parlementaires beaucoup mieux. L'Ontario. L'Ontario, je ne vais pas passer chaque province, là. De toute façon, ça, c'est disponible à tous les députés. C'est un travail qui a été fait par les recherchistes de l'Assemblée législative pour le comité permanent de la procédure des privilèges des hauts fonctionnaires de l'Assemblée. Donc, c'est un document qui est disponible à tous les députés. On n'a pas besoin de demander une autre recherche. On l'a déjà. On sait ce qui se fait dans d'autres juridictions, Monsieur le Président. Et donc, il faut continuer ça. Au niveau aussi de notre travail de parlementaire, il y a du temps de recherche qui est très important. Et donc, à travers de tout ça, il faut aussi, Monsieur le Président, qu'on assure que les parlementaires ont le temps de se préparer pour les débats. Donc, je vous remercie beaucoup de m'avoir écouté. Mon temps est fini aujourd'hui.
Thank you. The Deputy Campbellton, Dalhousie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I don't intend on speaking too long. There is unanimous consent in the chamber, from what I gather, and I want to thank all those who have spoken today and are agreeable to sending this to the PP Law Committee. I think it's a good move. The only comment I would like to make on the amendment that was proposed, it's a 6-month timeline, and I would suspect that would be the outer limit. Okay, if necessary, 6 months. But if the committee does their homework and they already have a lot of information available to them, as the honourable member just mentioned, there's already a jurisdictional scan of others right across here on fixed calendars and everything. So if we can get that working and start looking at it as a base, and then putting some work into, get a couple of researchers to do some work on a proposal that we could get together, and I think it could be speeded up, and that we could implement it before the fall session. So I think it's good, and I thank the members from the third party and also the government members for their support in this. And I would say right there now, Mr. Speaker, that we are ready to go to the vote. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? On the amendment. Been moved by the Government House Leader, seconded by the member for Gagetown Petitcodiac, that motion 10 be amended by striking out in the resolution clause the word "to" and replaced with 6. All those in favour of the amendment, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the amendment passed. On the motion, be it therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly direct the Standing Committee on Procedure, Privileges and Legislative Officers to examine the option for a fixed legislative calendar and return to the Legislative Assembly within 6 months with recommendations. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. Motion 20. Sorry? No. The Deputy to Kent Sud.
Hey. Tomorrow is my last day, unfortunately. For a while, but I'll be back. Motion 20, Mr. Speaker, goes as follows. I move this motion, seconded by the MLA from Shediac, Beaubassin-Capelé, propose the following resolution. Whereas, according to Statistics Canada, in 2021, New Brunswick rent increases were the highest in Canada. Whereas 36% of New Brunswickers are currently living in unaffordable housing, whereas in 2021 the vacancy rate of housing dropped from 3.1% to 1.7%, whereas the government refused to renew the rent cap, which will likely result in many significant rent increases and an increase in the number of New Brunswickers who don't have access to affordable housing, whereas more than 8,100 households are on a waiting list for public housing, whereas the lack of affordable housing is an immediate crisis that must be addressed with a sense of urgency, whereas there are many non-for-profit organizations, municipalities and cooperatives that are interested in entering into partnerships with government to help address the housing crisis, whereas concerned community leaders like Marcel Lebrun are doing their part through innovative solutions like the 12 Neighbours project of tiny housing, whereas other jurisdictions have looked to innovative solutions like design innovations, increased building productivity, modular construction, and community land trusts, whereas there are many other innovative housing solutions that should be considered to encourage and support the development of affordable housing, including enhanced and targeted tax incentives, removing regulatory barriers, and reducing red tape around permitting and approvals. Be it therefore resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to immediately develop an affordable housing strategy that will look at innovative housing solutions, community partnerships, incentives, and other creative ideas to help address the significant challenge of a lack of affordable housing.
Unanimous consent to dispense with my reading this a second time. Member for Kent South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and we appreciate. We do know you have a lovely voice, but let's save your lovely voice for some choir singing during the Christmas period. So yes, this is a motion which I feel is quite important in these current times. As we know, we are in a situation where we are in a housing crisis, Mr. Speaker. I think we can't call it otherwise. We are seeing unprecedented situations here in New Brunswick. We're seeing, you know, like when we go from a 3.1% vacancy rate to 1.7%, that is very, very low. We do know that a lot of places, if a rental becomes available, immediately within the day it's rented out. There are waiting lists. I know property managers that have waiting lists of people for any type of, you know, housing opportunity, lodging opportunity, should I say. So the reality is that we need housing. Now, the Minister of Service New Brunswick and I have had lengthy debates over the past couple of weeks regarding you know, the rent cap mainly and the Residencies Tenancies Tribunal. So that there's been a lot of water under those bridges, and so this motion touches that a little bit, but in reality this is much wider, and we're hoping through this motion that we can urge the government to have a much wider scope on tackling this housing crisis. There are many different ways to tackle this crisis, Mr. Speaker. The rent cap and you know, the reinforcing the Residencies Tenancies Tribunal, giving it more teeth, is certainly one of the options. Bill 25 helped a little bit. Again, we can debate. I feel not enough, but I know some other some other legislation is coming, as promised by the minister this spring. I'll be happy to look at that, and hopefully it'll move the needle even more. But now let's talk about other innovative ideas that we need to look at. And we were talking about the 12 Neighbours project, tiny housing. We are seeing more and more these little tiny houses, which are very, basically a one-room, in a typical house, single-family house. You would have, let's say, the size of a living room, but it basically is a fully serviced house with everything in it: a kitchen or a kitchenette, a bathroom, a bedroom, and a little other, we call it common area. So, and that is something we are seeing more and more, and we should see it more and more. And there's much value to that because it's affordable, it's environmentally friendly, and it fills a need. So that is certainly one of the ways that we can, move the needle. And could the government come up, and I'm just spitballing here, the motion, we're giving some ideas what that could look like, but we're not coming with very specific things, and we're hoping the government would be creative, and we'll be certainly, as an opposition, ready to contribute to any conversation as such, to see if, for example, we talk about tiny houses, could some incentives be given by government? We talked today about the mini splits, the heat pumps, which are going to be, there's a program that helps, and it is through, carbon tax returns, things like that. It's called, anything around the environment issue. It is within the scope of subsidizing heat pumps or mini splits or whatever you want to call them. So could the same be done with tiny houses? I think there's a case to be made, Mr. Speaker. There's a case to be made that we could incentivize people, as they do it with electric cars, as they do it with other equipment that could help them, and incentivize people to buy tiny houses. I don't know what it could mean, a certain amount of money, a certain percentage, so on and so forth. That is an idea. Another idea could be, and we came up with some cooperatives that we are seeing. There are some cooperatives that have shown a lot of interesting results, positive results, where it is built, and it's a non-for-profit. It is a cooperative, where there are shares. Each member has a share, and it goes through the cooperative principles. And these cooperative principles, it's about a collective owning, as a collective, a building, for example, or multiple units, and it's in their best interest to keep the cost low and the standard of living high, or the quality of the conditions of the building, and all different access to different activities or equipments or whatnot at a maximum. So when people have more vested interest, people tend to be more involved. And once you're more involved, you want to make sure that it works right. And when you're able to, and when you do that, you tend to see more success. That simple. So, examples such as these types of cooperatives, non-for-profit organizations. We know that some municipalities own different buildings. And the municipalities, if there's one thing I've noticed, the municipal level of government is a level which is very, very close to the population. It's the most hands-on of governments. I have a colleague very near here that's a former mayor, and one who's a former city or village manager, and these people have lots of experience, and they tend to make good politicians because they've had their hand in the dirt, if I can say it that way, hands on the wheel. They're there. They're sur le plancher des vaches, comme on dit en français. So these people have, in-depth knowledge of what it is to deal on a daily basis with citizens on bread and butter issues. And lodging, obviously, is one of those issues, and I would actually argue it's a basic right. So municipalities have a vested interest because they are dealing with these people. They're not removed as some other levels of government may be. They're directly there. So municipalities could play an important role in terms of housing solutions. So that's why we're looking at that. We're talking about affordable housing. I know the minister has come up with some initiatives. I would argue that it's insufficient and more is needed. I don't think what the government is announcing is not at the rate that the need is growing. The need is growing much more than what the government is countering with. So we'll need a lot more to that, and that's why this whole idea of a strategy, an affordable housing strategy, is so important. And I've been giving some examples here and there, general examples. But ideally, when you have a strategy where all of these things come into focus, and I do want to mention, because I don't want to take my whole time, Mr. Speaker, because I know, Christmas is coming, and we have a lot of things that are going on. But what I do want to say before I leave my time is that what is important is a strategy, but what is equally important is an action plan that accompanies that strategy. An action plan where you have clear responsibilities as who does what, a budget, timelines, concrete things that hold people accountable. It's important that government, because they are the ones that are going to be responsible for implementing this, be held accountable. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean it in a way that if nobody's accountable, then people say, well, we can push it down the road. But if there are timelines and there are budgets, then you hold people accountable. So I'm hoping that that strategy will be put into place. I'm urging government to do that. And I am we want to be part of the solution and contribute in this file. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Minister responsible for Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a lot of discussions over the last several weeks, or this whole session, talking about housing, the importance of housing. I mean, Mr. Speaker, this was the first session where we actually had a minister responsible for housing. And so it's a pleasure to get up today and talk about what's been proposed by the opposition. Because in even just putting a Minister of Housing in place, the government is acknowledging that housing is incredibly important for New Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, the situation we're in with our low vacancy rates and our affordable housing issues here in New Brunswick did not happen overnight. Didn't happen in the last year. Didn't happen even in the last decade, Mr. Speaker. It's been a problem that's been building over time for a significant period of time. And now we have a microcosm of things that have happened in New Brunswick to the world. And there's good things that have come from it, some good things, but there's also challenges that we had not expected to be facing at this point in time. We had a pandemic that changed how the world looked at New Brunswick. And it made New Brunswick a desirable place to come and live. And we had an influx of tens of thousands of people into New Brunswick in a very short period of time. And we had a housing spectrum that was challenged, but I would say maybe not in the crisis that we're in present day. And there's so many factors that are associated with that, Mr. Speaker. but it's part of the fact that New Brunswick is growing as well. And so I was pleased to see the member's motion come forward related to the New Brunswick government putting together a plan around affordable housing for our province so that we would have a strategy going forward into the future. But, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge the member opposite that he didn't ask for enough in his motion. And I challenge him to say that he should have proposed even more than he did propose. So because of that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move, and seconded by the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, the member from Moncton Northwest, that motion 20 be amended by striking out in the resolution clause the words "an affordable housing strategy" and replace it with "a comprehensive housing strategy for the province of New Brunswick with a focus on affordable housing."
Moved by the Minister responsible for housing, seconded by the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, that motion 20 be amended by striking out in the resolution clause the words "an affordable housing strategy" and replace with "a comprehensive housing strategy for the province of New Brunswick with a focus on affordable housing." The member for Memacook-Tantramar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You want a copy of that?
Thank you for the opportunity to rise to speak to motion 20, which is addressing housing. And the Minister of Housing is correct. We've spoken quite a bit about this topic, and we have an affordable housing crisis in New Brunswick. And it certainly didn't happen overnight. It was exacerbated by the pandemic and recent conditions, but for a lot of people in the province, this isn't new. There have been thousands of people sitting on the NB housing wait list for years, Mr. Speaker, long before the pandemic. And so for them, they would say, okay, well, I've been experiencing this for years. I've been waiting for affordable housing. I've been struggling. I've been unable to get a unit where my family can live. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a long-standing problem. And part of it stems from provincial and federal governments abandoning their responsibility to housing decades ago. And you can't even point the finger at one party, but you can point it at the federal and the provincial government, because they abandoned their responsibility, specifically by abandoning the funding for building public housing. And we know now there's even more thousands of New Brunswickers waiting on the affordable, on the NB housing list, hoping that they'll find somewhere to live. And we know that the housing stock has been abandoned and fallen into disrepair in many cases, the NB housing stock. And, Mr. Speaker, what it comes down to is there does need to be responsibility for housing. And so I do think it's really important that there's a Minister of Housing. And I know that she's only been in the job for, you can count it in weeks at this point. And what's missing is the appropriate staff and funding and subject matter experts, something like the NB Housing Corporation. That needs to be revived, Mr. Speaker. That would be an important step to take, to put the resources behind this Minister of Housing so that she can do the work that needs to be done. We know that we do need a strategy. We do need a comprehensive strategy, and specifically around affordable housing, because, Mr. Speaker, there are so many people who are struggling to find housing. And I am especially concerned about those who need affordable housing. And we can throw around different definitions around what that means. What we're really looking at is whether it's more than 30% of their income. But Mr. Speaker, we know that there are so many people who've lost their housing, are at risk of losing their housing, are couch surfing, are sleeping outside. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. There are even people who've died because they didn't have somewhere to sleep. That is what we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. And so, yes, we can have a motion that says, let's make a housing plan, and it can be amended to change the words around a little bit. And what I really want to see is a solid plan around affordable housing that has the resources to back that up and implement it. And what that really means is making sure that the funding is there for community partners to do the work. What that means is government building that housing. What that means is actually wanting there to be cooperatives, because that's not the current strategy when it comes to, like, if we think of the bilateral housing plan, where they were only going to create 1,200 units, and not all of them even new builds, actually, some of them just with rental supplements. And they've abandoned their desire to have cooperatives, but that's a really important way for us to get housing. And so to have, you know, have the resources, have the infrastructure, have the funding to have these cooperatives, to have community-based funding, to have non-profit housing, to have non-market housing, to have the government be responsible for housing. Yes, there's going to be housing that needs to be built in the private sector, and actually, Mr. Speaker, that's already happening. There's lots of housing being built, but it's not affordable housing. And that is where the focus needs to be. Part of this affordable housing strategy should look at the protections that are needed for tenants and needs to look broadly at some of these things. We have regularly raised issues with certain parts of the Residential Tenancies Act. We've tried to bring legislation, we've proposed amendments, we've tried to make changes to make sure there's more protection for tenants. And so, Mr. Speaker, there should be a rent cap, especially in this current climate. Mr. Speaker, there should be protections against rent evictions, and they are not strong enough right now. Mr. Speaker, there should be a rental registry. Mr. Speaker, we need consideration of these things, and I really hope that this happens, that there's really a comprehensive strategy on affordable housing that's comprehensive and not piecemeal, because that is what we've been getting. Because not that long ago we had the Premier in press conferences saying we don't have a housing crisis. Nope. And so, okay, then okay, well I guess we'll look at it. I guess we'll do a report. And, okay, well I guess maybe we'll do something. And then okay, we'll retroactively do a rent cap. We were wrong. And now we're getting rid of the rent cap. Like, Mr. Speaker, it's been piecemeal, bringing in little tiny things. Okay, we'll move it from this many days to this many days that people can apply. And it's not really solving the problems. It's bringing in piecemeal solutions. And some of them, I've heard from some housing advocates who have said some of them are kind of insulting. Like allowing 60 days instead of 30 days. I'm not saying we shouldn't do that. Yeah. Okay, allow people a bit more time to apply for whatever reason they weren't able to, but it's a bit insulting, as if that's going to solve the housing crisis. That's really going to protect people. It's going to help some people, sure, but that wasn't the problem, that tenants don't know how to like get their notice and do something about it. That's not the problem. And if it is a problem, because frankly, a lot of people don't know about the Residential Tenancies Act. And I do my best to tell people about it, and I send them there regularly, but a lot of people have trouble navigating it. Mr. Speaker. There may be people who have issues around the literacy, around even understanding how to navigate it. A lot of these systems are pretty complicated to navigate, Mr. Speaker. We need a really comprehensive, well-funded, well-resourced, affordable housing strategy so that people are not losing their housing. People are not stressed about losing their housing all the time. People are not having to fight against their landlords. And of course, we're not talking about all landlords, but there are predatory rent hikes happening. There are corporations who are buying up and trying to squeeze as much profit as they can out of housing and trying to put upward pressure on the rents when they call them turns. When they have someone leave an apartment, then they can charge more to the next person and help to make sure that the price is going up and changing the market. Mr. Speaker, there's serious issues. And so I go back to there needing to be dedicated resources, dedicated funding, subject matter experts, housing experts. The Minister of Housing needs people in a department or in the NB Housing Corporation, which already exists, to actually do this work and actually get us out of this affordable housing crisis. Because, Mr. Speaker, so far what has been proposed is not going to take us where we need to go. And as I said, this is a matter of life or death for some people. But even if it isn't for all, it is a matter of people's health, their mental health. How can we expect people to live without their basic needs being met? And so, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on Motion 20, and I will wait and see what comes out of this. For the sake of people in New Brunswick, I do hope something good comes out of this, but we will have to wait and see. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Deputy to Kent Sud.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, there we have it. It made me smile when the minister said that, I didn't go far enough. I guess we're so used to, on this side of the House, finding that the government isn't going far enough, so we tend to be a bit more, cautious. So I'm glad that this is a bit bolder than what I've suggested. I thought the member from Memram Cook Tantramar raised some very valid points regarding, renters registry, everything regarding NB housing. These are all important points, and I do hope that they will be part of this new comprehensive housing strategy with a main focus on affordable housing. So we will certainly support this motion, and we will support this amendment along with the motion. Mr. Speaker, and as the member of Memram Cook Tantramar said, we will be looking forward to this plan, and we will be watching, and we will be ready to collaborate and be part of the solution, because it is an important issue currently in New Brunswick. So let's vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
On the amendment, moved by the Minister responsible for housing, that motion number 20 be amended by striking out in the resolution clause the words "an affordable housing strategy" and replaced with "a comprehensive housing strategy for the province of New Brunswick with a focus on affordable housing." All those in favour of the amendment, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the amendment passed. On the motion, all those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the motion carried. Call on the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for a very good day from everyone in the Assembly. I would move the adjournment of the House.
The opposition House Leader moves that the House be now adjourned. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. I declare the House to now be adjourned. Thank you, members, and hope to see you later this evening. Choir practice, yes.